to all the students. May I request all the guests to please take this seat on our dais. Thank you so much. Yes, to please take this seat. And may I invite Dr. Venkat Rajaraman. Dr. Venkat Rajaraman is an advisory committee member of National Center for Photovoltaic Research and Education, NCPRE India. He has over 25 years of experience in product design and engineering management. Prior to that, he was the CEO of Socom, our sustenance leading power backup and RE solution provider for India. Before moving to renewable space, he was the vice president of engineering at Total Blair, a company that was acquired by Nvidia Corp in 2007. He worked at Sun Microsystems USA. He has a BE degree from Madurai Kamraj University and a master's degree in electrical engineering from Stanford University. He specializes in renewable energy, engineering management, product design and development. I request Dr. Rajaraman to please deliver the welcome address. Please join me in the Dr. Rajaraman. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a fantastic day, and I'm so proud to be part of this event. I welcome all the distinguished dignitaries on the stage, off the stage, and all the students and the participants. This conference is one of its kind conference. Professor Solanki gave us only two main, directions. One, the question that he was asking is, let's not be very nice in this conference. Right? Let's make sure that we ask tough questions. We ask tough questions to ourselves. We ask tough questions to governments. We ask tough questions to organizations. We ask tough questions to the individuals. And the question is, are we taking enough action? Right? So that's one broad guideline. And number two, are we waiting for somebody else to solve our problem, or are we going to solve it ourselves? I think these two are the major deliberations that are going to happen over the next 2 days. And I truly looking forward to an engaging discussion. And I welcome all the dignitaries on the stage again. Thank you.
This is just a token of our appreciation for all of you being here. Thank you so much. Over the period of these 2 days, you'll be witnessing a lot of action. We'll be having quizzes, conference, and at the same time, there's a selfie point. We are absolutely grateful to all our guest speakers who spared the time to be with us today. I now request Professor Chetan Solanki. Professor Solanki is an educator, researcher, innovator, and a happiness program teacher of art of living, who who's currently on an unpaid leave from IIT Bombay. He has undertaken the Energy Swaraj Yatra from November 2020 onwards, and he intends being on the solar bus for a period of 11 years till about 2030. In the wake of serious and catastrophic climate change, this Energy Swaraj Yatra is designed with a purpose to create a public movement towards adoption of 100% solar energy. He has been honored with the Brand Ambassador of Solar Energy Award from the Madhya Pradesh government. He is popularly known as the Solar Man of India. Times of India, The Hindu, and India Today popularly call him Solar Gandhi. Following the idealisms of Gandhiji, he has coined the word Energy Swaraj and established the Energy Swaraj globally and founded the Energy Swaraj Foundation. Over to Professor Chetan Solanki.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It is my pleasure to be here, and I'm so thankful to all the dignitaries, all the audience, AICT, and everybody who has made it possible that we come together and discuss, are we taking enough action? Before I further talk, it is my pleasure to have Dr. Mathur. Thank you so much for being here. Mr. Bagai is online. Mr. Anjal is here with us. Mr. Anurag Sharma is here. Sia is here. Mehak is here, and all of you. So thank you very much and welcome to all. Before I proceed further, let me ask all of you, how are you all? All happy? I only talk to happy people, and for those who do not know, the Gita says that behind every single act that we perform in our life, there's only one purpose: is to be happy. Whether we want to look good, whether we want to eat well, whether we want to study well. So behind everything, there is only one purpose, and that is what we miss in. Whenever we go everywhere, ask people, "How are you? How are you?" Everybody is fine, and they remain fine for the whole life. So that is what is not acceptable in our foundation with the Energy Swaraj, and I hope in this conference. So I hope everybody, when you go across and ask anyone in the conference and ask how are you, I hope the answer will be happy, right? Can we agree to that? So let me ask once again, how are you all? Very nice, thank you so much. Before I further start talking, I would like to play a video for all of you. Can you please play a video of nature, please? From calming nature. Yes, your future depends on me. When I thrive, you thrive. When I falter, you falter. Or worse. But I've been here for eons. I have fed species greater than you, and I have starved species greater than you. My oceans, my soil, my flowing streams, my forests, they all can take you or leave you. How you choose to live each day, whether you regard or disregard me, doesn't really matter to me. One way or the other, your actions will determine your fate, not mine. I am nature. I will go on. I am prepared to evolve. Are you? So I think the message is very clear that we need nature does not need people. And for some reason, I don't know why, all the dignitaries, I feel that the humans, the modern humans, are behaving in a very stupid manner. Somehow, the same air that we breathe is polluted, the same water that we drink is also polluted, the same forest that helps us to live on this planet is also being cut down. And as we are progressing further, as we are becoming more and more modern, this behavior is intensifying. And as you have seen from what nature is saying, it is her oceans, it is her tree, it is her water. It is not yours. You are here only to use it and survive. I hope also the nature's message is very, very clear that nature has starved species greater than us. And many species have come and gone on this planet. I hope we are all going to understand this and start acting in an appropriate manner. Not only that, we have polluted the air, water, soil, river, forest, everything, but also with our own act, water table is going down, the forest cover is going down. It looks like that we are stealing things for our future generation. Whatever water, the quality of the water that I have enjoyed in my life, my birth, my childhood, it is not there anymore. And water table is going very fast, the forest cover is going fast, the carbon dioxide levels are increasing in the atmosphere. Whatever carbon dioxide there is beneath the surface, we are digging it very fast, the coal, oil and gas, and we are all letting it free in the atmosphere. As a result of which, there is about 50% extra carbon dioxide sitting in the atmosphere right now. 50%. And I'm sure everybody knows that carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas, which means that it is going to trap the heat, and that trapping of the heat is going to warm up the planet, which is going to heat up the planet, that is going to result in global warming, and that is causing the climate change. And it is not a thing of a research and science anymore. Everybody can feel and experience that there is something wrong on this planet. It is not same anymore. The climate has changed. I used to ask this to all people, have you experienced the change? And everybody would say yes. But the problem is, even the young child who's in school and 10th and 12th standard, go and ask any school and ask them, do you feel that the weather has changed? And the answer would be yes, definitely. So things are not only that changing, and it is changing very fast. The question that we are gathered on this conference to study and answer is, are we taking enough action? The environment is already destroyed, disturbed. We need to restore it. But even to restore it, are we taking enough action? And answer seems to be no, absolutely not. There have been Paris Agreement. There are lots of government working, NDCs are being signed. Thousands of NGOs working, academia, everybody is working. And the whole purpose of this is to do something to mitigate the climate change. But the problem is that no, we are not doing enough, we are not taking enough action. Every year, the climate change is worse than the previous year. And not only that, it's not slowing down, it is not stopping, rather it is accelerating. So let us wake up and realize that no, we are not taking enough action. And whatever action we are taking does not seem to be appropriate. Whatever we are taking is not appropriate because of very simple reason, we are not able to solve it. So I believe that either we do not know how to solve the climate change, or we are not taking enough action, or both of them. And I believe it is both of them. Neither we understand how to solve the problem of climate change, neither we are able to take enough action. And therefore, the whole world needs to really wake up and shake itself from the deep sleep we are in and start understanding what action is required. Well, I believe there is something fundamentally wrong in our approach to solve the problem of climate change. We do not understand. For one simple thing that Mahatma Gandhi said, there is only enough in the world for everyone's need, not for anyone's need. And why did he say that? For very simple fact that the size of our planet is fixed and constant. Though the population is growing, the size of the planet is not growing. The soil is fixed, the water is fixed, the minerals are fixed. Every single resource on this planet is finite and fixed. But somehow this modern humans think that no, we should grow continuously, we should produce more and consume more. That is not possible. So I have created two fundamental laws, and you can call them Solanki's law. The law of human existence on this planet, or sustainability. What is the law? In an ecosystem of finite resources, there has to be finite consumption. Everything is finite. You must consume in a finite manner. There is no amount of science and technology can help you to overcome this law. And second, in an ecosystem of finite resources, there has to be distributed production. Because every time you centralize the production, it is always going to result in unequal distribution, which is going to create inequity in the world, which is going to create violence in the world. That is what we are observing. So limit your consumption and localize your production is the solution. And I must quote Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, who has launched this mission Life last year. Life is lifestyle for environment. We need to change the lifestyle. There cannot be any other alternative. There cannot be. And I'm a scientist myself, I'm a professor myself, and I'm telling that there cannot be any other solution until we learn to limit our consumption and localize our production. So I hope you are going to follow that. At the end, I would expect that from this conference, by the time each one of you leave this conference, you are the change person. You are going to take action yourself. You are going to realize and figure out what is enough action that we need to take. What is the gap between the current action and what action is required? There are exhibitions outside. I hope you are going to visit these stalls and also look at the innovative solutions that are available. At the end, I would also like to thank everyone, all the participants who are joining and making this conference a good event, all the speakers, but also the sponsors. ONGC has been a great support for us. So, platinum sponsor Shell India is also a great supporter. They are also a gold sponsor, and one more organization. So there are people who are helping us and making sure that we can organize conferences like this. So thank you very much for being part. I hope you are all going to enjoy the conference. I hope you are all going to learn something and start taking enough action. One of the single action that I would like to request everyone, I will stop ironing my clothes. Because when you iron the clothes, it is going to take at least 400, 800 watt of power. That's a lot of power. Can we all start living in a manner that we don't iron our clothes, all of us, so that we save that much of carbon dioxide? Not only that, low energy consumption has to be made the fashion of our life. Can we live without refrigerator? Can we live without taking bath with hot water? Can we live without using air conditioning? In the next section, we are going to discuss, can we reduce our energy consumption, make it as a fashion of our life? And to make a fashion, we are doing many things. One of the things I'm proud to say as a father that we are going to do this, and I request every father and parent here to do that. I have two daughters, and we have decided that whenever my daughters will get married, in their marriage function, we are only going to invite those people who come without ironing their clothes. That will be the dress code. And anybody who comes with iron clothes will say, thank you very much, come tomorrow, we'll welcome you some other time. So I hope everyone here listening to me online, offline, are going to start taking action right now. Do not wait for the end of conference so that we can make it a beautiful world for ourselves and our future generation. So with that, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Solanki, for sharing the insightful views. And very rightly said, there's enough for everyone's need, but never enough for everyone's greed. Thank you. May I request Professor Rajiv Kumar to please join us on the dais? Next up, we have a very, very special guest who's joining us virtually. This is Mr. Atul Bagai. Welcome, sir. Mr. Atul Bagai joined the UN Environment's Ozone Action Program under the Montreal Protocol as a regional officer for South Asia in the year 2000. And he served as a senior regional coordinator to build the capacity in Network Asia and to enable them to meet the compliance targets under the Montreal Protocol. In that capacity, he spearheaded and led some innovative initiatives with the executive community of the Multi-AP Fund. May I request the technical team to please play the video.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The distinguished dignitaries on the dais. First, I would like to apologize for not being there in person because at a very short notice, we have hosting the Minister of Environment who's coming to the UN House to brief the UN country team on the COP27 and its outcomes. And my apologies, I could not be there. And I would like to thank Chetanji also for giving UNEP this opportunity to be presenting their perspective on a very, very critical issue that is raised. Are we doing enough? And post COP27, from a UNEP perspective, we would have a very mixed feeling. And I'm sure everyone sitting there in that hall would also agree with me that COP27 did not deliver what we were all expecting it to. And there would always be a mixed feeling in terms of we moved a step forward in certain respects. But I think we've not moved at all on issues which are of grave concern and which are the cause of the climate change problem we are facing. And if you're looking at the latest reports from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, they tell us that the climate change is disrupting the natural world, undermining development and threatening millions with poverty. However, as I said, we are still not doing enough to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. And UNEP's 2022 emissions cap report certainly conveys this feeling that there's a huge yawning gap between what we need to achieve and what we are doing. I think the time for incremental change we've been talking about is long, long over. We are, as Chetanji said, we need to look at comprehensive transformation to avert this climate disaster. I'd also like to say that while science has done a great job warning us of the triple planetary crisis, the crisis of nature, the crisis of climate, and the crisis of pollution, there is still this huge gap between science, policy, and action. And I think to close this gap, the science-policy interface needs to become more focused on solutions. I think we all, as key stakeholders in this whole area of sustainability, are aware of the quantum of problem we are facing. But solutions, diverse solutions drawn from different disciplines and experiences is what we really need to bring on the table. This can, I think, only happen through a very rapid shift from, let's say, fossil fuels to renewables and alternative fuels, moving away from deforestation to restoration, through backing nature in our landscapes, oceans, and cities, and of course, transforming our cities into green and clean spaces. And overall, the overriding factor would be the behavioral change that Chetanji also talked about, and the Honorable Prime Minister recently launched the LIFE program on 20th October, along with the UN Secretary General. And I think that is a big change in our behavior that is needed. Chetanji talked about one small change that he's adopted of not ironing his clothes. We also know how individuals are taking up these small steps, nudges towards addressing climate issues. Sonam Wangchuk the other day was talking about how he doesn't take a bath in hot water, and even staying in that cold area of Ladakh, he prefers to take his morning bath in cold water. So there are these individual actions that really can make a change, and we can still do it through individual action. But also, I think the big issue, the big elephant in the room is that the biggest polluters would urgently need to deal with their own emissions. and crucially help developing nations leapfrog to cleaner technologies. And I think this kind of an ambience is needed for the behavioral change we are talking of to make an impact. And I think that's where COP27 has not been able to deliver, where the commitments on finance or the commitments on technology transfer were not really discussed or finalized in a way that would assist the developing country community. I think if we are able to tackle some of these areas of food shortage, resource extraction, and Chetanji gave some very good examples, if you're able to tackle them right, and we're looking at reducing emissions, protecting nature, building energy security, delivering plentiful and nutritious food, increasing human health, and so much more, I think we would be able to give a better world to the next generation. UNEP in India is trying to work with stakeholders on seeing how this triple planetary crisis can be avoided. And we are doing a very little bit in terms of finding solutions on the ground. For example, we are working with Bihar to develop a low carbon pathway strategy, which is the first state in the country to even talk about carbon neutrality much before the Glasgow Agreement and the Glasgow announcement of the Prime Minister. And this is a very big step that Bihar is taking. We are working with the district in Odisha, Angul, to develop a circular economy strategy, while Niti Aayog is working on 11 sectors strategies at a national level. There is this small district in Odisha that wants to see how they can do this on the ground. So I think changes like this are needed to address this climate change problem. And I would conclude by saying and answering that question that Chetanji has put forward to all of us, are we doing enough? I would say we are making small steps, we are taking small steps, but I think we need to do much, much more to see that we are able to make people's lives better and address the climate disasters that are surrounding us on a daily basis. I would again like to thank the organizations to invite us and UNEP for participating in this, and my apologies again for not being there physically. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your precious thoughts. And rightly said, we need to be focused more on solution. Thank you so much. Can we have a big round of applause so that we know what we want? Thank you, sir. And now, before I proceed further, there's a very, very special announcement this morning. In fact, it is the highlight of today's day. May I call upon Ms. Mehak Solanki to please share a very precious message with all of us. Mehak is a student of class 11 studying in a KV school in Bhopal. I call upon Ms. Mehak Solanki to please address the audience.
Good morning to all. It is my pleasure to read out the message from none other than the Honorable Prime Minister of India. It is heartening to learn that Professor Chetan Singh Solanki from IIT Bombay and his Energy Swaraj Foundation, in association with All India Council for Technical Education, are organizing Action for Restoring Environment conference. While most of the discourse surrounding climate change usually focuses upon stopping the damage on our environment, I am happy that this conference goes a step further and seeks to create a roadmap for restoring our environment. This mirrors India's own outlook towards our planet as well. There is an element of both reducing future damage as well as undoing past harm. While India has created a mass movement against single-use plastic, it has also been increasing forest cover and restoring rivers to their pristine state. While we are leading the global movement towards a solar-powered future through the International Solar Alliance, we are also focusing on building the momentum towards an environment-conscious lifestyle through the Life movement that cares for the planet. I am positive that this conference will impart gave a strength to many of these initiatives and also come up with innovative action points for every part of society. I send my best wishes to all those who are involved in this conference. Further, I am happy to note that Professor Chetan Singh Solanki has embarked on a journey of 12 years to create awareness on climate change and adoption of solar energy. I wish him best for the Energy Swaraj Yatra through a solar bus.
Thank you, Mehak. It was indeed a very, very inspiring message. Doesn't this call for a big round of applause, please? Thank you so much. We really appreciate the live audience. Next up, we have with us Professor Rajiv Kumar. He's a member secretary of AICTE. Dr. Rajiv Kumar, he pursued his ME in Computer Technology and Application from Delhi College of Engineering and PhD from IIT Delhi. After completing his PhD, he joined DCR University of Science and Technology. He's published a number of research papers in national and international journals and presented papers in India and abroad. May I call upon Professor Rajiv Kumar, please.
Namaskar. Professor Chetan Singh Solanki, dignitaries on the dais, students from various institutions in and around Delhi, and media persons, invited guests. Very, very happy good morning to each and everyone. First of all, I thank Chetan Singh Solanki ji for organizing this conference and having an association with AICTE. We are proud to be partner of Energy Swaraj movement, and not only that, but we are organizing this conference here at AICTE premises, but Chetan Singh Solanki is guiding us since last 3 years, and we have taken various initiatives in our office also. First and foremost target Professor Solanki gave to AICTE that you reduce your energy consumption by 20%. And we are happy that we worked hard on this challenge, and not only in AICTE headquarters, but also in all our regional offices. And he is monitoring our bills every month. So we are happy that we are able to achieve our target. Now, this is a small thing. As Professor Solanki was talking, that there is no single rule that we can reduce, we can minimize this consumption. Everybody has to innovate on himself. Like he was telling that he has stopped ironing his clothes. Similar type of small initiatives that can help in achieving the target. And important thing is that Professor Solanki is addressing this issue with our students in schools and colleges. He has organized various competitions in schools as well as colleges. Large number of students, they are associated with him. They are volunteers also, large number of volunteers, they are sitting over here. Definitely such type of conferences, meetings will help at least sensitizing the mankind. What are the consequences of the things going on and how we can address such issues? So this is the important part of this conference, deliberation, discussions during this conference, and the resolutions ultimately is going to help all of us. And I assure Professor Solanki that whatever suggestions, deliberations, an outcome of this conference we are going to share with our colleges. Not only share, we will be the partner with Professor Solanki that these suggestions, so they are implemented with spirit in our institutions. So with all these words, once again, on behalf of AICT, I thank Professor Solanki, and I also welcome all the dignitaries and the guests, students from various institutions to AICT premises. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. The pressing question still remains, are we actually doing enough? Next up, we have with us Dr. Anjal Prakash. Dr. Anjal Prakash is a research director and adjunct associate professor from Bharati Institute of Public Policy, Indian School of Business, Hyderabad, India. He is a coordinating lead author of IPCC's special report on the ocean and river flow in changing climate. He is also a lead author in the chapter on cities, settlements, and key infrastructure in IPCC's sixth assessment report. His work focuses on water and climate change, urban resilience, gender, and social inclusion are certain other issues that he's covered for South Asia. May I request Dr. Anjal Prakash to please give his presentation.
Okay, so very good morning to all of you, and I'm very happy to see such an august audience. Can you hear me at the back? People can. Yeah, thank you so much. And dignitaries on the diet, all my colleagues, friends, especially I'm very happy to see the young, population here, especially the students who are part of this. So let me just focus on what we call 10 major climate change, what we call the advancement in the climate change scenarios. Can we have the presentation on here? Yeah. So this is part of what we call, every year the climate scientists, that IPCC writes report every 5 to 6 years. That the cycle that they have. But in the climate science part of it, there's a group of people who actually put this together, a major 10 major at the top. So this is the 10, and things are coming very well. Next. I actually wanted to conclude or mention that I have somewhere. So this is the paper which has come out, which actually takes out all the major findings from what has happened, what has happened, the advancement in climate science, and puts you in the nutshell. So today I'm going to tell you 10 major advancement till today, till as I'm speaking today, because this was presented on 10th of November at the COP. We were all there to take this forward. So let me just go to the first insight that we have. Let's see. Okay. Next week, yeah. So the first one, which is very important part, and I want you all to have a little more attention, that the the way in which we are adapting to the climate change. Earlier, when we were talking on rapid before, the focus was on adaptation to climate change. But what we also found in the sixth assessment report, that the adaptation is not enough. We also have to mitigate, mitigate, and mitigate. So the first thing which we, the lesson that we've learned so far is that we need to also question the what we call the myth of endless adaptation. Uh, my sound is actually breaking, so let me move here. Actually, it will be better. So the first part is what we call is the our potential to adapt to climate change has its own limits. We are already reaching the limits of adaptation, and if we do not mitigate, and that's why Professor Salanki's work on energy conservation and things become very relevant, because we have to work on those aspects. That's number one. Next slide, please. So if you see this slide, slightly more, nuanced understanding of how we are actually breaching, and if we are somewhere, if you see on, we have a space where we can negotiate adaptation, but at the same time, we also see that the frequency and the severity of some of the events, especially the climate-led events, are increasing or rising very fast.
and we are already breaching that part. So we are on the top where we see that some of these events are very frequent. At the same time, it is also having what we call the catastrophic event effects on the lives of the people, especially millions of poor who stay in the global south. So this important part is that adaptation is fine, but there is a limit to which we can adapt. If you're staying in, say, high, risk zone, flood areas and all that, and I've been working quite a lot with flood-affected people in the plains of Bihar, UP, and all, we find that every year the flood comes, they get devastated, and then they have to rebuild their life over. So that's the part, is that they are already limited. Earlier, the flood used to come once in 2 or 3 years. Now it is coming 3 or 4 times in the same season, and that's the whole problem. Is that the frequency is increasing, the way in which it is affecting lives of the people is also increasing. So that's the first message I want you to drive home. There's a limit to adaptation. We also have to mitigate. Next slide, please. The second part is that we also see that about 1.6 billion people are actually in the vulnerability hotspot. Now, if I say hotspot, what are these hotspots mean? This means that you're really staying in a very high risk environment. It could be heat stress, it could be stress from the landslide, it could be stress from the staying in the high flood zone, anything in that part. And altogether, the world's about 1.6 billion people are living in these vulnerability hotspot. And this, the projection is that it's going to go double by 2050. So next 15 to 20 years is going to be much more problematic if we continue the lifestyle and the way we are emitting at this moment. So that's the second point that I want to drive home. Next, please. Next slide, please. If you look at the darker sides, darker color in this world map is the place where people are most vulnerable. And if you come to India, for example, you could see that there are two areas which can be very, very important. One is definitely about the glacier and the mountain system. I worked for 5 years in Kathmandu. We looked at the way in which the glacier rivers have been huge impact from the climate change. The entire river regimes have been changing. There's a dry spell. There is a flood happening. That part is very vulnerable because it provides about the Himalayan region. It has about 10 major river basins which originate from the entire region, and it is very, very sensitive to the way climate is changing. And that's why it is, and it's also catering to about 1.3 billion people in entire Asia. So this system is at risk. Second part is about heat stress, which these 2 points, which is very, very important for us to drive home. We are almost in the middle to kind of a severe stress regions, especially with regards to climate catastrophes. Next, please. The third part is that if you look at the climate and the health interaction, there has been not much research on this aspects. And young people and the professionals here, I would like all those who are working on health and climate interactions could bring in more sharp focus, especially what is coming out from India. But what we get from the literature so far is that the impact of climate change on health, humans and animals, the entire ecosystems are really, really widespread, and their new risks are also emerging. And that's something that has come out very well in the this present climate change, the IPCC report that was part of. Next, please. And how is it impacting? There are certain sectors, in the interest of time, I'll just skip that part, but ultimately there are, if you look at the risk coming from the flood, it will, there you have the forest fire, you have the warming climate. Because of that, there's a certain impacts which is going to happen. A rise in disease is something which has been very, very sharply captured by some of the health scientists and health economists. And that is saying that the huge number of population are going to be impacted because of the health conditions in the deteriorating climate environment. Next, please. So that's the third point. The fourth point is about migration. Now, migration is a very multidimensional effect, but what we've seen in the report is that the migration is one of the major component, especially climate change, one of the major component that drives migration. And we see that more and more people coming from climate risk reason to flocking to cities, because that's the only way they can save their lives. And I've done anthropological research in the floodplains of North Bihar, especially in Champaran areas, and I find that people every year they migrate. At least the male member of the family migrate to 3 to 4 months of sometimes 5 to 6 months in other places like Punjab, other places like Kerala and all these places, even Tamil Nadu. Um, so the climate-led migration is something that is becoming an order of the day. Huge number of people are, this is affecting the mobility of the people. Climate change is a force multiplier. As I said again, migration is a multifaceted phenomena, but climate change is becoming a force multiplier in this process. Next, please. This is the figure I'm going to skip, but about 83% of the migration, and this is the global data, which actually can be attributed to different climate change led events, and that's the figure showing, and it's actually rising as we go along. Next, please. The fifth point is about human security, requires climate security. So that's the whole part is the risk which is related to climate, human security. Climate change is becoming a major part of that problem, especially coming from African region, which there's a violent conflict, which is also leading to human insecurity. We found that the climate change is increasing the security of the people. So that's the major component which is being accelerated by climate change. Next, please. So before the sixth assessment report, there were three special reports which were there, and I was being part of one of the report, which is focusing on the interconnected systems of oceans in the cryosphere. Cryosphere is something which is the frozen part of the world, the Himalayas, the North Pole, the South Pole. One other report which is also focusing on land resource. The land resource report actually tells us that the sustainable land use is essential for meeting climate targets. Our land also fertility is being lost because of extensive cultivation and the water loss in the soil moisture areas. These are things which requires urgent and what we call the radical shift in the way we are using land for purpose. And that's one point that I want you to drive home. Next, please. The seventh part is very important, is that the private finance which is available should have been available for people. That is not what I would say up to the mark. So if you see they are actually failing to bring it people out from the distress, and the private sector which is falling to harness the investment that meaningfully contribute to what we call meeting climate targets. Next, please. This is one of the figure which actually shows how much the finance is flowing. But I was talking to Shiraj guy who's actually heading Gorakhpur Environment Action Program, and he was telling me that the farmers, especially the women farmers, when it comes to crop insurance, for example, there is a Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, but many people do not know about this one. At the same time, when there is a flood, for example, they don't know where to go, and the entire ecosystem in which the insurance company pays out to the people is also very faulty. There are challenges there, and that's why I'm saying that the private finance is actually has to really buck up. They have to come up to meet the expectations of the people. Next, please. The eighth point I want you to drive home is about the loss and damage. Now, all of you who have followed COP27, you know that the loss and damage facility has been granted, in a sense, after a lot of negotiation which has happened. First of all, this was not part of the agenda. It was with a lot of efforts by climate scientists, activists. It was put in the agenda of COP27. And I was actually not hopeful. So my media colleagues were asking me what is going to happen to the outcome of COP27, I told him that it is going to be going the same way. But thankfully, the last minute negotiations actually led to what we call the loss and damage facility. But the devil lies in the detail. We still have to see what is going to happen. But the part is that this part has been included in the climate negotiation. That itself is a big achievement, and I know the global response in looking at how the historical emitters should also pay up, because today's climate change is not what you and I have contributed to. Today's climate change actually has been done by the industrialized north, the countries which has polluted the environment. They have taken a lot of carbon space, and have left very few for us to develop. And that's where I see that the countries, the global south, actually are what we call fighting and the development finance is actually going to fixing the climate change problem, which was actually a creation of the global north. And this part has been half the battle won in the sense that we have loss and damage fund, which may further negotiate this. Next, please. Next, please. I'll just skip the slide because these are all reiterating the point that I'm trying to make. The ninth point, and the two more points left, ninth point is about the inclusive decision making for climate resilient development. This is something that has been coming very often that, fine, these global policies are there. How do we actually enact locally? Because climate change is a global problem, but its impacts are very, very local in nature. And that's where we need to have the decision making process. I would say that we go down to district and the sub-district level, building those information that we bring in from the top, but also bringing from the bottom of what people are facing. And this part is something that has been missing. I think the present service delivery systems of the government is very, very faulty because the way in which climate change is parked in one department, at the same time, there hasn't been much interaction. So they're all working silos, but coming down to the local or the last person's impact on climate change and how he or she is going to get relief from climate change is very, very faulty in nature. And that's where we need to have the what we call the inclusive decision making process. Next, please. The last point I want to bring it here is about the structural barriers and the unsustainable lock-in. See the way, and Professor Solanki has already pressed this point that we are already economy which is transitioning towards a high carbon consuming economy. We are going towards 5 trillion US dollar GDP, which is going to go in next couple of years. And that also means that we are going to be much more emitting much more than contributing. And so India at this moment is the second largest polluter. But our per capita carbon emission is one of the lowest in the world. That means we are still very low carbon economy as far as you and I are concerned. At the same time, I think we need to also chart what we call the green future in terms of green economy. So there are alternative ways in which we can also develop, not pollute. See, the way in which our Western model has happened is that you develop, you pollute, and you try to fix the environment. That part, when you develop, pollute, and then you try to reverse the pollution, that part, the time is gone because we are already reaching what we call the planetary boundaries of adaptations. We cannot do the same model. So here we have to develop. We also have to prosper. At the same time, we also have to go along with what we call the way in which we can fix the environment. We can go along with the environment than going against with it. That's all. That's my 10 points. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prakash, for this beautiful, thought-provoking presentation. It beautifully sums the very, very critical concern that you all have. So environment degradation is not only important, but very, very critical at the moment. And as you rightfully said, that climate change is a force multiplier. Now moving on to the next speaker, I would like to introduce her with this quote, that we haven't inherited this planet from our ancestors. We've borrowed it from our future generations. Today, after a very, very technical listening to all that we had to do, we are talking about more extensional aspects of the environment degradation. This generation has not contributed much to this concern, but they have inherited it. The next speaker for the morning is Ms. Sia Kumar, a future ambassador and a stakeholder of this generation. She is a class 12 student of Moon Public School. Sia Kumar is a science student of grade 12 from the Bloom Public School. She is a climate change enthusiast and very passionate about the cause. She aspires to do her bit and contribute significantly to make the difference. Over to Ms. Sia Kumar.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Am I audible? Okay. Good morning, everyone. The very offset, I would like to thank Professor Solanki as well as the Energy Swaraj Foundation for giving me this opportunity and the chemistry for me as young people an opportunity to be able to bring our perspective and our viewpoint on climate change in this conversation. If I talk about my personal experience, what me and my peers for so long have felt about global warming and climate change. Well, we thought it used to be the last chapter of our science textbook, and it was restricted to being just that. And I'll tell you why. It's because while we were taught mitigation measures very extensively in principle, we didn't see a lot of them being translated into practice. So we were taught about the need for waste management, the 3 Rs, reduce, reuse, recycle. Over time they became the 5 Rs. But the garbage dump on our way home to school only grew bigger and the stench unbearable every day. We knew the problem was CO2 emissions, so we need to stop burning fossil fuels. We could do a bit by carpooling to work, using public transport, planting more trees. But for kids like me who grew up in metropolitan cities, the number of cars in our neighborhood really tell us another story. For all those of you living in Delhi, I'm sure your locality would have a parking problem because there are so many cars, there is no space to park. Most of the cars are parked alongside roads, and obviously they also contribute to the very high pollution levels in our city. I have reasons to believe that we are more ignorant towards the need of in the environment in big towns where we live more and more disconnected from nature and more reliant on technology. But if we as citizens, if kids today are not climate conscious, then who is it that we should blame for it? Irrespective, our generation would be the one that will bear the brunt of this crisis. We are trying to remedy an ailment, we are trying to rectify a problem that our own predecessors created and left for us. Over the past few years, I'm sure you must have seen that there has been an increase in the involvement of youth when it comes to climate movements. And if there's one thing that this experience has taught us, it is that we are not restricted to being the sole victims. We've seen that if kids are given the right direction, if empowered, we can act as catalysts for change. And the change doesn't have to be big or small, it matters as long as it makes a difference. Which is where I would like to say that where we students can make a difference. We can help our schools, our colleges, and I say that to all the students, my fellow friends present in the audience, that we can help our schools and our colleges reduce their carbon footprint. If I give my own example, we had our school restructured so as to increase the green cover. We have also rainwater harvesting pits and solar panels. Currently, we are working towards going plastic free. I have also feel that this is where NGOs, alliances, and other organizations need to step in to create a more structured but decentralized framework that trains kids and empowers them to be able to be the change. Additionally, going back to what I said before, we need to rethink how we teach kids and students about climate change. I've seen my own friends, and I'm guilty when I say that for some time, the idea of sustainability used to be a mere group project or a poster making project or an assignment, and that is incorrect. We need to promote sustainability as a lifestyle choice. And with the new curriculums, I feel that it should not only engage students, but also their parents and the teachers to be a part of it. Having said all that, there are, I don't know if I can say this, there is an element of frustration associated with how the large-scale global response to the climate urgency has been. What vexes me is that we have known about global warming and its implications, the impact of our actions since decades. Yet somehow we all talk about it like it's some new profound discovery and there's so much hope this time and we can still do things. There are big talks but no real steps. How long has it been since there was the last lockdown in our country? I would like to ask all of you. When was the last lockdown? How long ago? Do we remember? When was the last lockdown? A year almost? Well, it's only been a year, and it seems to me we have already forgotten the lessons that the pandemic taught us. Nature will find ways to reclaim its own space. So we need to learn how to coexist. If we want the planet to thrive, we need to learn how to coexist. I really hope that everything that is taught you at the conference today is not lost in oblivion. Um, I don't know how many of you know about, there's a little phenomena called eco-anxiety. Yes, it's real. So amongst the youth, they're anxious about climate change and the impact that it would have on their future. I think this is one of the very few cases where I would pray people have anxiety because if this is the only thing that propels them to take action against it. I would like to conclude by saying that please don't let everything that you learn at this conference be lost in oblivion, reiterating myself here. And as Solanki sir and Dr. Anil Prakash rightly said that we need to be the change that we wish to see. So let us start by implementing it in our own lives. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Sia. It was indeed a pleasure listening to you. I think this definitely calls for a big round of applause. Every little step counts, every drop in the ocean counts. Very normal things like reducing carbon footprints, going plastic free, every little thing will make a big difference. Social responsibility and ethics, civic literacy and citizenship, anything but everything contributes to a better tomorrow. Thank you, Sia, for sharing your thoughts. Next up, we have Mr. Anurag Sharma. He's a director onshore ONGC. Mr. Anurag Sharma took over as a charge of a director onshore Oil and Natural Gas Corporation on 1st June 2020. As a director, Mr. Anurag provided stewardship to oil and gas production from ONGC's onshore fields. A mechanical engineer, Mr. Anurag Sharma joined ONGC in 1984. Since the joining, he's held various positions in ONGC and ONGC Videsh and Asset Management Operations and Services. Over to you, please.
Mr. Mathur, Mr. Solanki, other dignitaries on the dais and participants. Very good morning to all of you. I'd like to congratulate Energy Swaraj Foundation and AICT for organizing this ARE conference. ONGC is happy to be part of this conference. We have a long-standing relationship with IIT Bombay, and Professor Solanki has been supporting us in many ways, and we are hopeful that this relationship will continue in the future as well. The Energy Swaraj Yatra of Professor Solanki for 11 years without going home is one of the unique efforts undertaken, not only in India, but across the world. I wish him and Energy Swaraj Foundation the very best to achieve the goals that have been set. On personal note, I believe that everyone should support it. As has been said by the speakers before me, and we all know that everyone is experiencing climate change. It is affecting lives of everyone, everywhere in the world. Therefore, the world needs to prepare for it in more than one ways, spreading awareness, taking actions, etc. ONGC has been playing an important role in powering the nation's growth. We have also been working towards greening the future. Still, there is a long way to go. The question that this conference is asking, are we taking enough action? It is very important and pertinent question in today's time. Also, the manner climate is changing, everybody needs to contribute to the solutions and mitigations of climate change. As we all know, we have Panchamrata strategy in place, and as the results indicate, we are doing well so far. We are already ahead in 3 quantitative targets, 230 targets, 40% renewable power capacity, reduction of emission intensity of GDP, and additional carbon sink of 2.5 to 3 billion ton CO2 equivalent. However, decarbonization will require many combined factors to be successful, which include avoided demand, CO2 capture and storage, hydrogen, bioenergy, technology performance, electrification, other renewables, and fuel shifts. The world continues its need to access energy securely in an affordable way and a clean way. Reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and flaring is critical. Accelerating the energy transition will still require a large share of oil and gas. There is an opportunity for oil industry using the scale, technology, and expertise to develop areas like offshore wind, electric mobility, hydrogen development, etc. Under the Global Methane Initiative, which has been launched by US Environmental Protection Agency, a voluntary agreement has been signed by ONGC and US EPA in 2007. Gas leak surveys are conducted regularly. We know that the mitigation costs are much lesser than the market value of the gas itself. Further, if we add environmental costs, the benefits far outweigh the cost. The current trend and the technology tells us that using piloted aircraft, drone-based sensors, fixed sensors, satellites, MRV, these can be used for monitoring and detection, and these will improve the detection work. As far as ONGC is concerned, we have 15 CDM projects registered with UNFCCC with an emission reduction potential of 2.1 billion TCO2 per year. The 728 megawatt capacity OTPC, which is a natural gas-based combined cycle power plant, is one of the largest CDM projects in the world. We also have ambitious plans in the area of hydrogen and geothermal energy. Energy, sustainability, carbon management, clean development mechanism, they have been part of ONGC's initiatives. One of the examples of our efforts is launching of Clean Cooking Challenge, which was won by the team led by Professor Solanki. And there is a unique village by the name of Pancha in MP, where the entire village cooks on solar stoves. Besides, large share of CSR funds goes towards environmental protection measures. We also have CR fund for this purpose. We have 184 megawatt installed renewable energy capacity, and we are going to add much more to it very soon. We have MOUs with NTPC, SECI, Greenco, Equinor, etc. for various renewable energy projects. Oil and gas will remain part of the energy mix for decades to come, and for the world to meet ambitious emission reduction targets, a premium value needs to be associated with the lowest carbon intensity oil and gas assets, as these fossil fuels continue to help meet energy demand until renewable energy sources can be scaled adequately to replace them. Therefore, market awareness of carbon intensity, while working in tandem with carbon markets, both voluntary and compliance-based, will accelerate investment into projects that will reduce or avoid greenhouse gas emissions in the future. As Professor Solanki aims to emphasize through this conference, let us make a beginning towards saving our environment. Thank you.
Mr. Sharma. Last but not the least, we have with us Dr. Ajay Mathur. He's a Director General, International Solar Alliance. The International Solar Alliance is headed by the Director General, who leads the operation and carries out the function of ISA Secretariat, and he is responsible for the ISA Assembly. Over to you, sir.
Chetan, Venkat, Anjal, Sia, Mehak, Dr. Rajiv Kumar, and many, many friends of yesterday and of today in the audience. It's a pleasure to be here. I have been greatly enthused by Chetan's 11-year journey across the country on the solar, I would prefer to call it the solar Jodo Yatra. The challenges that we face are immense. Yet, I am also enthused by the actions that are happening. Last year, when we gathered in the COP at Glasgow, already at that COP, by the time the COP ended, 85 countries had committed to net zero targets. So more than 8,000, I think 8,000 something companies had committed to net zero. Nearly 600 financial institutions had committed that they would only provide financing to companies and to projects that focus on net zero. And certainly, as far as institutions, education institutions, healthcare institutions are concerned, I think there must be somewhere in the vicinity of 1,200 educational healthcare institutions that are committed to this. This is a major change. I liken it to a huge canvas, a painting that you have in front of you. All of us who would like to make a change and move towards a greener and more climate-friendly environment are in one corner. But what Glasgow showed and what Sharm el-Sheikh this year showed was that there are a huge number of opportunities that are occurring so that people can radiate out to the rest of the canvas. This is important. It is how quickly we are able to move out of this small zone in a corner and paint the entire canvas green. And I think all of these initiatives, and I know some of them will be successful, others will be not, these initiatives tell us of the kinds of actions that countries, companies, and people's groups are taking across the world to make this happen. As we focus on implementation, we focus particularly on what are called the science-based target initiatives, under which, based on science, what is the kind of goal that a company or a country will take is kind of formulated. We look forward to more and more organizations focusing on these science-based targets. I also was delighted to see Professor Anjal Prakash's presentation. What is very clear is that while climate mitigation is important today, my own organization, the International Solar Alliance, works towards ensuring that solar energy becomes the energy source of choice in every of our member countries. It alone isn't enough. We can certainly, by moving to solar and other renewables, we can certainly avoid the climate becoming unmanageable. avoiding the unmanageable is what it is. But at the same time, we need to focus on managing the avoidable. This is the committed climate change that has already occurred. And within this, I would suggest that ecological restoration is very much a part of our actions. It is a vital response to all the climate change mitigation activities that we also carry out. Because what we are seeing is that we are seeing more rainy days, we are seeing stronger cyclones. What is it? These are amongst the first things that were predicted in the 1990s when the first, what are today called the GCM models, the global climate models were developed. What they said was that over the Indian subcontinent, the rainfall initially will not change, and that's what's happened. But the number of rainy days will decrease. And that's what has happened. So now you have days when you have a lot of rain, and then you have many, many days without rain. So you have flooding, and at the same time you have droughts. What the models also predicted was the number of storms that are developed over the oceans will not change. But what will change is their intensity, because as they draw more and more heat from the warming oceans. And that's exactly what has happened. The storms that become cyclones are more, and the cyclones that hit the land are now more devastating than they were. We are seeing the future come alive. This suggests that we need to have actions which look at both. For example, in my own area of solar energy, we are looking at options that can mix the two. For example, if you look at cyclone vulnerable areas, one of the key sectors, one of the key delivery points that needs to be there when the cyclone is passed is a health center. Yet, health centers are the first which cannot function because they have no electricity. We would like to work towards creating solar health centers that are solar powered. And the solar panels can withstand winds of 150 kilometers per hour plus. The first such solar health centers have been tested out, and in a number of island states, Fiji, Guyana, etc., Tonga, and when the next cyclone hits, we will know whether they survive or they don't. Similarly, an idea that we've been mulling over is mixing solar panels, large solar panels, with crops that help pollination to occur, and therefore beekeeping becomes an activity that is allied with solar panels. But solar panels, crops, and beekeeping together provide a model for both mitigation and ecological restoration to occur. Now, all of this seems very sensible. And as Chetan mentioned, the first thing that we need to do before we do all of these actions is ensure that we become energy conscious. Energy efficiency matters. It matters to our pocket. It also matters to the global climate. And so I asked myself, as CR did a few moments ago, why isn't action happening on this? This seems so straightforward. She answered it that one of the things that happens is people forget unless they are reminded again and again. It is in this spirit that I look forward to Professor Chetan Solanki's travels across the country, because they provide a visible proof to people on what can be done. It is not a passing fancy. It is something that will stay in the news, and provides also options on what can be done. We have to work together. We need, each one of us needs to change our behavior. I look forward to our actions changing the course of human history. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your precious insights. At the beginning of the conference, I had spoken about some unique elements. I request Professor Chetan Solanki to please come forward and take forward the proceedings of that.
Once again, thank you very much. And as it is said that there are many things that we need to do, and thanks to Dr. Ajay Mathur for telling us again that we need to remind ourselves again and again, again and again. Many things that we are going to do in this conference is going to remind much more than you can ever imagine. What we are going to do, and I would like to request attention from all dignitaries, what we are going to do is unveil that red color thing that is there on the front stage. Dr. Mathur, that you see the red color thing, I don't know if how many of you can guess what it is. But yeah, so everyone, if you can just explain what it is. But is there any guess in the audience? What is there below the red cover? Any guess? Tabla, solar panel, okay. Anybody else? Veena, okay. Anybody else? I guarantee you that probably in your dream also you could not imagine what is there beneath the cloth. So what is there beneath the cloth is a beautiful black color bags. You know, I would say beautiful because that is what we are doing it. If you do not aware, but let me remind you of the fact that each one of us emit 200 kilograms of carbon dioxide every single month. Per person, per month, 200 kilograms of carbon dioxide is being emitted in the atmosphere. 200 kilograms. Can you imagine? Just to bring you sense that this is 200 kilogram, I would give a challenge to every participant in this hall and every dignitary in this hall to pick up this 200 kilogram and realize how much carbon dioxide you are pumping in the atmosphere every single month. That's an open challenge to everyone. I dare you, please come and lift this 200 kilogram. What I'm going to do is, with the help of all the dignitaries, I'm going to, first time probably in the history of not only in India but in the planet, we are going to open unveil the carbon dioxide bags having 200 kilogram weight as a technique. I hope it is. Why don't you give a big hand to creativity of our team and foundation? I hope this picture will become the talking picture, not in the town, not in the country, but everywhere. But that is what we are doing. I dare everyone. Are you trying to lift Professor Anjal Prakash, please? It's literally 200 kilograms. So if anybody can feel the weight, you will feel this is what you are doing to this atmosphere every single month. And by the way, this is only for India, but if you go to other country, the weight actually goes bigger and bigger and bigger. Wow. That's a give us a big round of applause for Professor Anjal for even trying. I wish, I request all of, and there are many such things that are going to happen in every session. You will find a unique thing happening. I request all of you, please take a selfie with 200 kilograms of carbon dioxide bags per person per month. Make sure that it goes to everybody's social media today. Make sure that it becomes a talking point in the town. Will you all do that? Yes. Thank you very much. I would like to thank once again all the dignitaries for unveiling this unique 200 kilogram carbon dioxide bags. I hope it is going to open eyes of everyone. And as Sia mentioned, I hope it will make people even more anxious that what a damage, what a disaster that we are contributing to the climate change every single. This is only 50 kilogram by the way. This is only 50 kilogram. Total is 200 kilogram. This is what we are doing, by the way. That's what I wanted everybody to feel. This is what we are doing. And this is only the weight in a mass. Imagine 200 kilogram of gas, how much volume it is taking. The entire atmosphere is a finite. It's not infinite atmosphere. You cannot, apna baap ka samajh, you cannot keep emitting carbon dioxide. That is what Shreya Mehak should be saying, कि अपना बाप का नहीं है ये atmosphere, ये future generation का है. Please save it. Please do not put this the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Please, from today itself, as I said, start acting. One of the requests I want to do, one of the disaster I struck yesterday, all of us, I wanted to make the whole conference as a paper free. I mean, even the water glasses should be not a paper glass, because we just use it one time and throw. I wanted people to drink tea in the cups, not the paper cups. But the cost that they gave me, 85 rupees per person per day cost of using a normal cup. I mean, it was so much I could not afford it. But I hope all of you take a special care that you use a glass which will provide you one glass, just drink water from the top, so that you are not going to use every time of water another cup. Make a habit, another habit. Carry your own glass if it is possible. Wherever you are going, you can use this glass to drink tea, drink water, whatever it is. I could not save it because I did not have money enough. But I request all of you to please do not use even one time use and throw, because that itself contributes to the 200 kilogram bag that is sitting there, and it is contributing. So please become aware, sensitive from right now. And as I said, by the end of the conference, when we leave, we make sure that you all are a changed person and going to behave in a manner that does not emit carbon dioxide. Every second of our life and every action that we do is emitting carbon dioxide. So once again, thanks to all dignitaries for unveiling such a beautiful piece of 200 kilograms carbon dioxide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Solanki. Now we all realize the responsibility that we have on our shoulders. Thank you so much. May I request all the guests to please assemble for a group photograph, please. I request the people in the audience to please click selfies at the selfie points. There are a lot of quizzes also. Please participate in the online quiz. I want you to go through the exhibitions as well. Thank you. May I request Professor Solanki to please hand over a token of gratitude to our eminent speakers. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here.
I invite all of you to visit the bus. There are 2 buses outside. You can do this. There is a quiz that is going to be displayed right now. Can you show the quiz link? All of you can actually take the quiz. There are 2 questions being asked, and every break you will be asked 2 questions. It is online, so you can actually participate, and the winner of the quiz will get the prize at the end. There are also some people we are going to call on the stage during the break. You can actually everybody go for the break, but some people will be called, will be giving them a solar diya, and we will have photo session here. As I said, please do not miss to take your picture and post it on the social media. Thank you very much.
May I also request all of you to please gather back sharp at 12 o'clock and allow us to maintain the time for the agenda. We are one little ahead of our time for this session, so please all of you during the break be mindful of the time. I request the volunteers also, please invite the participants and get them into the auditorium by 12. Thank you.
It is not global warming, it is global warning. Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to the environment. I can afford, but nature cannot afford. I'm Chetan Singh Solanki, a professor of IIT Bombay. I'm also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There, my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really, very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it energy Swaraj. Energy by local, for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there, non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus, runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy. And that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar powered life. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this yatra. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I have given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time. It is not global warming, it is global warning. Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to the environment. I can afford, but nature cannot afford. I'm Chetan Singh Solanki, a professor of IIT Bombay. I'm also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There, my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really, very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it energy Swaraj. Energy by local, for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there, non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus, runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy. And that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar powered life. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this yatra. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I have given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time. It is not global warming, it is global warning. Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to the environment. I can afford, but nature cannot afford. I'm Chetan Singh Solanki, a professor of IIT Bombay. I'm also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There, my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really, very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it energy Swaraj, energy by local for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there, non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus, runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy. And that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar powered life. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this yatra. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I've given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time. It is not global warming, it is global warning. Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to the environment. I can afford, but nature cannot afford. I'm Chetan Singh Solanki, a professor of IIT Bombay. I'm also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There, my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really, very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it energy Swaraj, energy by local for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there, non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus, runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy. And that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar powered life. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this yatra. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I've given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time. I'm also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There, my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really, very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it energy Swaraj, energy by local for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus, runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy. And that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar power. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this year. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I've given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time.
Hi, you know that the temperature of the planet is rising. The global warming is already happening and it has caused the climate change. And the climate change is already affecting millions of people all over the world. And definitely, sooner than later, it is going to affect you also. You know who has caused the climate change? Look at your face in the mirror, you'll know. And you know who's going to solve the problem of climate change? Again, look at your face in the mirror. You know, you do not realize that by using energy in the form of coal, oil, gas, petrol,
Almost
diesel,
5
we are
yesterday,
all
yes, the link is now
emitting too
functioning.
much of carbon dioxide. And therefore, we all are responsible for the climate change. We are all part of the solution. Let us start climate corrective actions right now. Let us all become part of the solution. You can become aware about the energy and climate change. You can encourage other.
It is global warming. Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to the environment. I can afford, but nature cannot afford. I'm Chetan Singh Solanki, a professor of IIT Bombay. I'm also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There, my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really, very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it energy Swaraj, energy by local for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there, non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus, runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy. And that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar powered life. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this yatra. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I've given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time. It is not global warming, it is global warning. Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to the environment. I can afford, but nature cannot afford. I'm Chetan Singh Solanki, a professor of IIT Bombay. I'm also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There, my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really, very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it energy Swaraj, energy by local for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there, non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus, runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy. And that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar powered life. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this yatra. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I've given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time. It is not global warming, it is global warning. Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to the environment. I can afford, but nature cannot afford. I'm Chetan Singh Solanki, a professor of IIT Bombay. I'm also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There, my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really, very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it energy Swaraj, energy by local for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there, non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus, runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy. And that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar powered life. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this yatra. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I've given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time. It is not global warming, it is global warning. Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to
India's solar man is on the move. Chetan Solanki got the nickname when he taught over 1 million students to build solar lamps. For the last 2 years, the IIT professor has been on a yatra, or journey across India, traveling in a solar-powered bus.
अच्छा तो फिर लोगों को लगता है कि सॉल्यूशन क्या है इसका सॉल्यूशन पूछेंगे तो सॉल्यूशन क्या है सोलर एजुकेशन इज दैट अ सॉल्यूशन
His mission to educate the public on renewable energy and climate change. So far, he has covered 20 states and over 300,000 kilometers, and he plans to keep going till 2030.
I started in 2020. 2030 is the Sustainable Development Goals target of the whole world. And I thought it is very nicely aligned. It cannot be done in, as I said, part and parcel. So I decided for 11 years, I will not go home. And the bus, my Energy Swaraj Yatra bus is my home for 11 years. It's going to be my home. Well, I believe that people will understand, because if they will not understand by the knowledge, but they will understand by the disastrous events that we are going to face and we are facing. So one way or other, people will understand, and I believe and I hope that by the end of my yatra, there will be good success on the impacting the efforts that world is making towards solving the problem of climate change.
Chetan Solanki is a solar energy specialist and professor at the nation's prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, or IIT, in Mumbai. But today, his bus has taken him to the National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, 180 kilometers from Delhi, where he's talking to students about the ongoing climate disaster and the need to switch to solar immediately.
Silicon is the second largest material available on Earth, second largest. I keep saying that climate is not changing, climate has changed. And the impact of that we could see in our own life. Change is taking place so fast, it is accelerating. And what we are seeing in our own life is that there are heat waves, the entire country has experienced the heat wave, and then there are floods in Assam, 50 lakh people getting affected, and the water not subsiding for 15-20 days. We need to drastically and immediately change ourselves. What we need to change? We need to change the pattern of energy usage, because the whole problem has been caused because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I believe strongly that this problem will only be solved if we switch our base from carbon-based energy to solar-based energy, 100%, not 99%.
India is one of the few countries in the world where environmental education is compulsory in school. Yet, in a 2022 Yale study, about 54% of Indians confess to having little or no knowledge of global warming. This is something Solanki wants to change.
Well, the awareness is there about the climate change, that something is changing, but it's a very superficial level. They do not understand in really detail what is happening. And is it because of the climate change?
Welcome once again for all those people who have just joined us. Welcome again to the Action for Restoring Environment Conference and Award. It is one of its kind conference where the focus is on restoring our environment. The reason I say unique is that we will witness very unique elements that will deepen your understanding about the critical changes and the need for urgent action. May I request everybody to please keep the phone on the silent mode. We will begin with the session shortly. For the round two of the session, it is about the cascading cycle, the warming world, rising energy demand, warming world, and the question that is haunting all of us is, are we heading in the right direction? Thank you so much for being here. May I request everybody to please be seated. For the second session today, we have with us, virtually joining us, is Ms. Gauri Singh. Professor Satish Agnihotri, Dr. Divya Sharma, Dr. Vijay Prakash, Dr. Chintan Vaishnav, and Mr. Ajay Mittal. Please allow me to introduce them. I request the speakers to please come and take place on the dais, please. Joining us virtually is Ms. Gauri Singh. She is a Deputy Director General, ARENA, that is the International Renewable Energy Agency. Ms. Singh brings more than 30 years of experience in policy, advocacy, and project implementation with the field of renewable energy and sustainable development from India. Prior to joining ARENA, Ms. Singh worked within India's federal government at the apex level within the provincial government. A very warm welcome to ma'am. Next up with us, we have Professor Satish Agnihotri, Professor X MNRE, General Secretary, Center of Technology Alternative for Rural Areas, IIT Bombay. Professor Satish Agnihotri was a career bureaucrat IAS of the Odisha cadre 1980. Retired as a secretary to the Government of India and then came back to the alma mater, that is IIT Bombay, as a full-time faculty. He coordinates with the Health and the Nutrition Group at CTARA for all the technological activities. Next we have with us is Dr. Divya Sharma. She is the Executive Director of Climate Group. Ms. Sharma is the Indian Executive Director of Climate Group. In this capacity, she leads a team of professionals who work with businesses and governments around critical systems on climate action, ranging from industries, transport, energy, and the built environment. Ms. Divya is an international climate and urban development expert, specializing in climate resilience and urban development planning with almost 20 years in India and international domains. Next with us is Dr. Vijay Prakash, Chief General Manager and heading the Engineering Services Division. Dr. Prakash has more than 33 years of experience in power sector and environment. He holds 2 master degrees in environmental engineering, social work, and a doctorate in environmental engineering from the leading British university. Currently, he is holding the post of the Chief General Manager and heading Engineering Services, Division of NTPC, and actively engaged in issues related to environment, climate change, and energy transition. We also have with us Dr. Chintan Vaishnav, Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog. Dr. Chintan Vaishnav is a socio-technologist and engineer trained to design and build large-scale systems that possess both human as well as technological complexities. Presently, he serves the mission director for the Atal Innovation Mission, AIM, a flagship initiative of the Government of India under the Niti Aayog. Next up, we have with us Mr. Ajay Mittal. He is a director, India and South Asia, Earth Day Network. Mr. Mittal is a director, India and South Asia for the Earth Day org. Growing out of the first Earth Day, it is the world's largest recruiter of the environmental movement, working with more than 75,000 partners in nearly 192 countries to build environmental democracy. The award recognizes young leaders using environmental education to build sustainable communities. He has been recognized as a water hero by Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, for his efforts in water. Can we please welcome all of them with a big round of applause? May I request Professor Chetan Solanki to take forward the proceedings, to moderate the session and take forward the proceedings. May I request the technical team to please play the video of the opening session. Thank you.
So thank you everyone. Really warm welcome to all the guests in this particular session, where we are going to discuss the cascading cycle. We are all part of warming world, rising energy demand, warming world. And the question is, are we heading in the right direction? To set the context, let us look at this another video. The previous video must have shaken you in the previous session, but if it is not, this video definitely will shake you up. So please play the video.
You okay? You need a minute? Cool. Listen up, people. I know a thing or two about extinction. And let me tell you, and you'd kind of think this would be obvious, going extinct is a bad thing. And driving yourselves extinct in 70 million years, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. At least we had an asteroid. What's your excuse? You're headed for a climate disaster, and yet every year governments spend hundreds of billions of public funds on fossil fuel subsidies. Imagine if we had spent hundreds of billions per year subsidizing giant meteors. That's what you're doing right now. Think of all the other things you can do with that money. Around the world, people are living in poverty. Don't you think helping them would make more sense than, I don't know, paying for the demise of your entire species? Let me be real for a second. You've got a huge opportunity right now. As you rebuild your economies and bounce back from this pandemic, this is humanity's big chance. So here's my wild idea. Don't choose extinction. Save your species before it's too late. It's time for you humans to stop making excuses and start making changes. Thank you.
Frankie the dinosaur was to be, once upon a time, used to be there on this planet. The Frankie is not anymore. And many times the question that comes, are the humans heading in the same direction? Well, it's very clear that the global warming figure or the climate change figure, we have been heating up this planet. And if you look at the last 10 hottest year on the record, let me read for you the 10 hottest year in the record since we have been taking record. It is 2016, 2019, 2015, 2017, 2018, 2014, 2010, 2013, 2005, and 2009. In the last 15 years, the 10 hottest year has been recorded. And these are the last 15 years, each one of us have been living on this planet. And why it is happening, it should also be very clear that we are all using energy. And 85% of this energy comes from the carbon source, coal, oil, and gas. Only 15% energy, despite all development, comes from the hydro and wind and solar. 85% still comes. What does it mean? That 85% of the time that you are living on this planet, directly or indirectly, you are responsible for carbon dioxide emission. And one of the disastrous factor about the carbon dioxide is that once it is emitted in the atmosphere, it remains for 300 years. So every energy that you are going to use, enjoy today, it is going to have impact for 300 years. 300 years. And the problem is that the carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas. So once it is emitted, it is going to have the greenhouse effect. It is going to trap the heat. It is going to warm up the planet. And then we are all going to feel the climate change. Well, so we are in this cascading cycle that has been there clear from the title of this particular session, that we are warming the world. As a result of that, we are rising the energy demand. As a result of that, we are further warming the world. Are we heading into the right direction? Let me give another cascading effect that many countries in the world are there. 167 countries in the world are energy import dependent. And for importing energy, you need to have foreign exchange, you need to have money. For that, you need to have export. For that, you need to manufacture. And for manufacturing, you need energy. Look at the another cascading cycle. We are in a vicious loop of our own. So it's very simple that we are already in this whirlpool, and we do not know how to get out of this whirlpool. So I'm going to keep this panel discussion very simple. I'm not going to into jargon, technical jargon that many conferences focus, but as the main theme of this conference is discussing on are we taking enough action. So I'm going to keep very simple to all my panelists, and I'm going to ask very simple question, and many times simple questions are most difficult to answer. All right, so here it goes. What should change? You know, we want some change to happen. What should change? Should the policy change? Should the technology change? Should the people change or government change? What should change? You know, let me start from Dr. Vijay first. If we really want to solve the problem of climate change, what should change?
Thank you, Professor Malik. I have seen some of the videos, and including this one. The wonderful thoughts, wonderful concepts, which everybody is talking about nowadays. I'm here to present the other side of the coin. I have a small presentation. So if you kindly permit, that will take 10-15 minutes only. So that will also
I'm sorry, we don't have 10-15 minutes. If you can just express it, that will be great.
Okay. Okay, let me start with another actual event which is going on at my society. You can go and check even today. All our lifts are under maintenance, and there is a notice that the lifts are not available from 11 o'clock in the night till 6 o'clock in the morning. And one day I got delayed in the office, and I was so tense. If I reach there after 11, how do I go up to 8th floor in my house? Same thing happens with many other people in society. If somebody falls sick in the middle of the night, the lifts are not working. So what happens? We have built systems with our houses, with our offices, with our shopping complexes, even institutions that we cannot manage without energy. And unless we have energy security, something alternate to have the same sort of stable and resilient system, till the day we have that, we have to compromise with our CO2 emissions, and we have to transit to that phase gradually, not suddenly. That's my take.
So what should change in one word, if you can say? What should change in this whole thing?
We have to change. If you see our Prime Minister's statement in our second NDC, he has given a concept of life. So we have our life, means our lifestyle has to change for the environment. But unfortunately, we have come to such a state, we cannot change it overnight. And still we the Indians are one of the least consumers of the electricity. We have one of the least historical emissions.
Well, anytime such idea comes to my mind,
yes,
you know, that it is difficult to change overnight.
Yes.
I always think of a Frankie, the dinosaur. Yeah. You know, which is not there anymore. So if we continue to think like this, we may not be there anymore to really.
No, we are continuing.
So let me go to Ajay quickly. Ajay, what should change? As I said, technology, society, people, government, policies. What should change? If you can briefly tell us.
I think one word I would say is that everything. We are not dealing with things in a crisis. What takes me back to the main context of is what we saw in COVID. Can you imagine what we did in a COVID time just to prevent people from the spread of the infection? The whole country was shut down. We couldn't think about the action that we took. For example, in our personal lives also, if there's an emergency within a home, we don't think about anything. Like if there is a emergency, if there's an ambulance required or something like that, an emergency required, we'll not think about what is the cost that the ambulance person is asking for, or which route he will take, or what those things. We just need it right, and we'll act like we act in a crisis. And I think that is what is missing. And that's why I think that the theme of this conference is very, very relevant. It doesn't deny that action is happening. There is action happening. There's a lot of things happening. Governments are doing, corporates are doing, individuals are doing, civil society is doing. All of you students here, all of you people sitting here, thinking about participating in this conference, doing little bit of efforts. All of those actions count. But this is not a game where you can shift the goal further, because we know the science is very clear. If we take action within such and such time, it will be black and white. Otherwise, we miss the train, right? If we do not ensure that we cut down emissions in a certain point of time, we will miss the bus. It will be irreversible damage. We won't be able to save the planet. So that is why the rate at which we are acting needs to be accelerated. And for that, I think there is a drastic change which is required.
Yes, and I see that Professor Agnihotri has been raising hand, and probably he is the best person to answer this question, what should change, because he has been the bureaucrat himself, a cabinet secretary, he is a professor at IIT Bombay. Also, by heart, he's a social kind of worker. He has been supporting many social initiatives, and also he has new ideas all the time. And I have been kind of lucky to be working with him as a faculty and colleague at IIT Bombay. So, Professor Agnihotri, what should change?
Okay. First, let me thank you for saying you are making it non-technical and non-jargon ridden. So I'll just start with a small couplet. वो राह दिखाते हैं हमें हजरते रहबर, जिस राह पे उनको कभी जाते नहीं देखा. So अब ये कौन रहबर है? What should change? Rahbars should change, rather than telling you and me कि यार तुम वो बिना इस्त्री के कपड़े पहनो. I'm sorry. चेतन ने जो बात कही वो I always say in lighter vein कि listening to him is like going to a Catholic church. You come out feeling a sinner. अब मैं चेतन का खुद का एक तीसरा फॉर्मूला जो है, तीसरा रूल, वो न्यूटन के 2 रूल थे, 3 थे ना, चेतन ने 2 बताए, तीसरा जो उन्होंने नहीं बताया वो ये था, he always says rate of solution should be greater than equal to rate of problem. ठीक है? अब आपको सब लिंक समझ में आ जाएगी. तो हम कर क्या रहे हैं? सूरज ने या धरती ने मिलके वो कुछ मिलियन सालों में जितना कार्बन ग्राउंड के नीचे नहीं डाला, हम अब होड़ में लगे हुए हैं कि उसको 400-500 साल में सारा निकाल दें. वो रेट ऑफ प्रॉब्लम है. और ये हमारा छोटा सोलर लगाना, कपड़े नहीं धोना, वो रेट ऑफ सॉल्यूशन जरूरी है इसलिए कि वो आपकी नीयत दिखाता है, कुवत नहीं. लेकिन एट द सेम टाइम जो बड़ी इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, जैसा आपने एक चीज का नाम नहीं लिया, इंस्टीट्यूशंस मस्ट चेंज. और क्या चेंज उनको लाना चाहिए? द इनएफिशिएंसी एंड वेस्टेज एट द टॉप. If that reduces, there is enough for the bottom of the pyramid to live a decent life. मैं उदाहरण देता हूँ, NTPC के बैठे हुए हैं यहाँ पे, वो जब तय कर लेते हैं कि यार हमारा जो बॉयलर के लिए फ्यूल जाता है उसमें 5%, आई थिंक शायद 10% आप लोगों ने कुछ वो मन बनाया, बायोमास पेलेट उसमें आने चाहिए. अब एनटीपीसी के कितने हजार मेगावाट है, उसके फ्यूल का उसका 10% आप कैलकुलेट कर लीजिए. वो जितने ट्राइबल्स को आप बताते हैं ना ये इम्प्रूव चूल्हे लगाओ, उससे कहीं ज़्यादा ये होगा. मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूँ, मैं दोनों चीज़ों को विरोधाभास नहीं देखता हूँ, लेकिन मैं ये कहता हूँ ये ज़्यादा ये रेट ऑफ सोल्यूशन को बढ़ाता है. तो इसलिए इनएफिशिएंसी एंड वेस्टेज एट द टॉप ऑफ द पिरामिड शुड चेंज. Enthusiasm and participation at the bottom of the pyramid should change, and these two should be brought about by us. Otherwise क्या होता रहे कि वो दांत कुरेद के हम लोग पेट भरने की कोशिश करेंगे, नहीं होता. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Efficiency should change at the top of the pyramid, and enthusiasm
inefficiency and wastage.
And wastage, and at the bottom, the enthusiasm. I think wonderful. As I said, he will be probably the best person. By the before going to the next speaker, let us welcome all Professor Chintan. He is a director at Atal Innovation Mission and Niti Aayog. Thank you very much for joining. Before I throw question to you, and you do not know what is happening here, let Dr. Divya answer this question. What we are just discussing. What should change if the climate change has to be tackled? Is a policy change, is the institution change, people change, technology change? What should change? If you can figure out and bring this simple message to the society, I think there will be a strong. Dr. Divya.
Thank you, Professor Solanki, for having me here first. I think as we work with people and make them understand about the value of commitment, संकल्प हिंदी में जैसे संकल्प कहते हैं, और मुझे लगता है कि in my experience of working with so many years around sustainability, urban development sustainability, climate resilience, now around energy, working very closely with large businesses who have a lot of power, who have a lot of money to make this change. And when they will commit, and when they will take the ambition to commit, they can make huge change. That is what we are driving. Accelerate action, take big commitments, be ambitious about the change that we want to make, and do it with a sincerity of purpose. That sincerity is really lacking. What we have done in the past is enough of talking, enough of criticizing, enough of passing the buck. We have to really stop that, and we have to see how we can look into our own homes. Behavior change is something really very important. At every level, at all level of the pyramid, definitely starting from the top level of the pyramid. But ambition, commitment, and sincerity of purpose is something I think are the starting points. And we have not got there. We have absolutely not got there yet.
Thank you. So, Chintan, would you like to take this question? I mean, you have been a professor at MIT, and now you have been playing a very important role with driving innovation in the country. In the current context where the climate change is accelerating, not slowing down, not stopping, there is a Paris Agreement, there are all kind of things are happening, but it is not stopping. I know it is not your core area, but looking at a broader picture, the question that I'm posing to everyone is what should change now so that we can tackle the problem within time available to us?
Yeah, so I think, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I can't hear myself very well in terms of sort of how you are hearing me. So, but good, very good. I think I'm a systems, I'm trained in systems. So one of the aspects that's really difficult about this challenge is that the cause and effect are so separated in time and space. And it is very well documented that when that is the condition. Now, unfortunately, cause and effect are less and less separated in time and space from the perspective of the overall negative impact. But when that is the case in any system, we know that human cognition is systematically impaired at really understanding, making that connection. And so then what is the alternative? And one is we use all the tools at our disposal to help somebody visualize that connection. A lot of that is happening. You see that in the newspapers also these days too, in terms of diagrams, this, that, and the other. Or the alternative is that you find something in this large system so that a small change which one which is easy for a person to do at an individual level, the collective impact of it they may not visualize, nor do they need to visualize, but the collective impact is that desired impact. I'll give a very simple example, which I don't think people argue Gandhiji's work from this perspective. But for instance, if you look at Gandhiji's work on introducing charkha, right? One insight there was that a colonial master was not a soldier, but was a tradesman. And for a tradesman, the core hypothesis is that your return has to be higher than your cost. And you couldn't really change their cost because they were able to extract things from us. But the return you could change by not buying. And when that equation continues to be negative over a long period of time, they will have no logic to stay but to leave. But that simple change was the charkha at an individual level. So I feel what needs to be done is, can we introduce that simple change? And I'd like to say that with this Atal Innovation Mission's experience, I'll leave my systems hat aside and wear the Atal's hat now. What I can say is that we do have the ability to mobilize a large number of whom one would call change agents. So for instance, on Baldin, November 14th, we tried this experiment for the first time where we said that we asked one of the virtual platforms to give us 10,000 licenses or spots to do a call. And we asked 10,000 tinkering labs to join. And 5,000 plus actually joined to build a simple gadget. So we can mobilize about 2 lakh, 3 lakh people at a time with simple changes. And I think that would be worth trying, because I think, as Professor Agnihotri was saying, the enthusiasm and participation at the bottom, that part I think we're able to do.
So wonderful. Thank you very much. Of course, I'm sure being a professor and now in the kind of more like administrative role, you would have seen the entire spectrum. And this is a wonderful example that how enthusiasm at the bottom should change. I think grasp from your thing is, if equation of business can change, that just rather than looking at the return on investment, there can be other parameters that businesses should start looking at. I think that will change the entire game in a major way. But let me come to the second question. This is the problem side, and I'm also going to the solution side of it. That we are all busy thinking growing, and everybody, if I ask everyone, why should we grow? I mean, why should the GDP should be growing 6%, 7%, 8%? The one thing that people say, it increases the prosperity. And I said, okay, very nice if the prosperity is increasing. Is every time GDP increases at 6%, does it result in increase in smile also by 6%? Is that happening? Is the health becoming better by 6%? Is satisfaction becoming better by 6%? Doesn't seem to be the case. It's rather going opposite way, that our water is degrading, the same water that we're drinking. Our air quality is degrading, the same air that we're breathing. Our forests are degrading, rivers are degrading, the soil is degrading, the same soil from we grow food and eat ourselves, not our neighbor. But we are still busy growing. So the question that I would like to ask every panelist is, why it is so important to grow at the cost of degrading our own environment? Nobody else is living in this environment. Why it is so important that we have to grow, even if our air is polluted, even if water is degraded, even if our forest is cut down, even if your Ganga Yamuna is not kind of washing the scenes anymore. Why it is so important to grow? And I think continuously non-stop growing mindlessly is what is the problem that world is suffering right now. I don't know who would like to take the question. Okay, Dr. Vijay, please.
Very good question. You see, we need a growth in GDP. It's not only because of my lifestyle or growth aspirations, because the population is growing, isn't it? So we have to meet their demand. Well, somebody quoted the example of COVID period when the environment was really restored. We could see clear sky. Somebody from Chandigarh could see Himalayas. We could see even wild animals walking on the streets and roads. And being at my position in my house, I was comfortable that I have ration for years together. All the things were available. But did we think of millions and millions of population who were daily wage workers who suffered during that time? That time GDP has slowed down. But the effect was felt by the lowest level of people, daily wage workers. That is second. Third thing is that it's not only one country talking of GDP. Everybody, the entire world. I'll give you another example. I joined NTPC in 1989, and NTPC was one of the largest beneficiaries of World Bank. They were financing all our coal power projects so that we could reach here. Now all the banks, including World Bank, have stopped funding coal-based projects. Okay, even if FGD or pollution control system, they don't find. Recently, I have got a proposal from one of the bank, I should not name it, from the Western world. They want to fund a small amount for feasibility study of decarbonization, provided we also invest equal amounts. So 50% they want to fund. The condition is that they will hold the IPR of whatever is learned. So whenever there is a talk of climate, we always talk of financing, technology transfer, capacity building to the developing country by the developed world who has contributed more. Now, even us, today, they want to fund 50% and take the IPR rights and sell the same thing to me again. This is not this is not the right direction. That's what I have to say.
True. Anybody else would like to answer? Yeah, please go ahead. Why it is important to go at the cost of degrading our environment?
थैंक यू चेतन। हुआ क्या कि मेरे जासूस चेतन के दफ्तर में भी मौजूद हैं, तो मुझे एक क्वेश्चन लीक हो गया और IIT में, मतलब अब तो मैं प्रोफेसर हूँ, ये नहीं करता हूँ, स्टूडेंट था, there was something called a cheat sheet. So I actually brought this cheat sheet with me, which is an article by Tunu Roy in Economic and Political Weekly in August 2015, post COP, Paris. And I would seriously suggest all of us, we should read it, reread it, and read it. Question that you have asked, why should we grow? And iske do answers. A mechanical approach to GDP will say GDP grows, we grow. A realistic and evidence-based answer is, beyond a point, GDP starts giving you diminishing return. वहाँ पे आपको पूछना चाहिए, can we stop here? वाले वो अंधी दौड़ में हम ये नहीं पूछते हैं एक दूसरे से. I'll give you just 4 parameters. आपने population की बात की, तो female fertility की बात आती है, naturally. हम सब जीवित शरदम शतम कहते हैं, तो लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी की बात आई. लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी की बात आई तो चाइल्ड मोर्टेलिटी की बात आई, और अब बच्चा थोड़ा बड़ा हुआ तो स्कूलिंग और स्किलिंग तो जरूरी है, तो लिटरेसी की बात आई. चार ही मोटी मोटी चीजें हम ले लें. It's a very sobering thought that I think about 35 countries, not all developed, have shown by example इन चारों पैरामीटर्स में 2.5 टन्स पर कैपिटा पर एनम के नीचे की लेवल पे उन्होंने ये सब अचीव करके दिखा दिया. इंडिया का एमिशन 15 का कह रहा हूँ, अभी थोड़ा बड़ा होगा, इज अबाउट 1 टन पर कैपिटा. तो वो फिर जो मैंने रहबर की बात कही थी, हमारा तो 1 टन पर कैपिटा है, दुनिया का एवरेज 4 है, उसमें यूएस ऑफ ए 19 टन है, जर्मनी जापान 10 टन है. तो जब प्रेसिडेंट बुश ने रियो में कहा था कि ये सब ठीक है, बट आई विल नॉट कॉम्प्रोमाइज विद द अमेरिकन लाइफस्टाइल, किसी ने ये नहीं पूछा था उनको, साहब कि ये 10 टन पर कैपिटा पर एनम वाली लाइफस्टाइल जर्मनी की आपसे कहाँ इंफीरियर है. तो पहला सवाल आता है कि मालदीव और कैरेबियन देशों को ये बताने का कि कैसे सीखो समंदर के नीचे रहना, यूएस कुछ नहीं 19 से अगर 18, 17, 16 पे भी ले आया तो बहुत बड़ा फर्क। अब यूएस और मालदीव छोड़ दीजिए, हिंदुस्तान में क्या हो रहा है? और दोनों राह का आर्टिकल बड़ी क्लियरली दिखाता है कि इंडिया का एनर्जी कंजम्पशन और भारत का एनर्जी कंजम्पशन, फिर वो 1 टन जो है ना, वो फिर बिल्कुल बढ़ जाता है। और उस भारत में, दिल्ली में अगर आप जाएं तो लो इनकम और मिडिल इनकम ग्रुप का पानी कंजम्पशन, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कंजम्पशन, फूड कंजम्पशन वगैरह वगैरह काफ़ी कम है HIG की बनस्पत। डेटा है, मैं अपने कपोल कल्पित बात नहीं कर रहा। सो अगेन वी कम बैक टू दिस क्वेश्चन, those who have not achieved optimum growth must grow. Don't tell the ट्राइबल इन गढ़चिरौली, या तुम्हारे बच्चे मरे तो चलता है, लेकिन मेरा दिल्ली का पोल्यूशन घटना चाहिए। You will say sorry, go to hell. So मैं घूम के उसी बात पे आ रहा हूँ, we should grow because of the quality of life. We should locate the optimal points of growth. और दूसरे अगर 2.5 टन, मैंने 35 देश कहा 2.5 टन के नीचे, मेरे ख्याल से much larger number has done it between 3 and 3.5 करके दिखा दीजिए। और जो नहीं कर रहे हैं उन पे या तो टैक्स लगना चाहिए, पेनल्टी लगनी चाहिए। ये नहीं होगा कि यार मैं 2 टन में काम निपटा लूँ, वही काम करने के लिए आपको 10 टन लगते हैं, तो आप अपनी इनएफिशिएंसी घटाओ। और दूसरा जो मैं ये कह रहा था कि when we say we must grow for the sake of quality of life, we should differentiate between the carbon that is recirculated in the atmosphere versus the carbon we extract from the ground. तो फिर आपकी बात पे आता हूँ, आप जब बायोमास पेलेट लगाते हो वहाँ पे, तो हम क्या कर रहे हैं? कार्बन इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, लेकिन वो जमीन के ऊपर वाले को घुमा रहे हैं। समझदारी वो आप लोगों में पर्टिकुलरली ओल्डर जनरेशन वुड हैव सीन दैट सर्फ एक्सेल का ऐड बाय ललिता जी, है ना, से उसकी खरीदारी में समझदारी है। तो जमीन के ऊपर का कार्बन घुमाने में समझदारी है, अंदर का एक्सट्रैक्ट करने में वी शुड नॉट। तो अगर ग्रोथ आपकी ऑप्टिमल हो रही है और एफिशिएंट हो रही है, जवाब अपने आप मिल जाता है, हु शुड ग्रो एंड व्हाई मस्ट वी ग्रो। वी शुड डीलिंक दिस mechanical blind association of GDP with quality of life index। वो अगर हमसे होता है, आई एम श्योर मोर एंड मोर पीपल विल बाय इट, क्योंकि जब वो बिल्कुल मौत सामने दरवाजे पे खड़ी होगी तो यमराज को देख के बहुत विजडम आ जाती है।
So wonderful thoughts, and I guess audience understood that yes, definitely we need to grow, we need quality of life, we need science, we need technology, we need better health, better comfort, but definitely it cannot be done mechanically, just growing for the sake of growing. We need to really think carefully and who should grow. And that is the problem of the world, and that's why I said, when I say 2 fundamental laws of human existence on this planet, the second law clearly says distribute your production, limit your consumption and localize your production. So I think these both are very important, and what you said indirectly actually covers that. So just one last thing before we go to the other round, I would like to ask that yes, things are going wrong in front of our own eyes, and everybody can experience and feel it. As I mentioned, even a school child can tell you that there is something wrong in this world. So did we fail as a society, as a government, as an academic institution to communicate to the world, to our own children, that no, we are not heading in the right direction? Did we fail? Did we fail miserably in communicating, no, there is something not happening properly, and still aspect which probably will not result in a most favorable situation for human life itself? Divya would like to take this. Did we fail to communicate to the society, to our children, ourselves, that we are not heading into the right direction?
I think rather than failing to communicate, we fail to realize, we fail स्पेस की है ही नहीं। प्रॉब्लम है कि आपके सबके एम्बिशन है कि हम सबको कार्स चाहिए और बड़ी से बड़ी कार चाहिए। पहले साइकिल चाहिए, फिर स्कूटर चाहिए, फिर छोटी कार चाहिए, फिर बड़ी कार चाहिए। ये हमारे एम्बिशन है और इससे हम किसी को रोक नहीं सकते। जब हम किसी ऐसे फोरम पे जाके बोलते हैं तो सब कहते हैं आपके पास तो
are we not giving the wrong aspiration? Because
these are
it's
the wrong
itself a problem
aspirations.
to ourselves only.
These are the wrong aspirations. But again, I'm coming back to what I started with, that we did wrong. So what do we communicate? We have to realize first that our aspirations and our parameters of aspirations that we are giving to the younger generation are also wrong. We are also putting them into the same rat rate, aren't we?
I'm sure Professor Agnihotri will have nice क्या बोलते हैं शेर इसके लिए होगा कि हमने खुद गलत किया, अभी दूसरों को क्या बोले क्या करना चाहिए.
Hey, we were sleeping with our eyes wide shut. That's a simple point. We failed not in communicating. Communication में हमसे ज़्यादा बहादुर नहीं है लोग. मतलब हिंदुस्तान का एलिट जो है, पढ़ा लिखा एलिट, वो कम्युनिकेशन ज़बरदस्त है. हमारी ट्राइब जो IS वाली पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट लिखती, वो तो उनसे तो कोई पार ही नहीं पा सकता. कहानी आती है हिपोक्रेसी में. तो एक आपने नॉन टेक्निकल कहा तो मैं गैरी सोबर्स का उदाहरण बता दूं. कोच कर रहे थे तो एक बच्चे ने उनका खेल देखा हुआ था, तो गैरी सोबर्स के स्टाइल में उसने क्रॉस शॉट मारा. तो गैरी सोबर्स ने कहा, हे किड, डू व्हाट आई से, डोंट डू व्हाट आई डू. अब हम तो बच्चों को ये कह रहे हैं कि डू व्हाट आई से. तो और वो एक बड़ी अच्छी ऐड आती थी ना कि वो बाप बेटे को पूछता है तुम बड़े होके क्या करोगे, तो मैं तो साइकिल की दुकान खोलूंगा. तो बाप कहते क्यों? कहता है जिस हिसाब से आप कार चला रहे हो वो तो नहीं रहेगी, साइकिल ही होगी, तो मैं तो फ्यूचर में साइकिल की दुकान चलाऊंगा. तो हम यही कर रहे थे. सो देयरफॉर आई थिंक we must candidly admit that we did fail, but the failure was in the hypocrisy and not in the communication.
Wonderful. So to Professor Chintan, I mean, whatever you have heard in the last 2-3 answers, that it is about just not growth. It should not be mechanical. We have to think. It is about hypocrisy. It is wrong aspiration that we have ourselves lived, and there is no way we can tell our future generation. All these things, make a lot of sense, and I'm sure when Niti Aayog must be thinking and making plans for the future and suggesting, is it really difficult to account all these parameters that it is not the X number of GDP growth, but there are so many other parameters? Is it possible that in your own innovation mission, they can incorporate all the questions that are kind of being raised here? Is it really difficult to adopt this, or we are going to be continuously in the loop and the whirlpool will become faster and faster and faster?
So, I can't speak on behalf of Niti for this question. So, with that disclaimer, but this very interesting conversation. I was a little intrigued that you limited your question to growth. Because, one thing that came to mind was the famous statement of Russell Akoff, the OR Hall of Fame, that growth is not development because even a pile of garbage grows. So without the idea of distribution, idea of growth alone is going to be limited. But I mean, with the current predicament, ये जो communication की बात आप कर रहे हैं, उसमें मुझे एक महाभारत का statement याद आ रहा है. There was this Duryodhan Krishna dialogue where he says, Janami dharmam nachame pravrutti, Janami adharmam nachame nivrutti. So like lot of these problems we know, na? ऐसा नहीं है कि पता नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी क्या करना और सब कुछ कैसे करना is, I think, how to organize to get it done is still a problem. Like in the government parlance, again, as a systems person, what I am realizing is कि जो long-term deliverables हैं, वो short-term appointments से कैसे आप deliver करें? So how do you have what is the organizational form which will take on these longer term complex challenges? वो open question है मेरे ज़हन में. But if you take any component of that challenge, you will find people solving them, addressing them, वगैरह. Delhi air pollution, look at Delhi air pollution, for instance. A great case in point. हम लोग को वो नवंबर में ही याद आता है और मार्च में वो भूला जाता है. और एंड वन वंडर्स कि अगर यही पोल्यूशन का हम प्रॉब्लम नहीं सॉल्व कर पा रहे तो इट्स बिगर प्रॉब्लम्स. व्हाट, हाउ आर वी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टू solve these problems?
Great. So let us think a solution part. We are already, coming close to the time. I will have one or two audience question. If anybody wants to ask question, if you can come to the front, because just to make things faster. That's a solution part. So you I think mentioned very well that yes, all this requires a long-term solution, and we are all tweaking in a short term. We just want to, find one electric vehicle and say, okay, now our roads are, our atmosphere is going to clean. That is not going to work. We just want to find solar panel as a clean electricity generation and we feel that now the problem is solved. It is not going to work. I mean, there cannot be anything green unless until, as I said, two fundamentals of living on this planet. If at all we want to continue to live, and if you don't want to become that Frankie video that you missed, kind of extinct dinosaur. So there are two fundamental, So Earth and all its resources are finite, and we must learn to limit our consumption. And Dr. Divya mentioned it's not about the flyover. The moment you build flyover, your vehicles are going to overcome that, and it is going to become another problem. How do we approach in this solution? How do we communicate to the people that look, guys, it is not going to work like this? So the solution side, what can be approached to get out of this cascading effect of trying to do more and more of AC, more of this, more of that? I think it is not going to lead anywhere. If anybody can throw, what can be the approach and what should we tell as outcome of this conference to the all stakeholders in society? And here the PSU is sitting, the professors are sitting, the government representatives sitting, social, everybody is here. Can we just bring out one in a brief way? What is the one message that we, if at all we want to give to the people in the community at large, what should be the approach to solve the climate change problem? Anybody? If you can be brief so that we can take some audience questions.
So I will just quickly this thing on this thing. I think one of the solutions which I think could be good is one is leading by examples, showing more examples for people, and specifically putting it out into 3 words. I think the roti kapda makan example, I'll say, because 60 to 70% of the country's real estate is still to be built, and it will be built in the next 20 years. That is one area where we have a big potential. Second is the food, this thing. If we don't address this, we will face a lot of other social issues along with climate issues. And of course, fashion as well is a very critical problem. And when I talk about fashion, I talk about larger things of not just wear, but also what we consume and how we consume things.
Great. Roti, kapda, makan, let us focus. Wonderful. The most basic thing, in the hi-fi thing, we forget the basic fundamentals. Anybody else?
Similar thing I also wanted to say. If I tell everybody in our country to save water, maybe 60-70% people will come forward and first to give us water, then only you save water. So if the message is conveyed to me, save water, which I have 24/7 supply, good. But for a person who is walking miles and miles to get one bucket of water, that message is. Similarly, unless we reach to the optimal level of growth and provide basic necessities, and second thing you see, in first wave of pandemic, we saw very good things, restored environment. And in second wave of pandemic, our systems failed. We didn't have oxygen, we didn't have hospital.
Dr. Vijay, I think, sorry to interfere, whenever you say save water, I think people understand it wrong that we are asking this saving water to some villagers. We are asking you only to save the water. Whenever we say save electricity, we are not asking the poor villager to do that. We are asking you to save the electricity.
In climate terms, we are asking everybody to change the
you are asking,
save energy, save everything. You must way to reach the energy.
True. Okay, Chintan, if you want to take it. Yeah.
That water thing reminds me, the Bombay wala who uses potable water transported from 200 kilometers to flush his or her shit should reduce consumption by switching over from using potable water to at least recycled water. So कमलेश, आपने फिर नॉन टेक्निकल की बात की. Kamleshwar was a very famous Hindi writer. Many of you would have read his writing. Andhi film की स्क्रिप्ट उन्होंने लिखी थी. He used to say something very pertinent. He used to say, अहमियत इस बात की नहीं है कि आप कहाँ हैं, अहमियत इस बात की है कि जहाँ आप हैं वहाँ क्या कर रहे हैं. तो उसमें होता क्या है, आई थिंक इन सारी चीज़ों में I can't become the ideal energy saver. मतलब मेरे सर पे दुनिया का बोझ नहीं है, लेकिन मेरे सर पे अपना बोझ है, उसको मैं एलिमिनेट भी ना करूं, घटाने की तरफ अगर मैं शुरुआत करता हूं, तो उससे क्या होगा कि यू विल स्टार्ट मूविंग इन द राइट डायरेक्शन. एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल यहाँ है कि आर वी मूविंग इन द राइट डायरेक्शन. सो हम अगर कम से कम इतना कर लें कि डायरेक्शन को ठीक करें. And the second message, since you said, and this is something which I always advocate in my class and my talks about any problem, chase the desirable, no jhagda, but first attain the doable. जब आप doable की तरफ जाने लगते हैं तो आप देखेंगे कि doable और desirable के बीच का फासला धीरे धीरे घटने लगता है, क्योंकि आपकी झिझक दूर हो जाती है. अरे ये तो हो गया, चलो फिर अगली पायदान पे चले जाए. फिर आप कहते हैं ये तो हो गया, अगली पायदान पे चले जाए. होता क्या है, एक पॉलिसी और बड़े बड़े सॉल्यूशंस में हमको कहते हैं आप सीढ़ी से मत जाइए, आप एकदम कैटापुल्ट कर दीजिए. कोई कैटापुल्ट करता है, वो कहता है तू कर कैटापुल्ट, मैं नहीं करूँगा, मैं यार अब मैं सीढ़ी से भी नहीं जाऊँगा. सो आई थिंक इफ वी आर लुकिंग एट टू मैसेजेस, ए, am I moving in the right direction? So course correction, baby steps in the right direction is one, and second is attain the doable while chasing the desirable. वो करते हैं तो आज नहीं, वो स्लो रन रेट भी होगी, लेकिन कम से कम ये होगा कि चेस कर रहे हैं तो यार आस्किंग रन रेट तो घटाएं हम. अब हर ओवर में अगर आस्किंग रन रेट बढ़ने लगी तब तो भैया मैच हार गए.
Take the start taking the baby step, and I think that is where the next question, maybe Chintan, you can start. Who should become the torch bearer of the climate change? Who should take that first step? Again, same, is it government, institution, individual, industry, NGOs? Who should do this? And for me, it's a very simple, that it is me who is using energy. It is me who is using LPG to cook my food. It is me who is traveling. It is me who is using electricity. It is me who is doing everything. So ultimately, every individual is consuming energy and emitting carbon dioxide. And therefore, it is I who should become the torch bearer, not the government, not industry. Everybody is, playing their own dharma. Prime Minister's message we heard today in the morning, and he beautifully said that, yes, this conference is going one step ahead and talking about restoring environment. And he also wrote in his letter that lifestyle for environment is the way to go. So therefore, in the entire galaxy, and everybody is part of this ecosystem, who should become the torch bearer of this change is the question.
So my mental model is actually same answer for your previous question as well as this one in my mind. My mental model is that everyone is the answer to this question. इसमें कोई prioritization नहीं है. For me, the mental model is, see, in something as complex as climate change, we still feel the urge to arrive at very simple answers. I personally feel that we should embrace the complexity and say that complexity है, इसको simplify करने का ज़रूरत नहीं है. This is a sort of a system of all gears, government, private, public, whatever NGOs, जो भी आप डालना चाहें. And when one is doing something wrong, all of the others are affected, etc. So all of us have to do something, and doing something right is the oil between these gears as opposed to sand between the gears, if you want to extend the metaphor. But to me, one way to do it would be that can in all of our conversations, whatever they may be, can there be a question, is this right from the climate perspective? Whatever those conversations are. I think in some places that is happening. I now see business models, etc. The social impact, people have decoded this. They come and say, this is how we teach our startups compute the the impact calculation and all that. Can we do that in other places? All places is my sense.
I think that's a wonderful idea that, first of all, let it be complex because it is the complex problem. Probably easy answers are not there. And each one of us, if we can start thinking that whatever we do, morning, evening, afternoon, can we think that it is right from the climate perspective? I think that's a wonderful. We are running out of time. I'll take one or two questions from the audience. If some mic can go there quickly. There. Just one there, just one behind, and maybe one from this side. Yeah, there. Just be brief, very brief, just 30 seconds. Yeah.
I'll be brief. I'm Dr. Tiwari. I've been with the government for 3 decades, more than that, and presently with Watson. I'm just a solution and a question in one line. If we can be honest and if we change our mind of creating a domain and increasing the dependency, and to say being honest about what we are doing. And the second is that it's a question from the all of there at the dais is that what exactly we are doing for the last mile engagement and short-term deliverables of a small budget. Thank you.
All right, we'll listen to one more question and then we come to answer. There, if you can go there. There.
Hello, sir. My question is to Chintan, sir. It's regarding like we are well versed about our national and international policies and resolutions that different governments are bringing. But actual differences are going to be created by the people at ground level. So what are our plans for bringing our Panchamrit resolution at the third pillar of democracy, that is the Panchayati Raj?
Questions to you. So number one is we need to be honest. I mean, which is I think obvious that everybody has to be honest in whatever we are doing and keep thinking about action that we are doing. And I think Professor Chintan has mentioned that every action that you do, just think how you are going to impact the climate change. And I think your question is about the Panchayati Raj. So what are you going to do about the Panchayati Raj in this whole? I see.
So actually, honestly, I'm thinking in real time. I don't have an answer to your question. What I do see, just to observe, is that I think since the announcement of those 5 pillars or the Panchamrit from the Red Fort on August 15th, I do see it feature at all levels of conversations by people when any form of any sort of gathering is there. Many of them, I hear the Panchamrit idea or one of the 5 dimensions of it, or one or more. And so I think for the moment it is at it has started the conversation about it. So like if you say that, well, we are still in the shadows of the colonial past, if you ask yourself a question, Kya is really true? What aspects of my life represent that shadow? Then at least a conversation has started. So that's just an observation to offer rather than an answer as to how it will percolate to the third pillar.
All right, thank you very much. I think it is time up, and I'm so sorry we are running out of time, so we can't take any more questions. As I said, in this conference, unique things we are going to do. Next thing that we are going to do is about the time left before we hit to 1.5 degrees centigrade. For all of the audience, 1.5 degrees centigrade is a question. Is the time, is the temperature after which the climate change will start to become irreversible. So what we have is a climate clock, the world climate clock, and it's very famous clock everywhere. Somehow it is not there in the country so much, and we at the Energy Swaraj Foundation, we've got a climate clock built, and we are going to unveil the climate clock. And you're saying something? Yeah, we are going to unveil the climate clock, and after we unveil, I think there's one powerful announcement that will make on behalf of Atal Innovation Mission and Energy Storage Foundation, how we can bring this information and awareness among the masses and how everybody can start taking action. So I would like to invite all the speakers here to unveil the climate plan. Please come. Is it on, power? One we can read. Is it on? Power is on here. All right. So please come here, Chintan. Please come here. Chintan, please come here. Yeah. Can come here. Yeah. All right. So this is the clock which tells how much time is left before we touch 1.5 degrees centigrade. And as you can see, the time left right now is 6 years, 242 days, 19 hours, 13 minutes, and 38 seconds. Shall we say congratulations to all of us for having such a little time? So thank you very much, all the best, and I would like to bring the slide on the screen. Chintan would like to answer. उसके बारे में
Yeah. Okay, right. So 24th, I think. That's it. That's it. So we on the 24th of January, which is the World Education Day, we will do an assembly of climate clock across 10,000 tinkering labs. So we'll try to build for it in each lab. They will build. And so that will be available because a lot of these places are now being visited by anybody who is interested in innovation. So it will be a reminder for people, children in that lab, teachers, mentors, etc., but also for all the visitors, including some very local leaders, state level leaders, and so on. So thank you so much for this opportunity, by the way.
Thank you so much. I think this will be a wonderful experiment. We are converting this clock into DIY kits in a very simple electronics format, so that anybody and everybody can assemble. And we have done earlier solar lamp project where millions of students did it. I hope that with this and with the support of Atal Innovation Mission, we would be able to really bring this awareness to every child. And this clock should be kind of put on the school walls and everywhere. And hopefully with this, Mr. Chintan, it becomes a attention point for everyone. And we see this big clock is hanging in the big buildings all over the world. We do not see this hanging in big buildings in the country. But I hope with this 24th January initiative, I think it will be start appearing everywhere. So, sir,
a very light comment, rather poetic comment, कि अगर ये किसी generally explain करना है कि ये क्या है, you should say ये शमा और परवाने के बीच का फासला है, किस जलना है तो जाइए उस तरफ.
Sir, I have a very small suggestion. Can you convert it to app, Google app, so that everybody can download it on the mobile and use it? Okay, then this.
This app is also available. You can click on the link and download it for yourself. It is a reminder for all of us to understand that what is the time that we are living in.
This other clock, can you bring other clock? So we are going to make many versions of this clock, simple, cheaper, complicated, automatic, all kind of versions will be available, and student can do really very simple. They can make the versions, yeah. All right, so I think, yeah.
Just very small comment on a lighter side. Don't take it seriously. The photograph which was shown with my introduction, that was not mine. So I think nobody asked me for photograph. So since I'm here, so you can take my photograph and correct it.
Thank you so much. I think with this, I would really like to thank all the speakers. Can you bring the? Okay. Let us finish this session, and we have two more speakers before we go for the break for the lunch. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing the valuable comment, and I hope it will go a long way. All the audience are going to take a message away from this and going to start taking action. So give a big round of applause to all our speakers. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such an engaging discussion. Next up, we have with us Shri Sanjay Dubey ji, Principal Secretary, Energy, Urja Vikas Nigam, Government of MP. We've already heard him. May I just request to introduce him a little better? He's an alumnus of IIT Delhi, and he's an IS officer of 1993 batch. MTech in Production Engineering, he's held several challenging positions, including District Magistrate of Rewa, Dhar, and Jabalpur. He served as an additional CEO, Election Commission, Secretary Home, Secretary Rural Development, and CEO of Rural Roads Development Authority. He has also served as a Divisional Commissioner of Indore, Principal Secretary Labour, Principal Secretary Housing and Urban Development, and currently serves as a Principal Secretary Energy and New Renewable Energy. May I request Sir to please address the audience?
A very good afternoon to each one of you. I'm grateful that I was witnessing this very interesting conversation that was going on. Hardly doing enough. And there were a lot of ideas which were forthcoming from the brilliant speakers that we had on the dais. And the basic theme that emerged out of that is that each and every one of us has to contribute to minimize the effect of environmental degradation that is happening and emission of greenhouse gases. There are also ideas that who is more responsible and who should act more? Should there be people who have yet not developed, or should it be done by the bureaucrats or the elected representatives, or those who are on the top of the pyramid? I think the answer was very clear and very, very resounding that yes, each one of us has to do everything that we have in our hands to minimize the damage that we are creating to the environment. When we talk about this, I'm here to tell a little bit of a small effort that the government of Madhya Pradesh with Mr. Chetan Solanki, Professor Chetan Solanki, we are trying to do. But before I share that small piece of information with each one of you, I just want to say that though we have yet not traveled to that level of achievement where we can say with certainty that yes, we have done enough and we are doing enough, yet the effort is in the right direction. We should not be thinking that the doomsday is just 6 years away. Sorry for and pardon me for saying this, because I see hope in every effort that we are doing, including this one. This deadline is for the time if we don't act, but there is an opportunity when there is a challenge. So here is a challenge that we have to answer. Each one of us has to answer that, and everything has to be done for that purpose. If we talk about the government, who are the policy makers, and Professor Satish Agnihotri is one such example who has been in that position and is now training, very candid, very clear in his thoughts, that the government has to create a roadmap, and that responsibility will not be on an individual citizen. So if the government is ready to create a policy environment whereby they can encourage the people to minimize their consumption, I think we are heading in the right direction. And here I am explaining you with small little examples. I don't know how many of you have noticed in the conferences that we used to attend earlier, the water that was being served was essentially being given in the plastic bottles. Do you see it today here in this conference? No. This change has happened and has started happening. You can imagine that little glass of water that we used to drop on that particular plastic bottle used to create an environmental hazard which we as the consumers were not realizing. And we hated to carry our own water because we felt that having a Bisleri bottle or a plastic bottle onto the top of your table is a significance that you are an important person and you are an important conference. If we talk about some of the questions that we used, that we wanted to answer, that can we control the vehicular population, and the speakers were saying that there is an aspiration that everybody wants to own a bigger and a bigger vehicle. And we are building flyovers after flyovers to ease the traffic congestion. Have we really realized that there are policy initiatives taken by multiple governments of minimizing the consumption of a vehicular population? Singapore does not allow you to purchase a vehicle until you go and make the payments. The congestion charges in London central town, central area, central business district is so huge that it discourages you to use a private vehicle and encourages you to go for a public transport. So there are challenges, but they can be answered by the policy initiatives. The answer lies in that whether we are ready and willing to take that with a pinch of salt. Are we ready and enough? Are we ready to take that kind of a decision? And that is the point what Professor Chintan has brought out, that the short-term responsibilities with the people can we think of a long-term solutions. And that is where I would say that the governments are trying to do at least for the last few years, whereby they have created an environment that we move out from the CO2, trapped CO2 emissions, and we move on to a situation whereby we are using renewable energy. So if you talk about the policy initiative, the RPO trajectory that the government of India has come out with, itself motivates the states and the consumers to go on and use the renewable energy sources. You talk about ISTS charges not being levied on the generation of the renewable energy or transmission of energy from the source to the consumer point, itself is a policy initiative. For green access rules and encouraging everybody to use renewable energy is another policy initiative. I'm just giving examples that yes, the governments would have to act and they have started acting upon. So we should not be feeling, it may be that we are not doing enough, but we are headed in the right direction. The second aspect of the governments are that they are also encouraging private business to come forward and contribute in this direction. So letting the private players come in by giving them a capital subsidy to establish renewable energy parks itself, and some of the other initiatives that the state and the government of India is doing just to encourage more and more people, including the private businesses, to come forward and be the partner in making this change. But having said so, again the point comes where I started with, that are we doing enough? And when we say we includes each one of us. And for that particular purpose, Government of Madhya Pradesh along with Professor Chetan Solanki has decided that we will go and knock at each door. We will go and touch each and every individual who is residing in Madhya Pradesh to make them aware of this change which is happening in and around us. For making them realize that if their pattern of consumption gets minimized or at least controlled without compromising on any of the developmental agenda or a growth pattern, we can still do it. And for that, we have started with a very simplistic program which is called Puja Sakshata Abhiyan. What we are saying is, be literate about your consumption and take your decisions which are conducive to the wealth and to the health of the environment. So what is it? It's a very, very simple exercise that we do. It's an app which has been developed. There are about 12 modules. Each module lasts for about 15 minutes. So there is a video which Professor Solanki has recorded. And we are proud to have got associated, the only state government which has got associated as of now. What we do is, we go and inform each and every one that here is an app. You would be happy to know that our class 4 employee who is supposed to open our doors and open and clean our office tables is trained to not switch on the light unless it is required. To switch off the air conditioners that are running which are not under use. To not let the air conditioner being used if it is not required, and let the windows be open. Let the other systems be there for a natural ventilation and light. So much so that we wanted this, that the start would have to happen from the government buildings. You would be surprised that every fourth class employee who is responsible for this, forget about the top bosses, I'll come to that again. But the smallest of the person knows that he has to contribute by not consuming the energy. And that is what we wanted to teach to each and every student, each and every teacher, each and every government employee, each and every citizen of Madhya Pradesh. So what we have done, we have reached out to each and every colleges, each and every school above class 5th standard. We have created small tinkering labs in the classes from 5th onwards, whereby they experiment as to how to use the renewable energy so as to make the next generation aware of how to conserve energy. We are making the household ladies to be made aware of how to not let unnecessary fuel getting wasted. So these 12 modules have a set of 3 modules. So a person on an app listens to the video and then he is thrown up from a repository of questions onto that particular topic. About 50 questions are to be answered by others. If they are able to have 50% marks in it, we say that let us move you to the second module. And after they complete 3 modules, they get a certification online published saying that you have congratulations, you have done your 3 modules, welcome, please go ahead, try and finish another set of 3 modules. And every 3 modules completed, they get a certification, and final certification is done after the 12th module is completed. There is a certificate issued by Secretary of Energy that yes, we are congratulating you for having got yourself aware as to how not to consume energy and how not to waste resources. A simple exercise. By this time, we have already reached out to more than 1 million people in Madhya Pradesh, knocking at the door, making them aware of it, and a simple app which creates that kind of an awareness. So we are trying to do cities which are going to use 100% renewable energy, and the solar city which is going to happen in Sashi. This will be the first solar city in the country. Even Modhera is not a solar village, I would say, sorry to say this, because they have established one big solar plant and they are claiming that it is the first village. What we are doing is we are creating a net zero city, a first solar city in country which is Sachi, UNICEF protected city, and we are inaugurating it on 3rd of May on the International Solar Day. Why we are trying to do these kind of a small experimentation is that we want to reach out to everyone and make them aware that clock is ticking. If you don't act, you will perish, you will be extinct. And that is the message that I want to communicate, that besides this, besides multiple firsts that the Madhya Pradesh is doing, we are doing the world's biggest 600 megawatt floating solar on river Narmada, on a dam, Omkareshwar. This will itself save about 70 million trees of carbon emission just by not using any land, preventing the evaporation, and generating renewable energy from floating solar of 600 megawatt. We are establishing parks after park. We are establishing rooftop solar modules so that the consumption goes down for the carbon emission fuel consumption. Multiple issues are being done. What I am trying to say that together we can and together we will. This clock timing will keep increasing if we are going to act on this. If we don't act, certainly this might even get hastened. And that is the message that we need to communicate, that each one of us should encourage, and this app is free. This can be downloaded by anybody. There is no proprietary item into this. There is nothing that we are saying that you can do or you cannot do it. It is available. Anyone who is wanting to be aware of this, they can do so. And I would encourage each one of us to at least visit this app. And if you are able to do it, I am sure that at least 1% of you, within you, will start using less energy than what you are doing today. Thank you very much for your patience here.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable insights. Next up, we have another speaker for this afternoon, Ms. Sutismita Sanyal, General Manager, Computational Sciences, Share. Ms. Sanyal is currently working as a General Manager, Computational Science at Share Technology Center, Bangalore, leading a team of 50 plus researchers in delivering cutting-edge digital solutions at Share factories. She has been involved in developing novel high-temperature coatings and alloys for jet engines, land-based gas turbines, lighting and energy solutions. She has 7 patents and 20 plus peer-reviewed journal publications to her credit. Passionate about diversity and inclusion, Ms. Sanyal has been driving technical women's network activities across GE and Shell, and has been the president of the advisory board for the Society of Women Engineers in India. Welcome.
Thank you, and I'm delighted to be here. Perfect. Sorry, I feel a bit restricted with this dice, sorry. All right, does this work? Okay, awesome. If I can have my slides up there, please. Thank you so much. I'm Suchi. I'm delighted to be here today in this wonderful conference. Thank you to Professor Solanki for extending the invite. I realize that I'm coming between you and lunch, so I'm not going to take more time than I was allocated, but I thought it would be really interesting to bring out the technology aspect through which we are going to address one part of are we restoring climate action, right? So you heard from government officials, from academics, from think tanks of how can policy, societal measures address the climate action and really make this clock work, right? What I'm going to complement today is bringing in the technology angle, appreciating that many of you in the audience may be students, may be actually pursuing technology careers, right? So as my introduction said, I'm very privileged to lead a group of technical researchers who are doing cutting-edge work in data science. I have my esteemed colleague Saptarshi here, who leads data science and decision science. I lead computational science, and hence, what are we going to do with this societal challenge on climate action? First, let's take a step back and look at what, as Shell, we pledge to do. How are we pledging for powering progress? I think Professor Solanki brought an immensely important point in saying that is ROI the only measure of success? And I was really inspired by that because it connects to the 4 pillars of powering progress that we have at Shell. The very first one is, of course, ROI, without which we cannot make even sustainability sustainable, right? You have to generate shareholder value. You have to generate business profits to employ, to continue employing the 73,000 people that we employ here today. By the way, 1/7 of that resides in India right now as we speak. So we employ about 11,000 people in India for Shell all across. So generating shareholder value is of prime importance to us. But so is a pledge about net zero emissions, about how are we going to be a complete net zero company by 2050. And that does include our own emissions, but also scope 3 emissions that we have with our collaborators and customers. The last two are the ones that are closest to my heart though. They say, how are we going to power lives? How are we going to societally take this climate pledge along? How are we going to really affect the bottom of the pyramid that our esteemed panelists were talking about, right? And you would later see that we are here for exactly that reason. We have a game changer call, which my esteemed colleague Srini has helped launch along with Professor Solanki, which talks about exactly that. How are we going to power lives using climate action? And the last but not the least is how are we going to do all of this by restoring ecological balance, by respecting nature, right? This is the overall context, and in the next 10 or 15 minutes, what I intend to do is to give you specific examples of how are we going to impact each of them today, here and now. One more context that I would love to set, and I am proud to see India taking a center stage here, is there are 2 mega trends that are shaping the way we live and the way we work. The very first one has already been talked about, which is the energy transition, the transition to a cleaner, greener future. And the second one, dare I say, is something that India is leading by example, and that is digitalization and digital innovation. If you look at the UPI payments, if you look at the fundamental WhatsApp penetration of every person, including in rural households, including the nanny in my home who is illiterate but digitally literate, you would see that digitalization is pervasive in India. And we feel that these 2 technological innovations using advanced analytics, advanced AI towards moving to a net zero future is absolutely critical for us, right? So we are at the cusp of these 2 technologies, digitalization and energy transition. I'm going to give you examples of how are we going to propel this. Awesome, thank you. So designing the energy system of the future. We first start by cleaning up our own assets, right? You all know that we are an energy company, so obviously we do have a CO2 footprint. What here we are trying to do is improving efficiency of our own assets, whether it be generating oil or producing many of the foam, for example, the chairs on which we are sitting, or the fuel that drives our car. How are we going to decarbonize our own assets that produce this, right? And for that, what we're using is cutting-edge data science, advanced analytics, and advanced artificial intelligence techniques by which we are gathering trillions of rows of data into our data lake coming in from sensors all across our assets. These are helping us optimize our asset operations. Needless to say, 1 or 2% increase in efficiency of our assets actually help us not only to produce more, but produce less CO2, produce less carbon footprint. And that's what we are trying to do by this end-to-end integration. If you can go to the next slide, please. We are also talking about how are we going to decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors. This is to the point of scope 3 emissions that we talked about, right? And here again, we are very proud to say that we are collaborating with Indian companies. We are collaborating with Tata Steel, Dalmia Cement, Hindalco to essentially look at our systems modeling capabilities to essentially help what we have learned in our own assets, efficiency and decarbonization. How can we do systems level models? How can we use hydrogen as an alternate fuel? And how can we work with our customers to decarbonize their assets in the most hard to abate sector, which happens to be in metals, in steel and cement and aluminium. That's just one example. The other thing we are also doing is using electrification coming in from green electricity or green electrons to electrify our current chemical reactors. We use chemical cracking, as you know, to produce many of our later stage products, downstream products, and those are very energy intensive processes. So we are proud to say that with the help of Dow, with collaboration with Dow, we are able to design novel electrified reactors. You would find it in Google, that are now operational in our Amsterdam center. It has been done with the help of computations and digitalization, within 2 years of putting steel in ground. If I tell you numbers, that takes about 130,000 cars off UK roads every year, electrifying one cracker, right? So we want to scale up this technology. We want to collaborate and partner in these technologies to make our operations carbon neutral. The third example is about EV batteries, right? They need a completely different thermal management system, and we find through our thermofluid modeling, in which we have deep expertise, we find that Shell e-fluids, the lubricants you use in your cars, are about 30% more efficient in taking away the heat from EV batteries and preventing thermal runaways. And we are essentially therefore tying up with the automobile OEMs to make their operations carbon neutral, more greener and more cleaner. And the same capability can be now used for making our data centers also more thermally efficient. These are some of the examples that we would like to share with you in this space. A couple of more examples. What are we doing to decarbonize our fuels, right? One of the things that we are doing is using blockchain to, again, establish transparency in our system. How do you know, how do you guarantee that the sustainable aviation fuels that we are using are actually low carbon? So let me ask you a question. How many of you flew over today here for this conference? How many? Quite some, quite some. Professor Solanki uses a solar powered bus, so it cannot be said about him, but we all contribute to carbon footprint in some way or the other, don't we? So what we are developing along with Accenture and American Express is we have developed a blockchain-enabled platform. It's called Avelia, again for you to Google, Avelia, which helps trace every carbon molecule from the moment it gets fueled in your jet to the moment you land. You will be able to see what is your carbon footprint. It helps us to keep ourselves in check, in track, so that the climate clock that is ticking over there we can be true to that, right? So we are using sustainable aviation fuel and blockchain platform to help us towards that. The other thing we are also doing is using hydrogen, which is a much cleaner form of fuel, as you know, by giving off only water and not carbon dioxide. We are really investing in hydrogen. In fact, we invite each of you to the beautiful tech center we have in Bangalore called Shell Technology Center, Bangalore, to see some of the electrolyzers we are putting together which produce hydrogen. Our digital innovation, we are actually looking at how can you effectively store hydrogen, transport hydrogen safely from one location to other, because as you all know, hydrogen is the lightest gas and is also combustible, right? So safety, storage and transport of hydrogen is absolutely of prime importance to us. If you go to the next slide, please. Now we are coming to the people part of it, which is much more interesting than all of these dry technologies, isn't it? How can we change a 130-plus-year-old company, a culture of a company which has primarily started its journey by carbon? How can you decarbonize a carbon company? How can you digitalize a company which actually started or used Netherlands' first computer in 1930s. We do that by collaboration and culture change. So we are very proud to say that we are changing one person at a time. We have about 350 citizen data scientists who we train, who we equip, who are all computer modelers who help us to go to a net zero future from here and now to the future. We also have we talked about 1.9 trillion data points in our data lake, which helps us manage and operationalize our assets. We have something called Shell.ai, which is quite a revolution, which has about 5,000 plus. In fact, I think that number needs correction. It's now about 10,000 plus people in Shell, which tells them to take part in the journey. So this is our way of taking our bottom from the pyramid in transforming them through the energy transition and digital transformation. If you go to the next slide. Now, partnership with our external ecosystem is absolutely the key. And here, I wanted to cite some examples we are doing in open innovation in India. Like I said, we have 1/7 of our footprint right here in India. There is no dearth of talent. India is considered to be a talent heartland for Shell. So therefore, staying here, how can we leverage the talent out here? And so again, Saptarshi, my colleague, has been the mastermind, master architect of a number of hackathons that we use and launch to essentially capture the great innovative ideas coming from you guys. So if you have a great idea, do write to us and we will try to incorporate it in any of our solutions going forward. We also have participated in numerous tech fests. For example, IITB Eureka was a big tech fest that we participated in and again worked with. We also work very closely with what we call as EFRO, which is an entrepreneurial program only for India for energy startups. And we have incubated many startups, starting from ZipTracks to Detect Technologies, who have come out of this. The last two slides, which I'm coming to now, are my penetration into the Shell Game Changer program. Again, my esteemed colleague Srini leads the program here in India. This is a decade-long program. It has been in Shell since 1996. We actually nurture the passion of early-stage startups. We fund them, we advise them, and we call for proposals. And like I said, that is the primary reason why I'm here today. What I have been very satisfied with this program is when we started doing call for proposals using technology for societal good, doing what we call as AI for good. And here's one such example where we looked at how can we use technology to improve the quality of lives of waste workers in India, people who are the rag pickers, people who are at really the bottom of our pyramid, right? And we have gone through the ideas and we now have essentially funded a Chennai-based startup called Kabaddi Connect, which essentially connects local Kabaddi-walas, that is the scrap collection centers, with the people who actually, the waste pickers, and also helps them in that neighborhood by removing or minimizing waste to the landfill. We are working actively with them. This work started with me in the picture going to really waste pickers centers and Kabaddi centers in Bangalore and outskirts of Bangalore, and really forming an awareness of how the waste pickers' lives are affected, which is a very unstructured sector, right? So these are the type of work we are doing, if you remember in the early part of my slide, which we talked about powering lives. And if you go to my next slide, which is, I think, the last, yes, absolutely. And so this is the reason why we are here. We have recently given a call for proposal for seeking startups to pitch for ideas, again in the space of using technology for powering lives, primarily focusing in the agricultural sector. Again, you know that is a sector which does contribute to quite a bit of emissions, and that is a sector which also has or needs upliftment in terms of quality of lives, right? So we are very excited. We have received some fantastic proposals, I think 130 plus proposals that we had received. Professor Solanki was part of our jury, as was many other esteemed jury members, and we have now down selected a few of them. We are excited to meet some of the startups here, and we are going to announce the winners tomorrow, I think in the afternoon, post lunch or pre-lunch. But we would love for you to join us in that session, join us in the celebration as we celebrate powering lives and as we pledge back our action to R. With this, I would like to leave you, and we are around for taking any questions if you have. Thank you so much.
We can take a question or two in case you want, otherwise we're already... Anybody has any questions? Okay, I think they can interact with you at personal level. Thank you so much, Ms. Sanyal, for this beautiful virtual tour. Shell is one of the major contributors for this conference today. Thank you so much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you to please proceed for lunch. Thank you. Be here at
It is not global warming, it is global warning. Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to the environment. I can afford, but nature cannot afford. I'm Chetan Singh Solanki, a professor of IIT Bombay. I'm also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There, my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really, very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it Energy Swaraj, energy by local, for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there, non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus, runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy. And that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar powered life. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this yatra. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I have given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time.
India's solar man is on the move. Chetan Solanki got the nickname when he taught over 1 million students to build solar lamps. For the last 2 years, the IIT professor has been on a yatra, or journey across India, traveling in a solar-powered bus.
अच्छा, तो फिर लोगों को लगता है कि सॉल्यूशन क्या है? इसका सॉल्यूशन पूछेंगे तो सॉल्यूशन क्या है? सोलर एजुकेशन। Is that a solution?
His mission to educate the public on renewable energy and climate change. So far, he has covered 20 states and over 300,000 kilometers, and he plans to keep going till 2030.
I started in 2020. 2030 is the Sustainable Development Goals target of the whole world, and I thought it is very nicely aligned. It cannot be done in, as I said, part and parcel, so I decided for 11 years I will not go home, and the bus, my Energy Swaraj Yatra bus is my home for 11 years. It's going to be my home. Well, I believe that people will understand, because if they will not understand by the knowledge, but they will understand by the disastrous events that we are going to face and we are facing. So one way or other, people will understand, and I believe and I hope that by the end of my yatra, there will be good success on the impacting the efforts that world is making towards solving the problem of climate change.
Chetan Solanki is a solar energy specialist and professor at the nation's prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, or IIT, in Mumbai. But today, his bus has taken him to the National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, 180 kilometers from Delhi, where he's talking to students about the ongoing climate disaster and the need to switch to solar immediately.
Silicon is the second largest material available on Earth, second largest. I keep saying that climate is not changing, climate has changed. And the impact of that we could see in our own life. Change is taking place so fast, it is accelerating. And what we are seeing in our own life is that there are heat waves, the entire country has experienced a heat wave, and then there are floods in Assam, 50 lakh people getting affected, and the water not subsiding for 15-20 days. We need to drastically and immediately change ourselves. What we need to change? We need to change the pattern of energy usage, because the whole problem has been caused because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I believe strongly that this problem will only be solved if we switch our base from carbon-based energy to solar-based energy, 100%, not 99%.
India is one of the few countries in the world where environmental education is compulsory in school. Yet, in a 2022 Yale study, about 54% of Indians confess to having little or no knowledge of global warming. This is something Solanki wants to change.
Well, the awareness is there about the climate change, that something is changing, but it's a very superficial level. They do not understand in really detail what is happening. And is it because of the climate change? Is it because of the global temperature rise? But everybody feels that things have changed. Normally, when we talk about the climate change, it is always presented at a very top level thing. Like there's a Paris Agreement and there's a global temperature rise and CO2 emissions are rising and all this thing. I think we need to start narrating the climate change and its related issue at the ground level in their own language, in the manner that we could demonstrate that it is their own life, it is getting affected. I think then this action will also be more stronger and more real action.
Though Solanki has undertaken a solo journey, others have also embarked on a climate-friendly and solar-dependent lifestyle to save the planet.
Our survival is solar energy. The center of our existence is solar energy.
Nonetheless, there will be many challenges for India to overcome to achieve 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. From supply chain problems, to infrastructure, to public education. In the meantime, the solar man of India continues his quest convincing his countrymen of his vision, one stop at a time.
The use of solar energy or renewable energy is not a matter of choice, it is an emergency. And like we behave in emergency, we do everything possible and adopt it right now, immediately, 100%, because global warming is approaching very fast and the climate change is going to become irreversible very fast. So it's not a matter of choice, it is the question of survivability. It is not global warming, it is global warning. Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to the environment. I can afford, but nature cannot afford. I'm Chetan Singh Solanki, a professor of IIT Bombay. I'm also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There, my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really, very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it Energy Swaraj, energy by local, for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there, non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus, runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy. And that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar powered life. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this yatra. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I've given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time.
India's solar man is on the move. Chetan Solanki got the nickname when he taught over 1 million students to build solar lamps. For the last 2 years, the IIT professor has been on a yatra, or journey across India, traveling in a solar-powered bus.
अच्छा, तो फिर लोगों को लगता है कि सॉल्यूशन क्या है? इसका सॉल्यूशन पूछेंगे तो सॉल्यूशन क्या है? सोलर एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम. Is that a solution?
His mission to educate the public on renewable energy and climate change. So far, he has covered 20 states and over 300,000 kilometers, and he plans to keep going till 2030.
I started in 2020. 2030 is the Sustainable Development Goals target of the whole world, and I thought it is very nicely aligned. It cannot be done in, as I said, part and parcel, so I decided for 11 years I will not go home, and the bus, my Energy Swaraj Yatra bus is my home for 11 years. It's going to be my home. Well, I believe that people will understand, because if they will not understand by the knowledge, but they will understand by the disastrous events that we are going to face and we are facing. So one way or other, people will understand, and I believe and I hope that by the end of my yatra, there will be good success on the impacting the efforts that world is making towards solving the problem of climate change.
Chetan Solanki is a solar energy specialist and professor at the nation's prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, or IIT, in Mumbai. But today, his bus has taken him to the National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, 180 kilometers from Delhi, where he's talking to students about the ongoing climate disaster and the need to switch to solar immediately.
Silicon is the second largest material available on Earth, second largest. I keep saying that climate is not changing, climate has changed. And the impact of that we could see in our own life. Change is taking place so fast, it is accelerating. And what we are seeing in our own life is that there are heat waves, the entire country has experienced a heat wave, and then there are floods in Assam, 50 lakh people getting affected, and the water not subsiding for 15-20 days. We need to drastically and immediately change ourselves. What we need to change? We need to change the pattern of energy usage, because the whole problem has been caused because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I believe strongly that this problem will only be solved if we switch our base from carbon-based energy to solar-based energy, 100%, not 99%.
India is one of the few countries in the world where environmental education is compulsory in school. Yet, in a 2022 Yale study, about 54% of Indians confess to having little or no knowledge of global warming. This is something Solanki wants to change.
Well, the awareness is there about the climate change, that something is changing, but it's a very superficial level. They do not understand in really detail what is happening. And is it because of the climate change? Is it because of the global temperature rise? But everybody feels that things have changed. Normally, when we talk about the climate change, it is always presented at a very top level thing. Like there's a Paris Agreement and there's a global temperature rise and CO2 emissions are rising and all this thing. I think we need to start narrating the climate change and its related issue at the ground level in their own language, in the manner that we could demonstrate that it is their own life, it is getting affected. I think then this action will also be more stronger and more real action.
Though Solanki has undertaken a solo journey, others have also embarked on a climate-friendly and solar-dependent lifestyle to save the planet.
Our survival is solar energy. The center of our existence is solar energy.
Nonetheless, there will be many challenges for India to overcome to achieve 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. From supply chain problems, to infrastructure, to public education. In the meantime, the solar man of India continues his quest convincing his countrymen of his vision, one stop at a time.
The use of solar energy or renewable energy is not a matter of choice, it is an emergency, and like we behave in emergency, we do everything possible and adopt it right now, immediately, 100%, because global warming is approaching very fast and the climate change is going to become irreversible very fast. So it's not a matter of choice, it is the question of survivability. It is not global warming, it is global warning. Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to the environment. I can afford, but nature cannot afford. I'm Chetan Singh Solanki, a professor of IIT Bombay. I'm also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really, very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it Energy Swaraj, energy by local, for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there, non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus, runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy. And that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar powered life. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this yatra. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I've given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time.
India's solar man is on the move. Chetan Solanki got the nickname when he taught over 1 million students to build solar lamps. For the last 2 years, the IIT professor has been on a yatra, or journey across India, traveling in a solar-powered bus.
अच्छा, तो फिर लोगों को लगता है कि सॉल्यूशन क्या है? इसका सॉल्यूशन पूछेंगे तो सॉल्यूशन क्या है? सोलर एजुकेशन प्रोजेक्ट, is that a solution?
His mission to educate the public on renewable energy and climate change. So far, he has covered 20 states and over 300,000 kilometers, and he plans to keep going till 2030.
I started in 2020. 2030 is the Sustainable Development Goals target of the whole world, and I thought it is very nicely aligned. It cannot be done in, as I said, part and parcel, so I decided for 11 years I will not go home, and the bus, my Energy Swaraj Yatra bus is my home for 11 years. It's going to be my home. Well, I believe that people will understand, because if they will not understand by the knowledge, but they will understand by the disastrous events that we are going to face and we are facing. So one way or other, people will understand, and I believe and I hope that by the end of my yatra, there will be good success on the impacting the efforts that world is making towards solving the problem of climate change.
Chetan Solanki is a solar energy specialist and professor at the nation's prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, or IIT, in Mumbai. But today, his bus has taken him to the National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, 180 kilometers from Delhi, where he's talking to students about the ongoing climate disaster and the need to switch to solar immediately.
Silicon is the second largest material available on Earth, second largest. I keep saying that climate is not changing, climate has changed. And the impact of that we could see in our own life. Change is taking place so fast, it is accelerating. And what we are seeing in our own life is that there are heat waves, the entire country has experienced a heat wave, and then there are floods in Assam, 50 lakh people getting affected, and the water not subsiding for 15-20 days. We need to drastically and immediately change ourselves. What we need to change? We need to change the pattern of energy usage, because the whole problem has been caused because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I believe strongly that this problem will only be solved if we switch our base from carbon-based energy to solar-based energy, 100%, not 99%.
India is one of the few countries in the world where environmental education is compulsory in school. Yet, in a 2022 Yale study, about 54% of Indians confess to having little or no knowledge of global warming. This is something Solanki wants to change.
Well, the awareness is there about the climate change, that something is changing, but it's a very superficial level. They do not understand in really detail what is happening. And is it because of the climate change? Is it because of the global temperature rise? But everybody feels that things have changed. Normally, when we talk about the climate change, it is always presented at a very top level thing. Like there's a Paris Agreement and there's a global temperature rise and CO2 emissions are rising and all this thing. I think we need to start narrating the climate change and its related issue at the ground level in their own language, in the manner that we could demonstrate that it is their own life, it is getting affected. I think then this action will also be more stronger and more real action.
Though Solanki has undertaken a solo journey, others have also embarked on a climate-friendly and solar-dependent lifestyle to save the planet.
Our survival is solar energy. The center of our existence is solar energy.
Nonetheless, there will be many challenges for India to overcome to achieve 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. From supply chain problems, to infrastructure, to public education. In the meantime, the solar man India continues his quest, convincing his countrymen of his vision, one stop at a time.
The use of solar energy or renewable energy is not a matter of choice, it is an emergency, and like we behave in emergency, we do everything possible and adopt it right now, immediately, 100%, because global warming is approaching very fast and the climate change is going to become irreversible very fast. So it's not a matter of choice, it is the question of survivability. It is not global warming, it is global warning. Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to the environment. I can afford, but nature cannot afford. I'm Chetan Singh Solanki, a professor of IIT Bombay. I'm also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There, my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really, very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it Energy Swaraj, energy by local, for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there, non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus, runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy. And that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar powered life. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this yatra. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I've given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time.
India's solar man is on the move. Chetan Solanki got the nickname when he taught over 1 million students to build solar lamps. For the last 2 years, the IIT professor has been on a yatra, or journey across India, traveling in a solar-powered bus.
अच्छा, तो फिर लोगों को लगता है कि सॉल्यूशन क्या है? इसका सॉल्यूशन पूछेंगे तो सॉल्यूशन क्या है? सोलर एजुकेशन। Is that a solution?
His mission to educate the public on renewable energy and climate change. So far, he has covered 20 states and over 300,000 kilometers, and he plans to keep going till 2030.
I started in 2020. 2030 is the Sustainable Development Goals target of the whole world, and I thought it is very nicely aligned. It cannot be done in, as I said, part and parcel, so I decided for 11 years I will not go home, and the bus, my Energy Swaraj Yatra bus, is my home for 11 years. It's going to be my home. Well, I believe that people will understand, because if they will not understand by the knowledge, but they will understand by the disastrous events that we are going to face and we are facing. So one way or other, people will understand, and I believe and I hope that by the end of my yatra, there will be good success on the impacting the efforts that world is making towards solving the problem of climate change.
Chetan Solanki is a solar energy specialist and professor at the nation's prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, or IIT, in Mumbai. But today, his bus has taken him to the National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, 180 kilometers from Delhi, where he's talking to students about the ongoing climate disaster and the need to switch to solar immediately.
Silicon is the second largest material available on Earth, second largest. I keep saying that climate is not changing, climate has changed. And the impact of that we could see in our own life. Change is taking place so fast, it is accelerating. And what we are seeing in our own life is that there are heat waves, the entire country has experienced a heat wave, and then there are floods in Assam, and 50 lakh people getting affected, and the water not subsiding for 15-20 days. We need to drastically and immediately change ourselves. What we need to change? We need to change the pattern of energy usage, because the whole problem has been caused because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I believe strongly that this problem will only be solved if we switch our base from carbon-based energy to solar-based energy, 100%, not 99%.
India is one of the few countries in the world where environmental education is compulsory in school. Yet, in a 2022 Yale study, about 54% of Indians confess to having little or no knowledge of global warming. This is something Solanki wants to change.
Well, the awareness is there about the climate change, that something is changing, but it's a very superficial level. They do not understand in really detail what is happening. And is it because of the climate change? Is it because of the global temperature rise? But everybody feels that things have changed. Normally, when we talk about the climate change, it is always presented at a very top level thing. Like there's a Paris Agreement and there's a global temperature rise and CO2 emissions are rising and all this thing. I think we need to start narrating the climate change and its related issue at the ground level in their own language, in the manner that we could demonstrate that it is their own life it is getting affected. I think then this action will also be more stronger and more real action.
Though Solanki has undertaken a solo journey, others have also embarked on a climate-friendly and solar-dependent lifestyle to save the planet.
Our survival is solar energy. The center of our existence is solar energy.
Nonetheless, there will be many challenges for India to overcome to achieve 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. From supply chain problems, to infrastructure, to public education. In the meantime, the solar man of India continues his quest. convincing his countrymen of his vision, one stop at a time.
The use of solar energy or renewable energy is not a matter of choice, it is an emergency, and like we behave in emergency, we do everything possible and adopt it right now, immediately, 100%, because global warming is approaching very fast and the climate change is going to become irreversible very fast. So it's not a matter of choice.
So is Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the first day of session 3. As you all know, we are here for the Actions of Restoring Environment Conference and Awards, that is ARE. It is one of its kind where the focus is on the action for restoring environment. We are now beginning with the third session. The third session of today's conference is about policies and programs to secure climate and energy security to the nation. ARE, the government initiatives. Now the question here is, are the government initiatives pragmatic enough? We'll witness a panel discussion shortly. May I request everyone to please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to session 3 of day 1. As I mentioned, it is about policies and programs to secure climate and energy security to the nation. This session will be moderated by Mr. Amit Raje. He is the Chairman and Managing Director, Arjek Solunesis Limited, and Director, Energy Swaraj Foundation. May I request Mr. Amit Raje to please come on the stage. The other panelist for this discussion here will be Mr. Amarjeet Sinha, ex-advisor to the Honorable Prime Minister. I would also request Dr. Rakesh Sarwal to join them on stage. Dr. Sarwal is a Managing Director, National Work Development Corporation, that is Ministry of Minority Affairs. And last but not the least, we have Dr. Arunbha Ghosh, Chief Executive Officer, Council of Energy, Environment and Water. May I request the panelists to please be on the stage. May I also request Dr. George from NEERI to please join us on the stage. Just reading out the profile of our speakers, Dr. Amarjeet Sinha, ex-advisor to the Honorable Prime Minister. Shri Amarjeet Sinha is an IAS. He was a former advisor to the Prime Minister in Prime Minister's office. He has over 30 years of experience in government, largely in the social sector. He has had a unique distinction of having played a major role in designing Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan, India's main program for universal elementary education, and the National Rural Health Mission. Next up, we have Dr. Rakesh Sarwal. Dr. Sarwal is the Managing Director, National Work Development Corporation. He is a senior public health official in the planning and management leader with over 3 decades of experience in the government of India. He combines academic rigor, insight of what works to analyze and develop solutions to the society's problems. He works through collaborations, passion of excellence, and faith in the innate virtue of human. He works to leave a better world through the systematic and lasting changes. Next up, we also have with us today Dr. Arunbha Ghosh, Chief Executive Officer, Council of Energy, Environment and Water. Dr. Ghosh is an international public policy expert, author, columnist, and an institution builder. He is a founder, CEO since 2010 of the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. Consistently ranked as one of the Asia's leading policy research institutions and among the world's 20 best climate think tanks in 2013 and 2016. With an experience in 45 countries, he previously also worked at Princeton and Oxford. Welcome all the eminent speakers. Over to you, sir, for moderating the session.
Hello, good afternoon. I hope I'm audible back there. Can you give me a show of hands? Okay, great. So, this is a very interesting session. The session following lunch, has challenges, as you all know. But I think we are on a very interesting topic here. And I have, a topic that we would be all deliberating on in the presence of some amazing stakeholders here who were just introduced. So the flavor that we would like to set here is to keep it very engaging, very interactive. I think since morning, just for the benefit of all the panelists who may not have been here since the starting sessions, the issue that has been spoken so far is about bringing to light the gravity of the situation that we have. We all have the climate clock running right in front of us, which gives a not so easy, we used to have 5-year plans, right, in the government, and this is a 6-year time clock, talking about how the world's kind of reaching a pretty difficult zone. So I think in general, from a layman's perspective, when such problems are coming up to the society, and we had a recent example of how COVID came up and, the government stepped up and did some dynamic things across the world. So it's quite natural for all of us, to look up to the government and see what is it that they are bringing on the table. And yet, there is an acceptance about the challenge that this problem is all about, and our ability to really expect even the government to be able to solve it by themselves, and rather, get all the other stakeholders becoming a part of it. So this conference is all about getting all these stakeholders together, right? We have the government, we have the media, we have academic institutions, we have startups, we have innovators, we have technology companies. I think we are all trying to talk about, are we doing enough? And my invitation to the panel here is that let's be candid, let's be critical, let's be vocal about sharing what we understand, our compulsions, our limitations, and what we can drive as a couple of points agenda that can be actionalized by the entire community at large. So with that kind of an introduction, I would like to take up a few questions and interactions. My first question here is an invitation to Mr. Amarjit Sinha, sir, as an ex-advisor to the Prime Minister, you have seen it all. You would have known the strategizing that happens at the highest levels of the office. And you would also have seen, how the government looks to tackle these problems and across various initiatives that are being taken up. So could you, throw open the visibility to our audience here about how really the government is able to prioritize, look at this problem and engage into a solution building process? Yeah, you would like to run that? Yeah, you are free to speak from here. If you wish to take the dais, that's fine as well.
Thank you very much. सबसे पहले Chetan's invitation is very difficult to say no to because he lives what he says. So I compliment each one of you here from Swaraj India because I think it also reflects the kind of challenges that we face and the subjects that we deal with in the name of energy Swaraj. And clearly, there often does appear to be a disconnect between what ought to be done and what gets done. And this holds for all governments, all nations. What comes out very clearly, if you read whatever Chetan and others have written on the subject, a lot of other people have looked at the data, who pollutes, who pays for that pollution. But as often happens, the micro and the macro connect is often very distant. Climate change was always communicated as glaciers melting somewhere. It seemed very distant till it kept coming closer and closer, affecting the precipitation and the precipitation pattern at local levels, affecting farmers. Some of you may have seen a very simple piece of Ajay Veer Jakhad, which he wrote for one of the newspapers, the Indian Express, I think, on how climate change has begun to affect a father and a son in a village in Haryana. So I think this macro and micro link took us many, many years because often the jargons of explanation conceal the solutions which may well be much simpler. And I think this is one sector which can do with a lot of that cleaning and demonstrating by doing rather than simply saying. And in fact, it so happens that the book that I have been working on recently summarizes some of the challenges here. It's called The Last Mile, Turning Public Policy Upside Down. And like all policy making, when it critiques policy, what comes out very clearly, I am critiquing my own work as well, because clearly, oftentimes when we are into putting together policies, how a particular program will pan out at the last mile is often an afterthought, which therefore compromises our ability to find an appropriate solution. There have been successes in many areas, but there have been challenges as well. Now, when it comes to one, of course, this entire debate about the developed and the developing, the debate about the polluter pay principles, which was spoken of by earlier prime ministers as well, the life mission, which is being spoken of now. What comes out very clearly that some lifestyle changes would be needed because bulk of the carbon emissions is also happening because of the lifestyles we pursue. If that is the case, something has to change the way we live, not just technology, because as always, even in this sector, technology can only be a means and not an end in itself. And from that perspective, small changes do hold much more promise than big words. One of the experiments which we were trying to do with IIT Bombay, Chetan and the team was about reaching solar lamps in rural areas, till they demonstrated that non-literate women in women's self-help groups in the remote districts of Jharkhand, Bihar, all of them could assemble and provide solar lanterns to children, solar lamps to children on a very large scale. Nobody believed it was possible. Some of the solutions are in the realm of technology solutions which operate in this manner. They became even more ambitious to set up the Dungarpur manufacturing unit for solar. Some challenges are there, but what it demonstrated was that it's not that communities do not face these challenges. And therefore, part of the solution would lie in decentralization, a theme I've been writing on very frequently of late, is something which often gets neglected in what we do. It gets neglected because without many a time looking at the evidence at our command, we choose what is right and what is wrong. For example, there are the votaries of panchayats who feel that all forms of community action is a contravention of elected panchayat leaders. There are others who feel that all solutions can only happen through the panchayats, even though they exercise arbitrary authority. I think one positive thing where we can begin with, and which again, the example that I was just relating to you, was possible because women's collectives as an institution of community social capital has come up on a very large scale. What has happened in the southern Indian states in earlier decades, in Kerala, in Tamil Nadu, in Telangana, in Andhra Pradesh, in Karnataka, is happening all over the country over the last 10-15 years. The Jivika movement in Bihar, the Jivika movement in Jharkhand, the Mission Shakti in Odisha, the Rajivika in Rajasthan, of course in fits and starts, it's still got more area to cover. But women's collectives as a countervailing presence which keeps a check on an arbitrary exercise of authority by the local elected representatives. And if the both together, wherever they've managed to work together, they have managed to bring change. In the context of climate change also, our solutions will have to lie at that level. Because clearly, what the southern Indian states have demonstrated so ably, poverty, we say, came down sharply in southern Indian states. While there are many studies, somebody celebrates local governments in Kerala, somebody else talks about health in Tamil Nadu, but nobody looks at the full picture. But a broad hypothesis, which I recall 5-6 years ago, had begun with, was 5 or 6 factors made a difference in the southern Indian states in which brought poverty down. Participation of girls in higher secondary school on a large scale. Very directly, there's a correlationship with the decline in fertility. Whether it is girls in Bihar or UP, if they study up to class 12 or go to college, fertility rates are much lower. When collectives of adolescent girls go to schools and higher secondary schools and higher education institutions, a new identity shapes for the first time, which is not that of a daughter or a sister or as somebody's wife, which is as a woman unto herself. And that's what generated a large number of participation in women's collectives as the self-help groups. If the girls had studied up to college or up to +2 or school higher secondary, many of them could participate in skill and vocational opportunities which were there in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra on a large scale and to a lesser scale in Kerala at that time. And the last but not the least, when skills are there, fertility rates are down, education of girls is up to class 12, SHGs have been formed. 30 years ago, a simple decision of Dr. Rangarajan that SHGs could borrow without collaterals up to rupees 10 lakhs, which is now 20 lakhs. If you put these 5 things together, it explains poverty reduction. I've had a chance to see this process in about 143 gram panchayats across the country in different states. I can show you panchayats in Bihar which are better than many panchayats in Tamil Nadu and Kerala. Those panchayats exist even in Odisha. So clearly that's where some of the answers lie, even to the challenges of climate. Because unless and until we build models on trust, we build models on local wisdom, we build models on building capacities at the local level, I don't see centralized solutions. Technology is a means, it's not an end in itself. Lifestyle changes, yes, a lot has to happen in the developed world. Those lifestyle changes will not happen by themselves. The very notion of what luxury is, the very notion of utilization of anything which leads to carbon emissions, some ways of living have to change. For example, even a sector like youth, sports, cultural activities, all of them, there is enough evidence on the table today to say that they contribute more to minimizing the systems of luxury and leisure in many developed societies. So community action, locally grounded, is the way forward. A lot of macro, COP27, 26, 28, all of them will keep happening. But the test of it will lie in how much are we able to trust these collectives to transform lives and livelihoods of poor in a meaningful manner. That alone will sustain the movement that all of you are connected with. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for those insights, Mr. Sinha. I think this book that you are writing, it has piqued my interest about understanding what are the critical reviews that are coming to the mind, because I think if we were to zoom out and you talked and put some light on some great things that seem to have worked, we have examples in front of us. But if we take a look at the problem of that we are trying to address here, and when we were talking in the last session, someone pointed out Chetan's third law, which was the rate of solutioning has to be more than the rate of the way the problem is, and clearly we are out of pace with that. So one aspect, I mean, we had some great thoughts and couplets that were said. The one that comes to my mind here is a very nice share by my favorite shayer Nida Fazli. He says, "Kabhi kabhi यूं ही हमने अपने दिल को बहलाया है, जिन बातों को खुद ना समझे औरों को समझाया है." So the question really is, are we willing to, candidly acknowledge that some of these things that we are dealing with, it's a problem that the civilization is dealing with here. So it's beyond, the stratas of, class and society and even nations for that matter. It's, there is only one planet A, there is no planet B. Are we really there in terms of our collective psyche? And if not, what do we need to do? That's the larger question. We'll come to that. I think there's a video that the technical team had. Do we have that? I think it would put some perspective. Do we have the video on the sky at play? Can someone please check and acknowledge if, or maybe you could try and arrange that while I get into the next discussion. So the next thought really, I invite Dr. Sarwal to come in here. We will load up the presentation so that you have in mind shortly. But you have had a very interesting trajectory going from a person of medicine into policy making, and then following it up with a lot of interventions in public health, energy, nutrition. So climate change, how do you look at it, is a question that I would like to have your reflections on. Can we put up Dr. Sarwal's slide, please?
Thank you, Amit. Thank you, Chetan, for inviting us. Incredible work by you and your team. It's just a token of my involvement with your team that brings me over here. Words can't appreciate the contribution that you're making, and all of you in your team who are doing it, distinguished panelists. The question of climate has appeared as a fad, despite its importance. While I feel the argument I'm going to give is that environment is much more than just climate change. It's much more than just energy. Energy is much more than just electricity. It's just 20% of energy is electricity in India, and globally it's around 30%. So environment and sustainability are the larger thoughts that we can propagate and we can adopt both in policies and in our lifestyle, while talking of climate change. Now, while the policies are in position and the commitments of the nation have been made, and the lifestyle choices are also placed before us, the connect between these two, as Mr. Amarjit also mentioned, these two appear to be too distant and too far off. How do I decide today, now, as to how the climate is affecting me? Air, water, soil, food. How is it affecting my health, my family's health, my environment? And what can I do now and today to make a better tomorrow? I think that's the big question. In this regard, I'll just cite you an example. I saw a mail from a Netherlands professor who in his footnote mentioned, please avoid saying a thank you because every mail means 1 gram of carbon. It was beautiful. And I checked it out. That facts were also correct, depending upon the attachment because the cost of energy of the service. So being aware of what we are doing and how we can make a difference is really the big thing. And I have a couple of suggestions in that regard. Amit, if you could show the slides.
Can we have Dr. Sarwal's slides, please?
So the first is the nitty-gritty of how our commitments, nationally determined commitments, will work out at the national, state, district level, government, private, the NGO sector and citizens' life is something that the nation looks forward to. Niti is working on that plan as well as those models, and I think they're extremely important. So I'll just run you through this slide. Climate is just a part of environment. And it's the environment that affects our well-being and health and goodness and happiness. Electricity is just a part of energy. Energy is just a part of environment. Climate is beyond carbon dioxide. That's deductive reasoning. If we just think of carbon dioxide, carbon emissions, that is not climate or environment. It will be a very narrow view of that. It is about being harmony with nature, understanding both in and out nature and being in connect with that is a larger objective. That brings health and happiness. Consumption is not always equal to adversely affecting the climate because if there are methods of consumption which are consistent with the environment, understanding of how the nature works, they can lead to a better quality of life. These are just thoughts. Next, please. And these are some suggestions. A multi-sectoral approach and action plan is necessary to bring the nationally determined commitments to reality and actionable points. Incentive to promote life for environment is extremely important. While we may decide and we may try as individuals, what is it that this system gives to us in terms of making those choices meaningful in our day-to-day life? The state of environment at every point in terms of all the dimensions is something that is not available and should be there. In terms of air, water, there's a need for a climate transparency. Carbon market at local level, at small denominations, like if somebody wants to create a rooftop garden, and if that certainly saves some carbon emissions and generates oxygen. So what is it that we are doing to reward, both in the market and as a policy, is a thing to be considered. A life cycle approach in evaluating comparative advantages like battery and electricity are shown and are propagated as alternatives to fuels for transportation. But if you look at the life cycle, similarly ethanol, I chaired a committee that did a report on the use of ethanol 20% blending by 2025. We were immediately pointed out by IEA that do you know the life cycle cost of generating and using ethanol? So a life cycle approach gives us greater clarity on what is it that the ecosystem pays for those choices. Environmental footprint of human and activity is again something, as I mentioned, this email example. And one concrete suggestion which I think has intersectoral impact which the government should promote, and a low cost one, is bicycling. I would love to bicycle from Faridabad, where I stay, to Lakshmi Nagar, my office, and I'm sure it will take me the same time as it does 1 hour in a car. But it's a choice between risk for life and taking something which is passionate and good for the environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sarwal. In a later session, we would have as a moderator a fellow director of Energy Swaraj Foundation, Parag Patankar, who leads by example of bicycling his way to work in the city of Bangalore. So I think, we have examples in the society, And we are all here today because somewhere deep within we are inspired by the work Chetan is doing and really setting an example for us. But the question still remains to me that this is the elephant in the room problem, and while there are many ways in which we can try and hack at it, and the government and so many other institutions have been trying to do their bit, I carry a great deal of feeling of anxiety about are we doing enough? It's the next generations who are going to question. The inaugural session had a young girl really questioning, the action and the thought processes that we as, the adult communities have been working on. And again, the question is, are we taking enough action? Do we need to multiply these actions multiple fold? I think this is the room for reflection that we are trying to bring in this whole discussion here. I would move on to Dr. George from NEERI. Dr. George, you have had some very interesting explorations in the policy as well as the execution space. If you could throw some light on, are we taking action? Are we taking enough action? What seemed to have worked for you? What, I would love to also hear from everyone about some of our misses, because I think those would really educate us to move forward. I'm mindful of time constraints as well. I know you need to move, but we'll manage within that. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. George.
Thank you, Solanki. Let me convey the audience that it is Solanki ji who conveyed me, I think, half an hour ago that you have to be here to speak. And I'm in the field of air pollution. So from there to shift to change. So I'll share my experiences. Why I have come here is to learn about climate change issues. As far as my understanding goes, if we talk of greenhouse gas emissions, ozone depleting substance, where the scale is global, yes, we talk of climate. But if we talk of LPG, coal, wood burning in a kitchen, from there it begins the story of air pollution. So from there onwards, let me share my experience and concerns. Now, when we talk of global level, in the previous session, one of the speakers mentioned that Trump said, I want to protect the interests of the United States when it came to the global energy consumption issue. Now, if you plot a histogram or distribution of energy consumption, we find there are countries, US, which is consuming per capita consumption is very high. Now, their policies are related to their interests, their benefits. Now, if we focus only in India and draw the same distribution for it, we will find, is it that our policies are oriented towards those who are able to buy SUVs, or in a rural sector where people are struggling to find gas or wood? So whenever we make our policies, some of its impacts trickle down. One of our policy was Ujjwala scheme, which our Honorable Prime Minister, he was generous enough to give some subsidies and extend the use of cylinder to households, poor households. But from pollution perspective, in an urban center, it's better to have LPG cylinder because the emission from wood or coal will contribute to local air quality issues. Whereas for a very rural sector where there are hardly 500 residents, in that case, it is not preferred to use high quality energy like LPG. Instead, it is preferred to use wood or coal. Now, what's the difference? Again, in one of the talks, I think it was Professor Agnihotri who mentioned about the carbon dioxide recycled in the atmosphere, from the atmosphere and from underground. I put it in other way. The coal or fossil fuel is solar energy stored billions of years ago. If we take it and release it now, it may cause climate change. But recently stored solar energy in the form of biomass, the amount will be relatively less and may not affect climate to that extent. Quality may be same, quantity may be same, but our habits will change, certainly. Now, let me share an example. In Africa, there is a Zulu tribe. If you see their houses are circular and they have only one door, no window. They cook, their cooking activity, living, everything is in one small hut. And they find prevalence of tuberculosis in those households because they are not in the habit of having window. Now, World Health Organization identified this. In India, Indian Council of Medical Research also carried out study in our tribal belt and found that in some communities, EV is increasing because they are using only the one room living without any window, only one door. So there is no exit of guests. So when people live together, their hen, dog, all pets live together inside one room. So I was contacted how to give them ventilation. One of the approach we suggested, implemented it at ICMR's one of the centers in Jabalpur. It worked very well to provide a pipe outside the kitchen, just at the chula itself. So, and leave the pipe at a higher level, it will suck the air, and that's how it's going to clean the indoor environment. But the issue comes, my colleagues, people raise, it will contribute to carbon dioxide or GHGs. Now, this is a point where I say, no, we are not, when it comes to policies that impacts lower level, such low income group should be excluded from any of our decision making. Merely doing household activities will not lead to any global warming. Let it be left to those who prefer SUVs compared to high average four-wheeler vehicles. Now, one more issue, last point, which I want to share. We are importing crude oil, which is basically the billions of years old solar energy. We are using it for deriving different type of fuels. Now there is another type of fuel that is in European countries, they are not allowed to use car if their tread thickness goes below certain millimeter, certain level. So immediately becomes their waste tire. Now, as per our government's hazardous waste management rule, this is treated as waste material we cannot import, or there are restrictions. But if we can import crude oil, let's have a thinking on that. Old tires are also a form of energy. Can we import it and extract oil or gas from there are tire pyrolysis units which are working. Can we increase the export? Because when we can import crude oil for which the composition is unknown, not well defined. For tires, we fully know what is the composition. We can play with it. We can have technologies wherein we can use pyrolytic process to draw certain amount of energy. If we don't follow it, one day China will import all those tires globally and they will use it more. So these are all my experiences which I wanted to share. Thank you, sir. Any question, please?
Thank you, Dr. George. It's helpful to understand, while there seem to be a lot of macro approaches interventions that have been tried, tested, and given, different dimensions of results or insights. But I want to circle back to the question that, we are all trying to collectively deliberate on here. And this is the point at which I invite, some help from Dr. Ghosh. You have been looking at, set up CW, considered one of the top 20 think tanks on, energy issues, climate change issues. You have also engaged in some of the recent deliberations at a global level. And, there's really a question about what is an effective potential solution here that will work for us, state, non-state entities. How would you address the question, the larger question of, are we taking enough action, and what is it that really we need to be doing, at what scale, at what level of priority, if you could throw some light on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Amit. And first of all, many thanks to Professor Solanki for inviting me and inviting CEW to be a partner for this conference. Good afternoon to everybody. Let me just get straight to the point. As the clock is showing, I mean, the way I communicate this is every month, ballpark, every month we are using up 1 more percentage point of the remaining carbon space. Right? So you calculate, and that was the case about 6 months ago. So now about 94, 93 months left. So you can calculate how much time is left. Right? The clock will give a slightly different number, but it's an easy way to remember. Every day, every week, did I do enough to buy the planet an extra month of carbon space? If you're not doing that, if I'm not doing that, this conference is not delivering that, government policy is not doing that, international conferences are not doing that, then clearly we are not doing enough. So the answer to your question is no. Okay. So then who takes action? When Prime Minister Modi announced the Lifestyle for Environment mission just over a month ago on 20th of October in Kevadia, he said something very interesting in his speech. He said, when it comes to climate change, energy, environment, the assumption is that Sarkar kuch karega. And of course, yes, Sarkar will have to do something, but it does not translate to the rest of us have nothing to do. And that's why this whole issue of behavioral change, lifestyle for environment, becomes something much more germane to what each one of us has to do. CEW has been very intimately involved in drafting the mission. Now, I want to use the framework of that mission to respond to your question. We have basically 3 pillars. It starts with what is called nudging behavior. Right? So that nudging behavior could be what Chetan is doing, that I'm going to demonstrate to the world that I can travel across the country in a bus that is primarily powered with solar. Or, as Dr. Sarwal was saying, you can demonstrate that I will go to the office in a cycle. Or even if you're taking a car, then, is it an electric car versus something else? The point is individual changes, even not sending that one email out, is part of what those behavioral outcomes could be. But to do that, you have to nudge behavior. But nudging behavior is not enough, because I see some school children here in the audience. My daughter is 10 years old. It's not enough that you go home and turn off the light or the fan or something. Or do you do it one day on Earth Day, you switch off lights for 1 hour, and then for the remainder of the year, you think nothing else has to be done. So there has to be a second component to this. The second component is what we call enabling markets. So if you take something like this, you got a glass bottle here, right? Normally in these conferences, you will have a plastic bottle. Now, of course, we want to shift away from plastic, but there are certain people, certain enterprises, certain livelihoods that are dependent on that plastic bottle being on this table. So you can send a policy signal and say no more plastic, but those people, those enterprises will become the veto points. They will oppose it. They will oppose that move. So how do you enable markets in a way that this becomes not just desirable at the individual level, this becomes desirable even at the market level? So as I walk through, I see a number of enterprises displaying their wares. One of those enterprises is supported by CEW. It's called Hydrogreens. So we estimated, as a research institution, we estimated that there is a $53 billion market. Let me just repeat that number again. $53 billion market to use distributed clean energy for livelihood activities in rural India, on-farm and non-farm. But having done that research, we said, okay, let's put our research to the test. So we created a program called Powering Livelihoods, which got submissions from hundreds of firms. We finally selected a cohort of 6 companies, 6 startups that are doing that. Now, Hydrogreens is using distributed energy, distributed solar energy with cocoa peat to generate green fodder. Now, why do our cattle roam on the streets? Because there is no fodder for them. They are not milch cows anymore. There is no economic value to the farmers, so they let them out in the streets. They're eating the same plastic trash. This is a circular economy of trash we have created. We need to create a circular economy that is green. So green fodder for our cattle can be a $4 billion market alone in India. Using distributed energy for irrigation in sub-Saharan Africa, $11 billion market. So once you start thinking about this, not just as go home, switch off the lights and fans, thinking about I can now create a whole new economy, which is a circular economy, not a trash, but of resource efficiency, resource use, resource recycling, resource repurposing. Then you realize that there is value in this. And that's when you're no longer just waiting for Sarkar, although in this case, Sarkar has already made a step. Drawing on the examples we have demonstrated and many other examples. I see Clean is another entity here. I also have to set up Clean as a body of distributed energy entrepreneurs, which already has more than 200 enterprises. So the government of India is the first country in the world, first government in the world that has come out with a draft policy on using distributed energy for livelihoods. Start with individual action, you enable the markets, you get a policy framework, and then I come to the third step, which is redefining aspirations. So what do we mean by growth? What do we mean? I mean, you can go out to this conference, but you switch on your television, and the news will tell you whether GDP has increased or decreased. If you don't redefine what GDP is, this is not going to serve any purpose. Unless you're accounting for natural capital, the value of the tree will be less than the value of the furniture that's made out of the tree. So you have to redefine the whole aspiration of society as a whole of what it means to be a progressive society. So the reason I'm taking so many minutes is to explain that it's not an either or, that whether the government has a policy or we have an international agreement or we only rely on ground intervention. We need all of it. We do need all of it. But there is a theory of change to this. And all of us have to ask ourselves the question, where in this theory of change do I show up? Do I show up as a demonstrator of that behavioral change? Do I show up as a market participant, delivering more resource efficient, better products and services? Do I show up as someone who is redefining what it means to be a good society? If we did that, then actually we'll find enough examples and more to populate those parts of the equation.
That's a very useful framework to look at. These three aspects that were spoken about: nudging behavior, enabling markets, and redefining aspirations. So with that, I think let us pause for a moment, and I think our team has a follow-on video to the very powerful videos that we have seen since morning. Could you start it all over again? We'd love to see it from the beginning. Thanks. Can we have some volume, please?
I am the sky. I am a warm, protective blanket wrapped around everyone on Earth. I can bring clouds, rain, and wind. I can be an ice storm. Without me, you'd fry. Every day, I am the breath you take in, yet you are making me sick. I am congested. of that, polluted. You see, I'm more delicate than you think. It took millions of years to get it just right. My perfect mix of gases, temperature, and weather that you enjoy. But now your cars, your factories, and dust, they have pushed me past the limit. And you wonder why my typhoons and tornadoes are more intense, more frequent. I have become unpredictable. Less rain here, a lot more rain there. Hotter summers, colder winters. I cannot even control myself anymore. Enough about me. I will show my changing self to you in your days ahead. But in the end, I'll be fine. Give me a few thousand years. I have weathered trauma before. I am not worried for myself. Look.
Wow. Nature doesn't need people. People need nature. I think this this message that's getting hammered onto us, I think, is profound beyond many of these more transactional conversations that we keep having on a day-on-day basis. And I think this is the challenge that we are all trying to deal with and find a solution together. We have heard from the panelists on their views, their experiences, their insights. And I would like to invite people from the audience, if they have any questions that they would like to put up to the panelists, please come up so that volunteers can help them get their questions voiced. Maybe we can have a few questions as people come up. As they come up, I also wanted to pose this to the panel itself. Within you, do you see, do you have questions for each other? That really matter. Are we willing to call out things that we agree or perhaps disagree with, but which, the majority of agreeing to disagree hopefully will help us solve this problem that we have. The floor is open till such time we get some questions on the table. Oh, Chetan has a question. Oh, great.
Amit, thank you, and thanks to all panelists. And wonderful idea. As he said, what Arnav has told us in 3 ways. The session is all about, so I understand, and from morning we have been discussing that everybody has to act upon it. It's everybody is contributing. As far as the policies are concerned, and Amarjit ji also mentioned, as far as policies is concerned, the question here in this session is the government policies are pragmatic enough to take care of the problem of climate change? And my take is that no, we have Paris Agreement in 2015. 195 countries are part of the member. They signed it. There are thousands of NGOs working. Everything is happening, but the fact of the matter remains is that air is getting more polluted every year. Water is getting more polluted. Climate change is worsening every single year. So the simple question is the government policies are pragmatic enough to tackle this problem? If not, what is the gap? Is the gap 1-fold, 2-fold, 10-fold, 1,000-fold? What is the gap? So if you can give some hint of what is the gap exists right now between what government needs to do and what they are doing right now, so that there is a kind of sense of urgency that we can bring even in policy making. Your thoughts, please. Maybe Rakesh ji, if you can take up this.
Answer that question in my slide, saying that the pronouncements need to be translated into an action plan at the disaggregated level, so that we know who is to do what and how does it all add up to those national commitments is critically important. And in addition to that, certain specific suggestions like cycling and all I did give. So the answer is, a short answer to this question in the panel is, that no. Answer obviously is no. And I don't think so any government can do enough. Any amount of effort by any government in the globe would be inadequate to contain or to meet the challenge of climate change, because this has been building since industrial revolution. This thousands of millions of years of carbon trapped is now has been taken out. So the question is, what else can be done?
And so could there be a sense of what is the gap between what needs to be done or what is being done? Maybe I don't know if you can say, what is this gap that exists right now as the clock is ticking? We have any sense of the gap between the policies and what needs to be done?
Yeah, I'll give you an example, Chetan. Today, let's look at the good side for a second. Because again, sometimes, because our local environment is getting heavily polluted, we don't actually realize what is happening also on the plus side. So let me just illustrate this. 12 years ago, when I set up CW, the National Solar Mission also began at that time. India had less than 20 megawatts of solar at that time. Today, India has close to 60,000 megawatts of solar. We have 165,000 megawatts of non-fossil electricity capacity. We will be the first major economy which will build more renewables in this decade than its entire electricity system. So we'll have close to 500,000 megawatts of non-fossil electricity by the end of the decade. However, to get to net zero emissions by 2017, we will need 5.6 million megawatts of solar capacity, 1.7 billion megawatts of wind capacity. So obviously, this effort and impact gap keeps rising in an exponential rate. Now, one way to unlock this, when you say what's the gap, is from a financing point of view. Today, India receives about $11 billion to $12 billion a year of investment in renewable energy. We need to raise that number. Make it about close to $30 billion a year over this decade alone. Now, this is not going to happen just because we have said we are going to build a lot of renewables. It's only going to happen if we unplug some of the policy barriers. One policy barrier is there are limits of how much a bank can loan to a particular sector. So you can tell banks, please give more debt to solar parks or solar projects. But then say, sorry, I have reached my limit. So even if there is capital in the system, the remaining capital will end up going to building a road or something like that. Right? So in order to trigger that literally billions of dollars of funding, you will need to be able to unplug some of those barriers. Then let's come to distributed energy. We say no, distributed energy cannot get capital because these are small projects, poor people, no collateral. But that one change that was done about 2 or 3 decades ago, where RBI said that you can give loans to self-help groups without collateral. That unplugged the ability for microfinance institutions to then come forward. So what let's give a third example. India has India consumes more groundwater than China and the US combined. And that groundwater is pumped to grow crops in regions that don't eat those crops. Right? So we are growing rice in Punjab, etc. And then we have the stubble burning problem, all of that. Now to do that, the unplugging of that is that you've got to shift towards more nutritious grain. You've got to grow things that are more germane to the local environment. Now the same India also has the world's largest program of natural farming going on. More than 8 lakh farmers in Andhra Pradesh alone are practicing natural farming. And this has also come up through women-run self-help groups. So how does the same India that is consuming more groundwater in an inefficient way than any other country on the planet also have another part of the country having the world's largest program of natural farming? Because you've empowered communities in one place and you've disempowered communities in another place, and we impose a policy framework that disincentivizes them from doing the good thing and gives them incentives to do the bad thing. So the point here is that that's why it's not an either or, but the gap can actually rapidly be brought down if certain policy barriers are.
It can make your point understanding or ignorance.
No, it's not just lack of, I mean, there is enough understanding in government, but at the end of the day, government is also representing us. The air is not dirty because of dirty industries, farm burning, or dirty vehicles. The air is dirty because we don't want to be there. We have not expressed a democratic demand for clean air. So it's not enough to be a citizen at night and say I am breathing bad air, when as an economic agent in the day I want to drive a diesel car to work. So please express your demand. Please vote on those matters. The government has enough intelligence within and outside the government to make the policy.
Thank you. Good point. Thank you so much.
Now, let me add to it. We are perceiving recent floods, drought, highest 10 hot years as an indication of climate change. Now, who is driving this? Again, if you go by the energy consumption pattern, one can say, okay, it is the US or the Western countries who are consuming more, releasing more CO2, but we are making policies. Now the question is, are these policies effective enough? So a counter question comes, are we at a stage, is the sufficient time elapsed that we can sense, measure the impact of our policies on climate change? So I think that may take little more time, not sufficient time has gone by in the last 10 years or 15 years. Climate change related policies may not show its result immediately. Now another issue was whether we agree or disagree with these policies. So I can say whether we agree or disagree, in the last session a word was used, are our kids climate conscious? That's very important. This kind of seminars, even in schools, from their primary education onwards, these things should be fed in their mind, because everything they will not learn from home, the school will let them know about climate change and change in their behavior. So that's one of my suggestions, which even I would like to practice for my students by informing their school principal. Thank you.
Thank you, all the panelists. I think while we might want more time to understand whether we are doing enough, the time at hand is really right in front of us. And I'm sure the younger generation out here, the school kids would be wondering, is it really, I posed this question to my young daughter, how much time, they're broadly aware of environmental issues, and I said, how much time do you think we have? He said, maybe 50, 60 years, more with a view of not in my lifetime, And I said, it's just 6 years, and I could see the frown and the concern that emerged on her face, And I think that's the seriousness of the matter. I think great points made by the panelists here in terms of we have to exercise our democratic processes to bring this into priority. I think that is what the government drives. I will just move on to one important aspect here in that, we had a great first session where 200 kgs of CO2 was being mentioned, and people were finding it hard to believe, who's watching this session online messaged me saying that really 200 kilos, how do you calculate that? And I pointed it to a program that Energy Swaraj Foundation supports. So I invite Chetan to come and tell us more about this program and what we are looking to do to unleash it.
Thank you, Amit. So what we are going to do is, I believe that the whole purpose of my 11 years of Energy Swaraj Yatra is to bring awareness at a massive scale, and everybody has to be part of it. I believe that it is the time when it becomes a public movement, when, as Arnav said, we have to ask for our right as a clean air, clean water, and clean food. So everybody needs to take some action. So what we need to do is we need to launch. We are going to launch a portal which is called Energy Swaraj Portal for Action and Learning. And everybody needs to take some action. So what could be the action? So first of all, the portal is going to host what is called energy literacy training. I think the base of the entire problem is lack of understanding of energy and its use and what is the side effect. I believe that 99% people are energy illiterate and they do not understand how to use energy. And for example, we always need a license to drive a vehicle, and without license, we are going to meet an accident and harm somebody. So without using or having energy license, we should not be allowed to use energy. As simple as that. And this energy literacy training that I have developed, I believe is a license to use energy. There are 12 modules, and each module from module 1 to module 12 will take you to the journey from where is energy coming, where it is going, how many thousands of kilometers the fuel travels before it comes in your wires or in your tank, or before it comes to your kitchen. And when you understand the whole journey, you feel really guilty that actually you are doing it. The coal sometimes travels 10,000 kilometers. The petrol diesel travels 4 to 5,000 kilometers before it comes to your tank, and we just forget switching off the light and fan. So I think the moment you become aware about the energy and its impact in the environment, how much you are contributing to the climate change. All of you probably not aware there are 4 bags that amounts to 200 kilograms of weight, which is exactly what per capita emission in India per month. And I'm challenging everyone, if you can lift that 200 kilograms. The moment you feel that 200 kilogram is what you are doing as an individual, I think your actions are automatically going to correct. Many people who did energy literacy training comes to me and give all kind of remarks. One somebody said, sir, after doing your course, even if I use little extra toothpaste and I feel guilty. Somebody said, after doing your course, I was going to buy AC and I decided not to buy AC immediately. But my wife then had a fight that she said, कल तक तो लेने वाले थे अभी क्या हो गया. Then he recommended wife also to do the same energy literacy course, and guess what, wife also came to the same conclusion that no, we should not buy AC. There are many people who told me that after doing your course, if my hand goes towards the remote of an AC, वो कांपने लगता है. So I think Gandhi ji said in very beautiful in his book, that the snake cobra, we are all aware about how dangerous and poisonous it is. In this hall, if the cobra aa jayega, to everybody will start running. Nobody is going to keep the cobra in a lap and say how beautiful the cobra is, right? Because you are aware about the danger of snake cobra. You are not aware about the danger of 200 kilograms of carbon dioxide emitted every single month, and that's why we are behaving the manner we are behaving. So our portal, Energy Swaraj Portal for Action and Learning, is going to be the portal for anything and everything that you want to do to solve the problem of climate change. One is, it is going to host energy literacy training. It's a free training for everyone. And our target is that we should train 1 billion people by 2030, before my yatra ends. We are going to partner with many organizations, and I would request everybody sitting here, all academic institutions, all industry, all policy makers, to please become partner in this and spread this energy literacy training. It's only 3 hours course. Anybody can do it. And I guarantee you, there will be change in your life. Something will happen to your life. Also, if you want to switch to solar, a lot of people have apprehension how to switch, where I get. We are now developing a training. We are going to launch the program in January, what is called Ek Kamra Solar Ka. Before you convert every entire house on solar, if you have any doubt about solar, why don't we convert one room into solar? And I have recorded a training. In this training, anybody and everybody, irrespective of their technical background, you can buy this components on your own. You can install components on your own. Ek Kamra Solar Ka you can do on your own. Anybody and everybody should be able to do it. Will you all do that? Convert your one room into solar 100%. That is another action. Third, we are going to have what is called CCDs. CCDs are not, cafe coffee days, but CCDs are climate correction days. So every Wednesday, first Wednesday of the month, we will have special action happening all over the country. And that special action could be, the first CCD could be, don't wear iron clothes, for example, I mentioned, If the whole country starts doing, imagine the kind of behavioral aspect that we have been discussing. The CCT could be that today I'm not going to take bath with the warm water. A good thing you don't take bath in one day. You are going to save water and energy both, right? The CCD could be that I'm not going to use my fridge during the winter. I mean, so cold. But you go to Delhi, in every house, the fridge is running. I don't know why. So there are a lot of behavioral change, small, that we are going to do. So our portal is going to bring people on board, and you can take your celebrate your CCDs. Another thing, we are also going to host what is called Energy Swaraj Clubs. So as I think Anurabha mentioned, you can't just do celebration of environment as a one day in a year, because we are polluting every single day, 365 days in a year. So you should be correcting the climate every single day, 365 days in a year. So there are energy Swaraj clubs. And I believe that the whole problem is created because of energy, the carbon-based energy, and the whole solution will be coming because of the solar-based energy, the solar energy, the sun, the center of our existence. And we can't exist on the planet if there is no sun. And I believe that, एक जहाज का पंछी यदि रास्ता भटक जाए तो उसको वापस जहाज पे आना पड़ता है, right? Like modern humans, we have lost the way in last 100 years. We based our life something which is not renewable. We based our life something which is polluting. We based our life something which is import dependent, and so much problem. So we have to come back to the center of our existence. And that center of our existence is sun. We have to come and run our life 100%, not 99%. 100% on solar. So our Energy Swaraj clubs will provide and enable everybody in the community, and we need to demystify the adoption of solar. How simple it is to run a solar lamp, how simple it is to convert 8-camera solar car, how simple it is to run your entire building on solar. And I have developed a building called a school called Education Park, and they have the booth here. This is a 14-acre campus built in 2010. Since 2010 till today, there is no electricity connection, but there is a 24/7 electricity in the campus. 100% solar powered. Why can't everybody be like this? And the moment you become energy independent, your country becomes energy independent. Because country doesn't need to import. Country will save foreign exchange. The moment you become energy independent, the CO2 emission will reduce, and therefore climate change will also reduce. So many, many ways the climate change problem will be solved by energy independence. So I would like to invite, how do we launch this? I would like to invite panelists to click a button and cut the ribbon and make this portal open to everyone. I think you need to come to the dais to do this. Can you bring the laptop? Or we can bring it here. There's technology expected some movies. Great initiative that's been put together by Energy Swaraj Foundation. I want to give an example here in our small company based at Bhopal. We created a small club and encouraged employees to do this course and then sign up. We set it up as a qualifier. You cannot enter the club until you get a certificate here. And we have a team of 6 or 7 very enthusiastic people now. And just 2 weeks before Diwali, they went and lit up a tribal hostel with solar power light. So I think that's the change that we can bring in small bits and measures. So good luck to Energy Swaraj with this. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone.
May we just request the eminent speakers to please hold the... We'll just request you for a picture on stage, please. Thank you so much for sharing your valuable insights. We wanted to request a picture with the climate clock, please. Thank you. May I request everyone to please give them a good round of applause. Thank you so much. May I request, ladies and gentlemen, to please proceed for a tea break. I would request you to please assemble here.
It is the question of survivability. it is not global warming, it is global warning. Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to the environment. I can afford, but nature cannot afford. I'm Chetan Singh Solanki, a professor of IIT Bombay. I'm also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There, my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really, very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it Energy Swaraj, energy by local, for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there, non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus, runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy. And that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar powered life. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this yatra. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I've given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time.
India's solar man is on the move. Chetan Solanki got the nickname when he taught over 1 million students to build solar lamps. For the last 2 years, the IIT professor has been on a yatra, or journey across India, traveling in a solar-powered bus.
अच्छा, तो फिर लोगों को लगता है कि सॉल्यूशन क्या है? इसका सॉल्यूशन पूछेंगे तो सॉल्यूशन क्या है? सोलर एजुकेशन। Is that a solution?
His mission to educate the public on renewable energy and climate change. So far, he has covered 20 states and over 300,000 kilometers, and he plans to keep going till 2030.
I started in 2020. 2030 is the Sustainable Development Goals target of the whole world, and I thought it is very nicely aligned. It cannot be done in, as I said, part and parcel, so I decided for 11 years I will not go home, and the bus, my Energy Swaraj Yatra bus, is my home for 11 years. It's going to be my home. Well, I believe that people will understand, because if they will not understand by the knowledge, but they will understand by the disastrous events that we are going to face and we are facing. So one way or other, people will understand, and I believe and I hope that by the end of my yatra, there will be good success on the impacting the efforts that world is making towards solving the problem of climate change.
Chetan Solanki is a solar energy specialist and professor at the nation's prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, or IIT, in Mumbai. But today, his bus has taken him to the National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, 180 kilometers from Delhi, where he's talking to students about the ongoing climate disaster and the need to switch to solar immediately.
Silicon is the second largest material available on Earth, second largest. I keep saying that climate is not changing, climate has changed. And the impact of that we could see in our own life. Change is taking place so fast, it is accelerating. And what we are seeing in our own life is that there are heat waves, the entire country has experienced a heat wave, and then there are floods in Assam, and 50 lakh people getting affected, and the water not subsiding for 15-20 days. We need to drastically and immediately change ourselves. What we need to change? We need to change the pattern of energy usage, because the whole problem has been caused because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I believe strongly that this problem will only be solved if we switch our base from carbon-based energy to solar-based energy, 100%, not 99%.
India is one of the few countries in the world where environmental education is compulsory in school. Yet, in a 2022 Yale study, about 54% of Indians confess to having little or no knowledge of global warming. This is something Solanki wants to change.
Well, the awareness is there about the climate change, that something is changing, but it's a very superficial level. They do not understand in really detail what is happening. And is it because of the climate change? Is it because of the global temperature rise? But everybody feels that things have changed. Normally, when we talk about the climate change, it is always presented at a very top level thing. Like there's a Paris Agreement and there's a global temperature rise and CO2 emissions are rising and all this thing. I think we need to start narrating the climate change and its related issue at the ground level in their own language, in the manner that we could demonstrate that it is their own life it is getting affected. I think then this action will also be more stronger and more real action.
Though Solanki has undertaken a solo journey, others have also embarked on a climate-friendly and solar-dependent lifestyle to save the planet.
Our survival is solar energy. The center of our existence is solar energy.
Nonetheless, there will be many challenges for India to overcome to achieve 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. From supply chain problems, to infrastructure, to public education. In the meantime, the solar man of India continues his quest convincing his countrymen of his vision, one stop at a time.
The use of solar energy or renewable energy is not a matter of choice, it is an emergency, and like we behave in emergency, we do everything possible and adopt it right now, immediately, 100%, because global warming is approaching very fast and the climate change is going to become irreversible very fast. So it's not a matter of choice, it is the question of survivability. It is not global warming, it is global warning. Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to the environment. I can afford, but nature cannot afford. I'm Chetan Singh Solanki, a professor of IIT Bombay. I'm also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it Energy Swaraj, energy by local, for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy. And that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar powered life. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this yatra. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I've given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time.
India's solar man is on the move. Chetan Solanki got the nickname when he taught over 1 million students to build solar lamps. For the last 2 years, the IIT professor has been on a yatra, or journey across India, traveling in a solar-powered bus.
अच्छा, तो फिर लोगों को लगता है कि सॉल्यूशन क्या है? इसका सॉल्यूशन पूछेंगे तो सॉल्यूशन क्या है? सोलर एनर्जी प्रोडक्ट. Is that a solution?
His mission to educate the public on renewable energy and climate change. So far, he has covered 20 states and over 300,000 kilometers, and he plans to keep going till 2030.
I started in 2020. 2030 is the Sustainable Development Goals target of the whole world, and I thought it is very nicely aligned. It cannot be done in, as I said, part and parcel, so I decided for 11 years I will not go home, and the bus, my Energy Swaraj Yatra bus, is my home for 11 years. It's going to be my home. Well, I believe that people will understand, because if they will not understand by the knowledge, but they will understand by the disastrous events that we are going to face and we are facing. So one way or other, people will understand, and I believe and I hope that by the end of my yatra, there will be good success on the impacting the efforts that world is making towards solving the problem of climate change.
Chetan Solanki is a solar energy specialist and professor at the nation's prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, or IIT, in Mumbai. But today, his bus has taken him to the National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, 180 kilometers from Delhi, where he's talking to students about the ongoing climate disaster and the need to switch to solar immediately.
Silicon is the second largest material available on Earth, second largest. I keep saying that climate is not changing, climate has changed. And the impact of that we could see in our own life. Change is taking place so fast, it is accelerating. And what we are seeing in our own life is that there are heat waves, the entire country has experienced a heat wave, and then there are floods in Assam, and 50 lakh people getting affected, and the water not subsiding for 15-20 days. We need to drastically and immediately change ourselves. What we need to change? We need to change the pattern of energy usage, because the whole problem has been caused because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I believe strongly that this problem will only be solved if we switch our base from carbon-based energy to solar-based energy, 100%, not 99%.
India is one of the few countries in the world where environmental education is compulsory in school. Yet, in a 2022 Yale study, about 54% of Indians confess to having little or no knowledge of global warming. This is something Solanki wants to change.
Well, the awareness is there about the climate change, that something is changing, but it's a very superficial level. They do not understand in really detail what is happening. And is it because of the climate change? Is it because of the global temperature rise? But everybody feels that things have changed. Normally, when we talk about the climate change, it is always presented at a very top level thing. Like there's a Paris Agreement and there's a global temperature rise and CO2 emissions are rising and all this thing. I think we need to start narrating the climate change and its related issue at the ground level in their own language, in the manner that we could demonstrate that it is their own life, it is getting affected. I think then this action will also be more stronger and more real action.
Though Solanki has undertaken a solo journey, others have also embarked on a climate-friendly and solar-dependent lifestyle to save the planet.
Our survival is solar energy. The center of our existence is solar energy.
Nonetheless, there will be many challenges for India to overcome to achieve 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. From supply chain problems, to infrastructure, to public education. In the meantime, the solar man of India continues his quest convincing his countrymen of his vision, one stop at a time.
The use of solar energy or renewable energy is not a matter of choice, it is an emergency, and like we behave in emergency, we do everything possible and adopt it right now, immediately, 100%, because global warming is approaching very fast and the climate change is going to become irreversible very fast. So it's not a matter of choice, it is the question of survivability. It is not global warming, it is global warning. Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to the environment. I can afford, but nature cannot afford. I'm Chetan Singh Solanki, a professor of IIT Bombay. I'm also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it Energy Swaraj, energy by local, for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy. And that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar powered life. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this yatra. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I've given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time.
India's solar man is on the move. Chetan Solanki got the nickname when he taught over 1 million students to build solar lamps. For the last 2 years, the IIT professor has been on a yatra, or journey across India, traveling in a solar-powered bus.
अच्छा, तो फिर लोगों को लगता है कि सॉल्यूशन क्या है? इसका सॉल्यूशन पूछेंगे तो सॉल्यूशन क्या है? सोलर एजुकेशन। Is that a solution?
His mission to educate the public on renewable energy and climate change. So far, he has covered 20 states and over 300,000 kilometers, and he plans to keep going till 2030.
I started in 2020. 2030 is the Sustainable Development Goals target of the whole world, and I thought it is very nicely aligned. It cannot be done in, as I said, part and parcel, so I decided for 11 years I will not go home, and the bus, my Energy Swaraj Yatra bus, is my home for 11 years. It's going to be my home. Well, I believe that people will understand, because if they will not understand by the knowledge, but they will understand by the disastrous events that we are going to face and we are facing. So one way or other, people will understand, and I believe and I hope that by the end of my yatra, there will be good success on the impacting the efforts that world is making towards solving the problem of climate change.
Chetan Solanki is a solar energy specialist and professor at the nation's prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, or IIT, in Mumbai. But today, his bus has taken him to the National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, 180 kilometers from Delhi, where he's talking to students about the ongoing climate disaster and the need to switch to solar immediately.
Silicon is the second largest material available on Earth, second largest. I keep saying that climate is not changing, climate has changed. And the impact of that we could see in our own life. Change is taking place so fast, it is accelerating. And what we are seeing in our own life is that there are heat waves, the entire country has experienced a heat wave, and then there are floods in Assam, and 50 lakh people getting affected, and the water not subsiding for 15-20 days. We need to drastically and immediately change ourselves. What we need to change? We need to change the pattern of energy usage, because the whole problem has been caused because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I believe strongly that this problem will only be solved if we switch our base from carbon-based energy to solar-based energy, 100%, not 99%.
India is one of the few countries in the world where environmental education is compulsory in school. Yet, in a 2022 Yale study, about 54% of Indians confess to having little or no knowledge of global warming. This is something Solanki wants to change.
Well, the awareness is there about the climate change, that something is changing, but it's a very superficial level. They do not understand in really detail what is happening. And is it because of the climate change? Is it because of the global temperature rise? But everybody feels that things have changed. Normally, when we talk about the climate change, it is always presented at a very top level thing. Like there's a Paris Agreement and there's a global temperature rise and CO2 emissions are rising and all this thing. I think we need to start narrating the climate change and its related issue at the ground level in their own language, in the manner that we could demonstrate that it is their own life, it is getting affected. I think then this action will also be more stronger and more real action.
Though Solanki has undertaken a solo journey, others have also embarked on a climate-friendly and solar-dependent lifestyle to save the planet.
Our survival is solar energy. The center of our existence is solar energy.
Nonetheless, there will be many challenges for India to overcome to achieve 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. From supply chain problems, to infrastructure, to public education. In the meantime, the solar man of India continues his quest, convincing his countrymen of his vision, one stop at a time.
The use of solar energy or renewable energy is not a matter of choice, it is an emergency, and like we behave in emergency, we do everything possible and adopt it right now, immediately, 100%, because global warming is approaching very fast and the climate change is going to become irreversible very fast. So it's not a matter of choice, it is the question of survivability. It is not global warming, it is global warning. Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to the environment. I can afford, but nature cannot afford. I'm Chetan Singh Solanki, a professor of IIT Bombay. I'm also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it Energy Swaraj, energy by local, for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy, and that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar powered life. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this yatra. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I have given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time.
Request all of you to please be seated. This was hands down the most awaited part of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you again to please be seated. Well, after the proceedings of the 3 sessions that we've already done, we are beginning with the 4th session of the evening today. This session is about enhancing awareness and preparedness of the climate change at a grassroots level. And the haunting question that we have today is, are the NGOs sensitizing the communities enough? To take us for this session, the moderator for today is Professor Parag Patankar, co-founder and CTO of Covalent Capital and Director, Energy Swaraj Foundation. We also have with us Ms. Karuna Singh, Regional Director, Earth Day Network, Dr. Ajita Tiwari, Program Manager Lead, Use India Climate Collaborative, Dr. Bankar Roy, Founder Barefoot, and Ms. Dia Mirza, UN Goodwill Ambassador. May I request our esteemed guests to please come on the dais. In the meantime, I will read their profiles. Professor Parag is a co-founder and CTO of Covalent Capital and has 2 decades of technology leadership roles at Oracle, Cisco, and an IIM Ahmedabad MBA, and an electronics engineer. He's an avid cyclist, braving the Bangalore traffic to commute to work. He was a founding member of the Bangalore Brevets and has been a super rendezvous twice, and is an active in cycling in the Bangalore Cycling Initiative. Next we have Ms. Karuna Singh. She's the Regional Director, Earth Day Network. Ms. Singh is a Country Director India for the Earth Day Network, EDN India. Ms. Singh's leadership programs are conducted across the length and breadth of the country, with Earth Day events alone reaching over 35 million people. Her major focus areas include building awareness about low-carbon lifestyles and helping a shift away from the use of carbon-emitting fuels. She was also one of the 6 NGO representatives chosen to meet with the UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. Ms. Singh joined EDN after a 24-year career with the US State Government's Consulate at Kolkata. Next up, we have Ms. Ajita Tiwari. She led a climate policy, advocacy, and strategic partnerships at the Indian Network on Ethics in Climate Change. Her professional work and interest lie at the interface of climate change, adaptation, and resilient land systems use. Next up, we have with us Dr. Bankar Roy, founder, Barefoot College, Tilonia, Rajasthan. In 1972, Sanjeev Bankar founded the Barefoot College in the village of Tilonia in Rajasthan, India, with just this mission to provide the basic services and solutions in rural communities with the objective of making them self-sufficient. These barefoot solutions can be broadly categorized into solar energy, water, education, healthcare, rural handicraft, people's actions, communication, women's empowerment, and wasteland development. The Barefoot College Education Program, for instance, teaches literacy and also skills encouraging learning by doing. Dr. Roy's organization has also successfully trained grandmothers from Africa and the Himalayan region to be the solar engineers so that they can bring electricity to their remote villages. And last but not the least, the most awaited guest of the evening. We have with us Ms. Dia Mirza. Please bear with me with the technical glitch. Can I have the volunteers here, please? This could not have been avoided. The last guest of the evening, we have with us Ms. Dia Mirza, a renowned model, filmmaker, actress, and activist. Ms. Mirza is a committed voice for change and has contributed her efforts in the field of social change, conservation, and environment. She has been the face of many pivotal environmental campaigns across India and has worked towards the conservation of wildlife. As a Goodwill Ambassador, Ms. Mirza works with United Nations to further spread the message on priority areas including clean air, clean seas, wildlife protection, and climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please welcome them with a huge round of applause. May I request Professor Solanki to be on the dais, please? I would request the moderator of the session to carry forward the proceedings of the session, please. Thank you.
Am I audible at back? Sure. Okay, so let's sort of carry on a thought from the previous session. So Dr. Sarwal had this question. I really want to cycle to work in Faridabad, but I'm scared that I'll die. So I live in Bangalore and I cycle everywhere. So Bangalore cyclists, there's a saying, you don't have to be crazy to cycle in Bangalore, but it helps. So Bangalore traffic is a wonderful beast for cyclists. So it's about 7-8 kilometers an hour if you're driving the car, and about 12 to 15 kilometers an hour. And so we take full advantage of that. I used to joke long ago that there are only two fast and deterministic ways to commute in Bangalore. So one is the Vijay Mallya way, rooftop to rooftop using a helicopter. Other is the Parag Patankar way, take your Dudhwana cycle and be just as fast. And a decade later, well, the joke's on him. I don't think he can afford to fly rooftop to rooftop. My cyclist is young. So on that note, what we want to do today is deal with walking the talk. So in the morning, Professor Agnihotri very eloquently pointed us in this direction. He said, we are masters at saying the right things, but how often do we do the right things? And so in today's session, we are sort of going to ask some probing questions to each of the panelists around that and see what they've done to really walk the talk. So Dia, if I may put you on the spot, we'll start with you. So you've recently invested in Green Indigo, which is a sustainable baby apparel brand, and prior to that, you invested in companies that build toys which are handcrafted and sustainable material for children. That's all wonderful. Is that enough, or do you think that you can push the boundaries and do more in terms of promoting sustainable products? and not just sustainable products, making sustainable products less aspirational and more affordable. Sometimes we get into this loop of very aspirational sustainable products, which the common man cannot buy. And then they sort of cry after that buzz goes off.
Thank you so much for having me here. I am so honored to be a part of this esteemed panel. I'm surrounded by amazing human beings who I have the deepest respect and regard for. I'm going to take this opportunity to thank Professor Solanki for being a guiding light and just really being on such a tremendous humanitarian mission. You are not just serving people, you're serving the planet. And if there is anybody who really understands the meaning of walking the talk, it's you, sir. So thank you for what you're doing. Let me start by saying, I think in my attempt to bring consciousness to my pattern of consumerism, because I think it's quite evident that it is our mindless consumption and our and a pattern of consumption that is completely bereft of consciousness that has led us where we are today. And when we talk about sustainable products and sustainable consumption, I think India historically led the way. There are so many things that are so ingrained in our land. You know, let's take, for example, the toy company that I've invested in. The founder of the company traveled back to India after living overseas and discovered that there are no sustainable toys and natural organic toys available unless they are bought in, you know, those crafts exhibitions. They're limited in, you know, access. And she found it baffling that in a country that was known for its wooden and handcrafted toys, there weren't any available in the mainstream toy market, which is why she founded the company. So when this is one example. I think if we truly want to change patterns of consumption and encourage more and more people towards making more sustainable choices, the first thing we need to do is to make sustainable products the norm, not the exception. How do they become the norm? When we invest in them. And that is where I would rather use my savings and the money that I've earned and direct it towards supporting such organizations. Because, you know, 10 years ago when I was investing money, I just gave my money to a company that was handling my funds, and they would invest in mutual funds and bonds and whatever else. And I actually had no role in choosing or identifying what my investment portfolio was going to look like. Somebody else did that for me. But today, I want to choose what names appear on my investment portfolio. I want to know where my money is going and what good the money is doing. If the money is not good for people and the money is not good for the planet, my money is not going there. So that's really the thought behind these investments. For those, answering the third part of your question, for those who are concerned about the gap in cost, I always say consider the price we will pay by exposing our children and our families to things that are toxic and unnatural. Just the other day, a new report surfaced that NGOs had conducted on how regular sanitary napkins were filled with carcinogens, were a major cause for cancer and God knows what else. Now, I was, you know, lucky enough to find out that most regular sanitary napkins are made with plastics 5-6 years ago, which is why I could make the switch. Today we're trying to, and I'm sure Dr. Roy will tell us more about that, because we're dealing with a nation that firstly doesn't have access to safe, period care. But not just that, we're now dealing with mainstream products that are harmful, not just to the environment, but to human health. And I can give this to you in writing. I'm not a scientist, but I'm sure every person who is in the no would be able to would agree with me that a majority of the products that are available in the market, whether it's something as basic as a hand wash or a soap, is filled with things that we should not even be touching. So this has to change. So how do we do it? As consumers, we press the alarm, we call them out, we reject it, and we choose what is more natural and safe, and hope that the cost difference will start to come down with the demand increases. And of course, we keep in mind that we're protecting our health and the health of our families, and hopefully one day the price for that will be less than the cost of what we invested in these sustainable products.
Yes, so yeah, that's a very interesting point. So if we're doing the trade-off of the incremental price we pay, there is also the hidden cost of health issues at a personal level, and then impact at a larger environmental level that we need to factor in, and then do the math. Sometimes we just do the trivial math of 3 minus 2 equal to 1, but there's also the lurking hidden cost. Wonderful point. So Karuna, if I may, so on walking the talk, so a lot of NGOs preach, and we were talking about this a little while ago. So often enough, especially in rural communities where people are both culturally and educationally challenged in terms of dealing with official term or babus or bank officials, often enough NGOs go and sensitize or educate them about things, but when they actually go and try to transact with a bank official in a State Bank of India branch, or sorry Chetan, I know one of our buses is sponsored by SBI, so but I mean that's the harsh reality of going to a PSU bank and trying to get them to do something about what you're looking for. So how can people like the network or other NGOs take it a little further and create a template or actually show them how it is done? So not just tell them how to do it, but walk with them.
So the first thing is that NGOs, by the definition, are people's people. So we have the ability to go to villages, go to rural areas, sit and have chai with them, talk about their children, talk about chachi, kya hua, nahi hua. So which wins the confidence of the people. The second thing is we provide a connect between what the earlier panel was talking about policies. Frankly, I think India has fantastic policies. The problem is that people are not aware of these policies. They are not aware of the fact that these policies will benefit them. What they see is that this is something that the government wants us to do. Instead, we show them the advantages to them of the policies. Second part is like we were working in Devas with the Panchayat women, and they were not aware of the fact, and nor was the bank able to connect with the women Panchayat leaders there and tell them that there are soft loans they can get to change to solar. So we were the ghataks, we call them, the connectors, which you call them, that brought these two together with a benefit to all. And when the managing director of the bank came to meet with them, they said, बबुआ हम बैंक में जाते हैं, हमको बैठा देते हैं, फिर हाथ में फार्म दे देते हैं, हमको तो फार्म भरना नहीं आता है, तो क्या करें? So he made the decision right there and then that I will train some girls from your village who are little educated, and they will fill the forms for you. So everything is there, but it's in silos. Policies are there, government schemes are there, the wants are there, but there's no connection. So I think that's where NGOs step in and do that. The other thing is that I strongly believe that in India there is a lot of work that is being done, which is really praiseworthy. So instead of constantly reinventing the wheel, why not showcase what others have done, not just their successes, but even their failures. so that others don't go into the same pits. So every month we award women's groups, small women's groups. We don't go into big ones because they have the recognition in any case on the work they have done, which has benefited the environment and also earned them something. Let's not forget the fact that idealism of environmental consciousness has to be translated into benefits, financial benefits. Otherwise, they say that this is just a luxury of the rich. So that is another thing that we do, and others can learn from it. We have Farmers for Earth. We have a platform where farmers can come together. They can share their common experiences. They can share their failures. They can tell you how to circumvent problems. So this is another thing that NGOs do, and we have been doing.
So you sort of pushed the agenda further about getting some returns from whatever activities are done. So particularly you. So ICC works closely with corporate houses to drive environmental action, and often this is seen as either a technical CSR activity or seen as something that's not core to the business. But you're trying to change that worldview and trying to say that doing things that are environmentally sound are also fundamentally business sound and generate a better ROI than conventional programs might. So how are you sort of pushing that agenda forward?
Thanks, Parag. Am I audible? Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, this is essentially what we are trying to do at the ICC, which is a collective of corporate leaders and philanthropies that is trying to push for accelerated climate action. And it's a tough job given where we are. Considering that it's hard to break trends, behaviors, thinking, attitude, capitalist thinking, and but we are kind of also seem to be succeeding in a certain way because there is this sense that change needs to happen and it needs to happen now. Earlier, there was investment in science. In the last 10 years, IPCC has come up with reports which are out there, which talk about code red for humanity, and media is picking it up. Local media is picking it up. It has become kind of a conversation in towns. You know, it has become a conversation among the youth, which was not there. So I'm sure it has also become a conversation among the corporate houses also. So, but where it's kind of, they find it challenging essentially is the lack of fundable ideas. You see, we understand it's being, done. It's being done in pockets. And like Karuna also said that it's being done, extremely impactful work, but in silos. And they don't see, I kind of seem to think that it's done in pockets. It's not coordinated for scale and impact. There's perhaps no shared vision for the urgency to kind of, address that 1.5 degrees. So there is tremendous energy going on the ground, tremendous work happening, but it's still in silos and lacks uncoordinated action. And that is where ICC wants to come in and play that role of an ecosystem builder and does not want to kind of replicate the work that's already happening. We're trying to build bridges. We're trying to get the ecosystem to stakeholders to come together and to create this thriving ecosystem of donors, philanthropies, funders, investors, climate actors, youth, think tanks, researchers. Let them bring together. Let them talk, have hard talks, discussions, but let's find a way out and let's have a shared sense of vision and urgency to address climate. That's what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Now I put the questions instead of walking the talk, so we already seen where for walk, so we will have you talk the walk. And so we were talking about Afla, so people who want to look at your model and try and replicate it with remarkably high success rate. So how have you translated your actions into something that's a replicable template that other people can then carry on and make it work?
First, I'd like to clarify why we should not use NGO. You know, it's a negative way of defining positive action. And anyway, NGO is now, unfortunately, a dirty word in many places. So I think we should use civil society rather than NGO, because that is more important for us. Civil society as a group is so important for us to be visible, to do the work on the ground. Now, talking about sustainability, I went to the worst school and college in India. And it is only when I stayed and lived and worked in a village that I learned about sustainability. See how an ordinary village family lives. They respect the sun. They respect water. They have high respect for the soil. You should see the amount of respect they show for the natural elements. We don't see that in the urban areas today. We waste water, we waste power, we don't use the sun. So I think it is very important that we improve the quality of life of very poor people living in remote, inaccessible villages. And if you improve the quality of life in these remote villages, you will see reverse migration taking place. If you find that you have given them jobs, you've given them clean water, given them clean light, who in their right mind would like to live in a slum in Mumbai and Delhi? They would all like to come back. And I think this is the way forward. How do we improve the quality of life of very poor people, give them the respect and dignity that they deserve so that they don't land up in the slums and live such terrible lives. Barefoot College has been 3 or 4 messages that I'd like to share with you after 50 years of Barefoot College. First is there's a difference between literacy and education. You know, Mark Twain said, never let school interfere with your education. Yeah. Literacy is where you learn how to read and write in schools and colleges. Education is what you get from your family, from your environment, and from your community. And that for us is more important today. And the focus of the Barefoot College has been on women. Which is the most powerful way of communicating today? Is it television? Is it telephone? Is it telegraph? It's tell a woman. Today, they are the ones who are going to be the change agents in the world. They are the ones who really need simple skills, something which is so ordinary that we can't do. You know, we use such high jargon. I can't sometimes understand the words that some of these people use. Today, it is not policy that matters. It is implementation on the ground. And if the implementation is good, then the policy will change. But if you have a wrong policy, how can you implement a policy which is just not acceptable to communities today? So you have to bring the communities involved in formulating policy. 1984 to 1989, I was in the Planning Commission. And there we made the first policy statement of the voluntary sector. And when I wrote it, the secretary at that time, I don't know if good old days, there was a gentleman called Mr. Somaya. Mr. Somaya said, what sort of thing are you writing? Is this how you write a policy statement? You're using the civil society language. This is not acceptable to government. So I said, do you mind if I try? He said, yeah, you try whatever you want, but the 7th plan will continue. We're not going to take your policy statement. So at that time, and by sheer luck, I was having dinner with the Prime Minister. And Rajiv said, are you having problems? I said, yes, I'm having problems because these 4 pages are not being accepted. He said, let me see it. He saw it. And he said, looks good. What's wrong with it? I said, then you better speak to the man on the other side of the table who was also having dinner. Happened to be Manmohan Singh. And he told Manmohan Singh, your deputy chairman, I think you should accept these 4 pages. So Maya was livid. He said, what did you do? I said, well, I wanted these statements, the first statement policy of the voluntary sector to be accepted. Eventually it was done, but Manmohan Singh called me and said, please don't talk about it because everyone is going to object. I said, well, he said, let the Prime Minister accept it. So he accepted it, thumped the table. And then I took a round to all the chief ministers, and Jyoti Basu at that time was still alive. He said, how did we accept this? I said, you thumped the table, it's all done. It's a policy statement now. Anyway, to cut the long story short, because I can go on and on, we are working more with village women. It's the only organization in India, indeed the world, where you can train an illiterate woman, some of them grandmothers who've never been to school and college, and through sign language, not to the written or spoken word, you train them to be solar engineers. This was picked up. Can you show the film now? Can we show the film now? This was picked up by the Prime Minister of India, and he applauded this whole gesture, and he actually called them solar mamas. Is it on?
One of our best partnerships in the area of skills is the training of solar mamas. Every year, 80 African women are trained in India to work on solar panels and circuits. After the training, they go back and literally electrify their communities. Each woman is responsible for electrifying 50 houses in her community on return. And you'll be surprised. A necessary condition for the women to be selected is
for solutions to poverty, pollution, access to clean water, and gender inequality. But one solution is right there before our eyes. Her voice, silenced for generations, often by her own community, is now being used to inspire and transform. Her lack of formal education isn't her limitation. She has the gift of traditional knowledge and conventional wisdom and the courage to help us create a sustainable world from the ground up. Releasing her potential starts with a journey, one that begins in Rajasthan, India at Barefoot College, where she meets a world full of new challenges.
Defeated by technology. Is it on or off? No, it's not. All right. So there have been about 1,700 solar mamas trained from 96 countries around the world. And the combined, and they've solar electrified about 60,000 houses. And the combined power, if you put it together and calculate, they are actually generating 1.4 gigawatts of electricity, which is the same as a nuclear power plant. What is the lesson? Don't forget Gandhi. Demystify and decentralize. And go down to the last man and the last woman. Don't have solar power plants which are huge, which depend on engineers looking after the repair and maintenance. Look at, train a woman, get them to do the repair and maintenance, and you will have the first technically and financially solar electrified village in the world. Today, I think this is the answer. How do we bring it down to the last woman and last man and improve the quality of life today? We had His Holiness the Dalai Lama coming to Lilonia, and he saw these solar mamas, and he said something very profound. He said, now that you've shown the Barefoot College working in practice, let's see if the experts can make it work in theory.
So thank you very much for all the work, that wonderful work that you've been doing. But let me bring attention back to the topic at hand today. Are we taking enough action? Because I'm sure everybody has been doing something. But the fact of the matter is, despite anything and everything that we have been doing, we means everybody, the governments, NGOs, the Paris Agreement. The thing is, it is, sorry, the governments, civil societies, institution, academic institution. The fact of the matter is the climate change is not stopping, not slowing down. It is worsening every single year. So that's why the theme of this session is, are the civil societies doing enough to bring this awareness at the grassroots level, that where, you said that we had this awareness that the respecting water, air, soil is so important, but somehow we lost it. And more you come to the urban area, the loss is even greater and greater. So, Ms. Diyar, anybody else, if you can take this, where we are missing to communicate the message to a common man that, look guys, whatever we are doing is worsening the climate. Only we are going to suffer more and more as we pass. And what role organizations can play, in what role Earth Day Network can play. It is very clear that whatever we are doing is not proving enough. That let us accept that fact. Having accepted that fact, what comes in our mind can we show through this conference and through this discussion and deliberation a path forward, that this is what civil society should be doing to make it, to make people aware and actually start taking action. The clock is ticking right in front of our eyes, and we need to probably change the way we are communicating to the societies. The manner in which civil societies are working is probably not okay. I'm sure everybody is at fault here, but the theme is here civil society. So to open to all of you, what else can civil society should do? What else? When Ms. Dia has been doing so many things, she's carrying her own house in the bag that she showed me just now in my bus. But how do we make this the fashion statement so that everybody does this? It's not only you and me. We can keep doing whole our life and climate will become worse every day. So what else shall we do is a question. If you can take this.
I'll start with this and then you want to take over. Professor Solanki, I think what you're asking is a very, very pertinent question. Are we taking enough action? For those who have begun to take action, we are confronted by this question at a conscious level every day. I ask myself this question every day. Am I doing enough? Can I do more? But I think from when I started off, and this was over a decade ago, the one thing that I discovered, and everybody's mentioned this here today on the panel, about how the science was working in silos, and the solutions were happening, but were again happening in disconnected or a disjointed manner. And when I discovered that I could be a medium, a way, a bridge between the science and civil society, I could use the various opportunities that I receive so often to communicate and convey the urgency of climate action, the reason why we need to start choosing sustainability every single day, how mindful actions and mindful consumption can truly bring about a significant change and difference. Over the past decade, I have witnessed personally a significant shift. Young people are definitely leading the way. I see a huge number of young people not just going back home and educating their families, but becoming community leaders, whether it is in areas of waste management, or if it is in areas of finding sustainable alternatives to so many of the single-use plastic products that are available, writing to ministries and governments, challenging and questioning change in policy, or the absence of subjects in textbooks, or the demand to ensure certain subjects continue to feature in their education system. Then, of course, leading with innovation. So many innovators who are coming up with such brilliant innovations. So there is a definite shift. Is it enough? No, it's not. And the simple fact of the matter is that unless and until every single urban home, every single industry, every single government acknowledges the urgency and the immediacy with which we need to act on climate, things are not going to change at the pace that we need them to. Today, just the IPCC report becoming accessible to mainstream society is such a significant step in the right direction, because young people have access to very, very important science. We spoke about the emissions gap report from the UNFCCC that was just released at COP27. I can't remember having access to any of that when I was in school or I was growing up. So all of this will make a significant change. The only thing that we can hope to do is to continually educate ourselves and find the ability to implement the behavioral changes we need to. I'll give you a small example. I decided to segregate and start composting waste at home 7 years ago. It was not easy because I don't live in an independent house. I live as a part of a co-op. So not only did I have to start practicing segregation, I had to ensure everybody else in my building was doing it, and all age groups of people. Today, I'm so proud that it's been 7 years. We remain a zero waste society. We continue to use the wonderful rich manure that we are generating through composting for the garden that we have in our co-op. But it is not easy. And I think it really takes the personal will and determination and relentless pursuit towards sustainability. Yeah. And the only way is दुनिया आपको पागल कहेगी, दुनिया कहेगी क्यों कर रहे हो, कुछ भी होगा. Like the example of the traveling bottle, I'm so happy to see these glass bottles here. But about a few years ago, I stopped drinking water from single-use plastic bottles, right? Carry my own metal bottle everywhere I go. In the beginning, people would look at me and say, Heran say, like say, what is wrong with you? Isn't it inconvenient? It's heavy. But today I see so many people.
But sorry to interrupt you. I mean, it's wonderful, and it's really great that you have been doing for 7 years now. The question
I'm just saying it's a small act.
The question
and I'm sure you would be able to multiply and see how much of waste we have stopped from reaching landfills and polluting the air and soil and water. But imagine the impact if every single citizen decided to do the same. It would make a huge difference.
So how do we, that is the main question, how everybody starts doing. In fact, it is becoming other ways. I mean, I come from a small village, and earlier, 20 years ago, when there was a marriage function,
no
there'll be people will be renting the vessels and all, but now everybody is coming. So maybe Dr. Bankar, you can take we have been, each one of us sitting on the dais has been doing wonderful work. My problem is that if we can keep doing wonderful work for Saat Janam, and the climate change will not stop. How the civil societies, what we can do is, if there's a magic wand, we can start spreading so that the same behavior is translated in billions of people behaving in the same manner. And particularly the time is running out. So my mind always keeps running when I live in a bus. What else can be done so that million other do exactly what many people here are doing it? That is where I think we're not able to solve that the problem. And how do we do this is a billion-dollar question. If we can throw some light, Dr. Roy.
Let's take water. Why is it that you have so many architects today building buildings in the urban areas and not thinking of rainwater harvesting? Why? What's wrong with them? You mean to say they can't use common sense? They say municipal water is easy, so why should we build rainwater harvesting structures? Everywhere in the rural areas today, we are collecting rainwater. Who are the ones who are against it? Engineers. It's the engineers. When I went to Sikkim and I said I want to do a rainwater harvesting structure, Chamling at that time was the chief minister, He said, you must be a Bengali. I said, yes, I'm a Bengali. There are mad chaps coming to Sikkim. I said, can I do a rainwater harvesting structure in Sikkim? He said, yes, sure, but don't ask me for money because it won't work here. My engineers tell me it's not possible. So we dig a 160,000 liter tank in the middle of a village. And I asked him, please come and inaugurate it. He came. He said, I'll bring my chief engineer along. Chief engineer came, saw the 160,000 liter tank right there. And you know, he told the chief minister, Sahib, it was not in my curriculum. Now, what is preventing us from using a bit of common sense here? Collect rainwater where it falls. Today, the Barefoot College is collecting 90 billion liters of rainwater in 160 schools, 1,600 schools around, and ponds and tanks and anicuts. Collect rainwater. Because the moment you collect rainwater in a strategic place, you have about 50 or 60 hand pumps which are dry, which will be revitalized. 60 or 70 wells which are within a radius of 10 kilometers. And what did it cost? It cost the cost of one hand pump which the engineer puts into a village. But they cannot see the comparison. They cannot see it because they don't use the common sense.
So basically the common sense is out of syllabus and therefore it is not common.
Not just that, I think Professor Solanki, what will answer your question directly, you're asking why isn't everybody making the shift?
Exactly.
The answer to that question is, how do you remove behaviors or change millions or billions of behaviors overnight? It can't be done. Unless and until there is a significant push from government and industry, it's not going to change. So I think a young person answered this question beautifully for me, and I'm going to just share his answer. He said, climate action has to become a part of vote bank politics. Unless and until climate doesn't become the reason why I cast a vote for somebody, and elections are fought on that ground and not anything else, and it's connected to health, livelihood, jobs, education, things are not going to change.
So what I coming to understand, the previous session also somebody said you're not asking for the clean air is your right to breathe, and that's why the government is not working. So just as a lighter note, maybe all of us can start a political party which will promote about the climate change, and then probably nobody will vote for us. Is that good?
Yeah. So, is the work of civil society going to be enough? Never. It is never going to be enough. Civil society needs to be smart enough to ferret out voices that can reach millions. These are voices of film stars, cricketers, and like Dia Mirza. When Dia Mirza says something, hundreds and hundreds will listen to it. When Karuna Singh says something, only maybe 200-300 will listen to it. So we need people like this to come forward and say it. What if Amitabh Bachchan says, I've given up using a shower, I use a bucket bath every day. Look how many millions of fans will do the same. Second is, I think that religious heads have a very strong and very powerful voice that could be heard. If you look at any religion in the world, it was always in reverence of nature. But as mankind, as human beings have progressed, we think that we are gods, and that is our downfall. So Earth Day Network has put together religious sayings on nature from every religion, and we've told people, please go out, please be an example. The Golden Temple has stopped plastic. Tirupati has stopped plastic. Look at the amount of devotees who will look at that and follow it. So these are the loud voices that we need. Unfortunately, we tried with politicians. The politician told me, Karuna ji, आपकी बात सुन के मैंने बोला तो था और मैं election हार गया. क्योंकि दूसरे ने कहा कि मेरा I'll give you your son a job, I'll build a house for you, I will give you this. I said कि आपका शहर में पानी दूंगा, ये दूंगा. They were not bothered. So we need these loud voices to come forward and speak. And it is for their good. If the air is pure, it's not going to be for me, it's going to be for all of them. Why don't they understand that?
This conference we are this conference we are trying to address, and tomorrow morning the first session is with religious leaders, and their role is equally important. And what we have been discussing since morning is everybody, rich or poor doesn't matter, because everybody consumes energy, everybody consumes material, and therefore everybody contributes to the problem, and therefore everybody should be the part of the solution. I think just Parag.
So yeah, let me remind you, let's work that out. Time is running out. And there's a lot of young people in the audience, so maybe we can...
1 minute, I just want to make a point. You know, since 1980s, we've been thinking of cleaning the Ganga. There have been religious leaders on it. Everyone is on board. What is wrong with us? You still have sewage coming into the Ganga. No one is stopping that sewage. No one's talking all those leather factories that are there, all spewing all the water into the Ganga. Where? What is going wrong? You mean there's not been enough awareness? Of course there's awareness. You can't clean the Ganga. What are you talking about? And there are religious leaders, you know, all of them walking away. What was it? Sri, gosh knows who are the other godmen who tried. Nothing has happened.
So what is wrong with us is, I think, the question that is really we must be pondering tonight when we go to sleep. But as Parag said, if there are any questions from the audience, we can ask the panel. Anybody, any question? Yes. One or two quick question, and then we are going to release the book, e-book. There are two speakers.
Yeah, thank you. Rather not a question, but a comment. Actually, is this the real terminology? Are the NGOs sensitizing to the communities enough? In fact, most of the NGOs operate very well in the rural space, and most clean tech, climate resilient solutions and happenings are more in the rural space. They don't buy too many clothes. They don't throw anything out. It is the visitor who goes there for a village visit, throws out the plastic or whatnot, and they create the mess. So NGOs who are working are very much are doing their job. It is the government which really needs to see the connect where the bug has to be stopped. So the industry is polluting Ganga. The pollution control board, are they really doing their job? One single cut of money, I don't want to name it, the pollution is taken care of by a signature, but still pollution will go into the Ganga. So I think we need to even rephrase the whole thing. So it is not the NGO's job to sensitize the communities. Most of the entities working in rural areas are 73% of the population being covered. I am doing water purifiers in the rural area. Completely through the NGOs and self-help group women, we have reached out 4 lakh households. No trader, no dealer, no shopkeeper at all. So I can vouch for the NGOs' great work in India. Without them, climate could not have been resilient in India. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As a part of our activities and collaboration with Earth Day Network, we have come up with a book with the good practices, and we would like to request panel to release the book. It is an e-book. It's only for this purpose we have printed the copy, but it will be available in an e-format to everyone. Can we take the book out? Okay. Can we all do it? It's available on the net. Anybody who wish to can go and have a look.
Thank you so much to the eminent guests for such an informative and a light-hearted session. The question is hard, but the answers and the efforts that we put into towards the direction will definitely take us in long strides. Thank you so much to all the eminent guests. May I request the eminent guests to be on the stage so that we can have a group picture.
Can we all have a group picture with the climate clock?
May I request for a big round of applause for our eminent speakers, please? Thank you. Can I request all volunteers to please come on the stage for one picture, please?
On the volunteers want a picture. So maybe come settle quickly. All the volunteers can. You can sit. Thank you.
We want to extend a little token of gratitude to the eminent guests, please. Next up, okay, may I just request the volunteers to please clear the stage? Thank you so much. Next up, we have another session. We have a speaker who will be talking about are people taking enough action? Running academic institutions on 100% solar energy or an education park, is that the way forward? We have with us Mr. Malak Singh, who will be giving a presentation on an education park. May I request Mr. Malak Singh on stage, please?
Good evening, am I audible? Great.
Just to give you a little introduction about Mr. Malak Singh. Mr. Malak Singh is a Mumbai-based practicing architecture inspired by local, alternative building materials, construction techniques, and crafts since 1999. Having worked and being inspired by Laurie Baker, a pioneer of environment-friendly architecture, Mr. Malak Singh is now working on propagating Baker's vision all across India. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. I guess the star guest has left. So I get to speak after a very, very star-studded session. So a lot of the speakers, mentioned while answering the question, "Are we doing enough?" Which is the way to approach, the spread of awareness regarding climate change, and can we do more action? But I believe that there are many, many ways, and all of them equally important, because different agencies have different roles. Take my case, for example. I had the privilege to be a consultant to Dr. Chetan Solanki for a dream called Education Park. While everyone knows him as Solar Gandhi, and the focus is always on solar, but I think the Gandhi part is more important here, because if you look at solar and you look at energy, uh, people don't relate to it so easily. Nobody goes to the market to buy energy. They buy products, they pay for power, they pay for facilities. But energy or urja, nobody is paying for. So it's very difficult to create, the relevance of alternative energy, because people are not really so kind of associated with where it comes from and where does it go, how is it critical. But when you put it in the context of, say, a basic need, like someone rightly mentioned, roti kapda or makan, and I would say education is one of those basic needs. And then a sensible or an alternative or a smart way to facilitate that basic need called education could be solar energy. And that's when it will make sense to the users. When they're getting a good school, affordable school with the right pedagogy run by solar. Solar is not going to enter people's, let's say, palette of choices by itself. I believe it is going to enter through relevant programs for which solar is just the more appropriate medium. Uh, Next slide, please. So these are broadly the contents of the presentation. I will establish the need of that education park in that region, what it aimed to achieve, and how it is a green building design. Next, please. As we all know that, India, most of India, even in 2030, will be living in villages, and there's very less focus on, like the last speaker mentioned, that NGOs are working in villages, but classical education was like that engineer, so it was not in his, in his curriculum. So he did not. So people are not working on education in villages, uh, and energy for that education is a far distant reality. Now, Chetan sir was concerned about this because he was connected to the people, to people from where he came. He studied in a school which was just composed of 2 rooms, and from there he made it to IIT Powai. I've been to his village, to his house, and I've seen the school where he studied. That's when we were doing a recce of that area, when we were designing the school. So I was asked to be a consultant on construction technology for this education part. Now it's very important to understand what this education means to that particular culture and those people, and therefore how solar becomes a relevant source of energy for that school. Next, please. These are the problems which we have. Next. This is the reality. So the cost of education has to be low. If you're paying highly for electricity and power, how will you be able to have low cost education? Next. Now you can see how many higher secondary schools, how many students really are catered by higher secondary schools in that particular district called Khargone. This is in Madhya Pradesh, and this is where Solanki hails from. Next, please. So that's the definition of literacy, considered good enough. Next. Once again, you can see how many percent of people are graduate and above. A village from where this great Solar Gandhi comes. Next, please. Go ahead. So how are we going to skill India, where we have such a huge young population and 60-70% of them will be in the villages? Next. So the aim of Education Park was to run this kind of school which equips this rural population, the youngsters with good quality, world quality education, and to run that campus completely on solar power right from the first day. Now for that, not just the source of energy, but also what is the embodied energy of this project, of this school. When I say embodied energy, I mean the energy used from fossil fuels, which cannot be recycled, for all the infrastructure and the building. Now that energy should be at a minimum cost. The photovoltaics are an active source of energy. I'm talking about the passive source of energy which is used in building materials. Please go ahead. Next. So we aim to cater to these numbers by running the school. Next. This is establishing the context of the education and what kind of education should be imparted at this school. Next. Now this comes more from a design perspective. You have 3 sides, and broadly one side covers the functional requirement. That's the bottom side. That's the need. The right side is the physical context, your climate, the site, the geography, and the left side is what kind of shape and form this building should take. Next. It is a composite climate, which means that it has extremes of everything. It's very cold, it's very hot, high humidity. So you have to make a building design which can cater to everything. Next. This is an analysis of the landform and the heat and the humidity in the different parts of that site. Next. I'm deliberately running you through what it takes to make a sensitive building. This is a bioclimatic chart which helps us to decide what kind of comfort zone is supposed to be established in the building. Next. Another extension of the same thing. Next. Now look at the land. You will hardly see a blade of grass on that land. So an education park has to be a model in the way the land has been treated also. So this place was developed for natural local vegetation which could sustain, be resilient and grow on its own, reducing the temperature, the ambient temperature of the microclimate, harvesting water, and stopping soil erosion. Next. So today, if you go and see that place, you will not recognize, you will feel that there always existed a kind of forested area. This is a microclimate analysis. And at this stage, while I mentioned my role with Professor Solanki, I must mention that the chief architect for this project was Mr. Jiten Prajapati, who is a researcher, practitioner, and he has a seminal book to his credit on the subject of climate sensitive design in India. So he is the chief architect. So here's the analysis which we had to do for wind, sun path, the solar radiation, etc. The good lighting, natural daylight, which you can get in this project. Next. These are the shapes and forms, an analysis to get the best kind of exposure to wind and sun. Next. As you can see, the various blocks, the hostels, the auditorium, the the school area, everything had been planned. Next. This is the physical layout. Next. As you can see in the blocks, you have these central open spaces, which are courtyards. Courtyards or chalk, as we know it in our language, which allows light to come in from the center and wind to circulate. Next. Another layout. Next, please. Here you can see the larger context of various layouts of the study area, of the school area. Next, please. Next. Here you can see the cross section of the site and the slight gentle slope which it has, of which we had to take advantage for the natural drainage, for the contour bunding, for the vegetation planning, landscaping. Next. This is the massing of that place. Next, please. Here you can see the various green technologies overlaid on that layout. You can see that rainwater harvesting ponds, percolation wells marked in blue, sewage treatment plants, a center power generating plant, that's where you have your solar photovoltaic panels. In red, they are also there on the building, in the center of the buildings. You will see that in the following slide. And then you have solar street lights. Next. There you can see a cross kind of view sectional perspective of the building, and you see that central area that was the target for all the solar photovoltaic panels in the central courtyard. So you had classrooms on both sides, and the central bay had the courtyard had these photovoltaic panels. Next, please. Next. Here, back please. I think we skipped a slide. Yeah. Here you can see on the left and right of that building, you have the classrooms. You see how the hot air is allowed to go out and escape through the central courtyard with the photovoltaic panels on top. In the bottom right, you can see a filler slab construction, which was used there. It's an RCC slab, again, just like a model of approach which some of the speakers were mentioning, where we used knowledge of the existing craftspersons, the contractors. They could do RCC slabs. So we just tweaked it a bit to make it a filler RCC slab by inserting those terracotta tiles or blocks or bricks within the same slab. So we could achieve that without having to train them. It was very simply done, and that's one approach of systems approach where you use what is already working and just tweak it to a minimal extent. And this was very successful. Next. So these are the various cost-saving tools in the construction which were used. And just if you focus on the right side, you can see the percentage of savings in each. In the wall, in the ceiling, in the windows, water tanks, etc. Next. So we basically used solar energy for the lighting, the fans, computers, and the total cost was around 40 lakhs for these systems. Next. Next, please. Next. This was the main motto: no grid electricity from day one. And now it's 12 years that the place is working perfectly. And it's a model of not just solar energy, basically, which we generally are focusing on, but how it becomes a part of good quality education. And the subject which we are discussing, that how will it percolate down to the last person, not just to the educated, so-called literate in the cities, but in the villages. So these children are probably better equipped than many students from the biggest schools in the cities, because their school runs on solar power and they know how to maintain it. Next. Along with water conservation, there is also biogas which has been used. Next. The measures are an integral part of life on campus and not just an additional effort to keep it clean. I acknowledge Professor Chetan Solanki and architect Jiten Kajal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was absolutely brilliant listening to him. The next up we have today with us, Mr. Mahesh Godi. He's from the Godi Industries. Are people taking enough actions, innovation, and pathways breaking technology for climate change mitigation? May I request the technical team to please showcase his profile? I'm sorry, there's a little technical glitch. Thank you. Mr. Godi is an entrepreneur focused on new disruptive technologies. He leads innovation teams globally in domains of next generation, energy storage and delivery, artificial intelligence and extended reality. He is a founder and CEO of Godi Industries. He has set up India's first indigenous lithium ion cell manufacturing unit. Welcome to you.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you, Professor Solanki, for giving me an opportunity to speak today. And I'll speak very precisely about the innovations and the path to mitigate the climate change. Go to the next slide, please. Next slide. So, if you see, energy is one of the biggest emission for the overall in terms of the CO2 emissions. That it accounts almost close to 75% in many forms. See, without energy, nothing is going to run, right? That is the biggest area of opportunity we have to reduce the CO2 emissions, and followed by the agriculture. You know what we witnessed during the winter season in Delhi and NCR area, the agriculture, and also the construction happening in this sector, in this area, making a significant uh, uh, area in terms of the greenhouse gas emissions. So how do we mitigate? What is the path to it, right? So go to the next slide, please. So what is a path? So from the morning onwards, we are debating, and Professor Lanki is pointing it out, like how and how we can achieve that path, right? That's really important. So the major important thing is the government policy level, right? In fact, there are several policies that is there in many parts of India, but the policy at the grassroots level that incentivize the citizen who is getting benefited, that one. Say suppose government is giving you free money. Instead of giving you money, they give a solar lamp or solar something. So that's what at the grass level they need to incentivize the things. At the same time, the education institutes, right? So from a kindergarten to the all the way to when they are doing the PhD, there will be a curriculum that need to be there from the kindergarten about the climate change, and also the awareness and what are the precautions we need to do it for the climate change. It is a subject that should be a mandatory, and there's a tie up with the marks, so that people definitely read about that particular subject and get the marks and try to grow understanding the climate change happening in that sector. Again, there is always the triangle of industry, government, and academia, right? That's really important, where the triangle work together in a very transparent way, so that all the things are happening in the right direction. A good example I will tell you is India as a country. We have a good food security with the fortune of our grandparents and everything. But in terms of energy security, in the fossil fuels, we are depending upon the Middle East and Russia to get the fossil fuels. But in the transition happening to the EV and the solar, the unfortunate thing is we are depending upon China and Korea. Nothing got changed in India. Even the billions of dollars are spending in this, the budgets and everything. So the government need to bring what is the next big thing coming in the technology transition. Whether the education institutes and the curriculums are embedded in the next big thing is coming. Very unfortunate situation we have is there is no lithium-ion cell manufacturing happening in India. Very unfortunate situation. Even government spends so much of money to sponsor the education institutes and everything, but nothing is happening in that front. And also a lot of brain drain is leaving to other countries. So how how the government, industry, and academia can work in tandem to solve these kind of problems. So otherwise, tomorrow there will be some other technologies coming. Again, we need to rely on other countries. That's the biggest drawback we as a country. And the other is definitely when you see, let's take an example of solar. In solar, we use the silicon wrappers. Does India manufacture silicon? No, right. We are depending upon China again. Why India did not do this in 20 years back? There's a big program from our Indian Ministry of Science. They want to do a silicon, but somewhere they did not get enough funding, and enough funding from the government, enough funding from the venture capitalists. That does not happen. The same situation is going to happen in the next big thing that relevant to the climate change. So that is the supply of the silicon is not there. We are depending upon China. So how we can bring that industry up, and also it should not be pretending to one or two people, because the GDP is not measured with one or two people in the country. It measures by every citizen of the country. Right? That's what it should be distributed equally to the opportunities. Whether it is solar cell manufacturing or lithium-ion cell manufacturing, or any other renewables that can bring the energy to the mainstream without doing the CO2 emissions. Next slide, please. So the God I see daily is sun. Without sun, the nothing is going to happen for us. So why sun is so important is it is only the source we have to get the most efficient way of energy generated. So that was one of the vision approaches. Solanki, what he's doing is about sun and the solar. We are getting energy. Any plant to grow, energy is required, or anything that need to be exist in the matter of this world. The sun is needed. How effectively we can use that sun? Because we are a tropical country. We have the most spreaded area to utilize the sun, and that's where. And also, the sun and solar is the source of the multiple technologies, because there's a path, right? Where is the sun? We use solar to generate the, say for example, if you take a gravity-based energy storage generation, this motor will lift the water up and run the pump with when the downfall of water is happening. But the motor to pump up need the solar again, right? That's where the renewables will come. And go to the next slide so that you can understand the different technologies and how efficient they are. Can you please go to the next slide, please? Yeah, if you see this heat map, uh, uh, the most inefficient way of generating the power, and also where the energy density, power density, and circular life is there. No? So this is where the heat map is there. So people are talking about hydrogen, but hydrogen is not that great for the mobility, but it is really good for the industry. So why people are spending a lot of money on the hydrogen? There's a lot of noise about hydrogen fuel cell cars and all. That's not a reality, because Japanese spend huge amount of money on the fuel cells, but there is no, we did not see any mainstream fuel cells coming up in the vehicle level. But it's really good for the industry of application. That's what they need to identify the buckets where it is most efficient based upon the use case. Let's take an example of lead acid batteries. Mostly everybody is in our house having lead acid batteries. But China shut down the lead acid industry 10 years back because of the contamination issues and the CO2 emissions it is happening. But still, the lead acid industries are running in India. It's because of the policies, because of the people who we have are governing the pollution control norms, etc., and everything. Then you look about the gravity storage. Gravity storage is a huge capital intensive. It required at least of a quarter a billion dollar to $500 million to set up a huge gravity based application, right? But that cannot be afforded by a government sometimes as well. An example is Greenco is doing some project in Kurnool in Andhra Pradesh. They're building a gravity based storage, but efficiency wise it is good, but it's good for the large applications. But the fact I want to emphasize is the solar, when we charge, when the energy generated from the solar and stored in some form, whether it is a lithium-ion batteries, sodium-ion batteries, or any other form, right? There need to be some generation, then the storage will be there. And what is the most efficient technology innovation need to be happen? This is what the heat map I put together. So I will put it out publicly available so that you can bring it back, take it back to your home and discuss with your colleagues, friends, and whoever it may be, so that we can educate further them into this concept and everything, so that it will come into the mainstream, because the technology should not be put into the one set of people or one community of the people. It should be go to the grassroots from the villages to the urban population. And thank you for giving this opportunity today to speak. And wish I think we learned something today, and taking it back. It should not be like another conference I'm attending, and we are not learning anything from that. But that is what I want to give a message, and thank you for giving this opportunity today, talking about this subject, innovation, the pathway for the climate change. Thank you. Thank you.
So much for sharing your views.